3000 Selfmade jumps in. Selfmade gets it, and Mad Lions have bitten back.
Welcome, friends, family, and Twitch chat. I'm Ender, and I'm your host and speaker for the dead on this sad, sad day. Today, we recognize and reflect on the 12 teams we lost these past few troubling days. Some of these teams came in with high hopes and disappointed. Others, not so much. We begin with Sparks, Ensure, and AS Trenchant, who never knew the sweet taste of victory. Random 5 and Future Perfect fought in an extra day of tiebreaker games, but could not move on. For the Win were the first Portuguese team to win a game in the group stage. It's a shame they weren't called for the Wins. Foxdrop believed in Diffuse Kids. He really shouldn't have. And Rogue, they still think they outscale. They'll have to wait for next split. Please join me in silence as we remember these teams. And welcome back to the EU Masters, everybody. That was ridiculous. We've got some hype games coming your way today, but before we get there, we have to do some, shopkeeping. We took care of the teams that got removed.
I guess.
There was one team from yesterday we didn't mention. That was Ventus that picked up 2 wins to end up making it to the knockout stage.
We don't need to buy any candles, do we?
Yeah.
We might have broken a few.
Yeah, I think they're definitely coming back to Ventus, they took out the tiebreakers. They were able to get the 2 wins on the board. They actually look pretty damn strong, I feel, as well. Like, they definitely look stronger than in their group stage performances. Obviously, a lot better having, Crystalline back in as a solid player for the day helped them a lot.
Yeah, it certainly did. Of course, seeing on your screen right here, we have all the groups of play we saw. Every single top team went undefeated in these games. I think you look at teams like Big, Mad Lions, Fnatic Rising, and SK Gaming Prime as clear favorites coming into the knockout stages.
Yeah, the German German region, the German teams. And neither of them dropped a single game in the group stage. And of course, bottom left of your screen, Group C, topping that one, the Group of Death, Fnatic Rising. Finally, the UK isn't just a meme at EU Masters.
Well, we don't know yet because they still have to play Ventus. They could still 100% bottle it.
Oh boy.
They did look good,
jinxed
though.
it.
They did look good in their groups. Now let's look forward to what these teams have to do to get to that live final. Of course, we've already gotten through the play-in stage, the group stage, and we are now entering the knockouts where 8 teams will go into a single elimination bracket. They play best of 3s all the way through, including semifinals up until that final match, which will be a best of 5 in live in the arena.
Yeah, we got the Haymarket Theater again, same as 2018 spring, so a lot of hype here. You win this game, over today and tomorrow, you do get to the live finals to play in your semifinal as well.
Yeah, you definitely do. Now, for this bracket, looking up here, of course, all of our first seeds will be facing the second seeds. Today we have Big versus Misfits Premier, and then we have Spain versus Spain, Mad Lions versus Splice Vipers.
I'm excited to see how that one goes down. May the best Spanish team win. Mad Lions took it all at the end of last EU Masters in the summer. Of course, they were not the first seed, though, coming out of Spain. So Splice Vipers will not want to be bowing out of this competition in the quarterfinals.
No, they definitely will not. Of course, tomorrow we'll have SK Gaming Prime up against Team LDLC, and Fnatic Rising, Foxdrop's favorite, up against Ventus Esports.
How can it not be my favorite? Honestly, what do you want from me?
All right, let's go ahead and take a look at the predictions then, since we know what our bracket looks like. We are going to go stage by stage, so we start with the quarterfinals. These are our predictions so far. This is actually what we saw yesterday at the end of it all. Me and Foxdrop in first place. I'm digging that.
Let's go. Very nice. And also, what we haven't said today, we are succeeding in the game of predictions, and you are succeeding in the game of turning 21 today. Happy
That is
birthday,
true.
Ender.
Yeah, happy birthday. Well done.
Thank you very much. Of course, it doesn't mean much in Europe, but back in in the USA, that may be a little bit different. If we could, actually, we could throw up the bracket predictions for ourselves to go ahead and take a look at that. This is the quarterfinals. I think maybe to some people's surprise, a sort of a split in this first game with 3 people on the left voting Big, 3 people on the right voting Misfits.
And I think that kind of spells the hype that Misfits have come into this as well. Big weren't really challenged in their group, and I think that shows they were comfortable. They weren't really pushed, to really their limit. Where we saw Misfits at their limit, we saw them at death's door. They would have been included in our eulogy had they not been able to come back from that one game against Rogue.
And I think if you're a Misfits player, you probably wanted all of the analysts to predict Big, because these guys are no strangers to the underdog story, right? Even in regionally, the LFL, they had to win like 3 best-of-5s to get to the finals to even make it here. In the play-ins, they had to get through that. In the group of death, they had to beat out Rogue. These guys have been up against it all tournament long, and they've always come up to the challenge, and we'll see if today is no exception.
Yeah, they've definitely had to face adversity the whole way through. Let's talk about the elephant in the room, though. Looking all the way at the bottom there, that is 6 out of 6 analysts voting 2-0 Fnatic Rising. Do Ventus stand a chance?
I actually...
There is always hope. When
There's
there's
always
nothing
a
else,
chance.
there is always a chance. But I think just given how dominating Fnatic were in the group of death, coming into EU Masters, and Ventus how they struggled, let's be real, to try and get into the second phase, it just screams that, going with, if you did 2-0 in Ventus, you're trolling, I'm sorry.
And that's why we have a lot of 2-0 Fnatic Risings here. Of course, that game will be coming up tomorrow. Now, moving on to the game at hand. Of course, we're starting off with Big versus Misfits Premier, and I think it would be fair to say that both of these teams have very different styles. Let's start with Big and break down what makes them them.
Yeah, I think Big, what makes them so scary as a team is that they're just a death ball. They just roam around the map, finding you as a team, and they work as a team. They don't really have any isolated deaths or isolated kills, that many as such. Like, Zazi has got a pentakill, but he has got 0 solo kills. That's the kind of player he is. He plays with his team, and that's what makes him so terrifying, because if you can't beat them on the 5v5, they'll just roll you over.
Yeah, Misfits, on the other hand, don't like the 5v5. They much prefer the 1-3-1. If you look at the draft for the solo laners, leaders picked Zed twice. Top lane, we've had Nico for Dan as well more than once. And, I mean, you just don't have to go further than seeing the Rogue game, the last game that they played. I don't really want to talk too much about that game, but I will say it was a 1-3-1 game.
What are you doing here? You promised Twitter you'd quit.
That's true.
Yeah, you can't actually be here.
I retired
Oh, you
temporarily.
retired. And we brought you back.
Yeah.
We brought you back out.
I cashed in on my pension for a few days.
Yeah, of
and
course.
now I'm back.
Boxdrop was missing from the show the last couple of days, so he didn't have the pleasure of seeing teams like Ventus make it through. Of course, we had big upsets like Rogue losing during the group stages and not actually making it out. But to keep on track with this game, I think it would be fair to say that both of these teams have very strong top sides of the map, especially over on the side of Misfits. We already brought it up. The 1-3-1 style has really been their bread and butter, and I think it comes from the strong top lane split push champions for Dan, and also Leader just making solo plays all the time.
Yeah, and I think as well, like you said, their Misfits are very heavily reliant on their solo lanes. Leader has the most solo kills of anyone in the entire tournament, including play-ins. It's 15. He is the guy who just goes in and goes, I want to blow up this person. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't, because he also has a lot of isolated deaths. So it's kind of a double-edged sword for the side of Misfits. When it works, it works.
Yeah, Dan kind of lives in Leader's shadow a little bit, I would say, as far as Misfits is concerned. The way he played against Rogue, who have Finn on the roster, don't forget, played in the LEC, right, for a few weeks. Like, he was not considered a bad top laner. And that Nico being able to just utilize that and just completely just like stay in his lane, never leave that lane, constantly split push. For Misfits, it draws so much attention to him and alleviates a lot of pressure on the rest of the map, which then enables people like Leader to go for these flashy solo plays. And it's a really strong style that Big, I think stylistically, have the tools to deal with. But if they mess up, especially in that early game, and Leader or Dan gets snowballing, it's going to be a very hard game for them.
Yeah, it can definitely be difficult, but as you mentioned, Dan, no stranger to playing against these LEC top laners like Finn. You have White Knight here with Big as well. So let's go ahead and check out this roster. I think maybe one of the players that we haven't highlighted here for Misfits is actually Neon in the bottom lane. Another player with, at top-level pro play experience with his time over on the Unicorns of Love. What are you looking at specifically in this roster outside of the solo lanes to be, a difference make for this team?
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of cheating to say Dan leader at this point. We've given them enough praise.
Everyone knows about those guys.
Let's look elsewhere. I actually want to put my eyes towards Heaver in that bot lane because I think that this guy has had some questionable performances.
What do you think about Pantheon support?
Avengers bot lane, let's go.
I don't think we'll see the Taliyah Pantheon.
It's a 100% win rate.
Yeah, that's true, actually. It is a 100% win rate. But one of the more troubling stats for Heaver is that he has the highest average deaths per game of anyone in the quarterfinals. And Misfits as a whole average something like 12 kills a game and like 18 deaths a game. It's really not that impressive. And so I feel like if you can just get a bit more steady, especially in this bot lane, and have more of that kind of security going down there, like Heaver has the potential to be a good playmaker. He's a solid laner as well. And when you look at him play, he finds windows and he can be an aggressive player. I think if he can bring that to the table, which I think is an absolute benefit to this Misfits roster, but then kind of just refine and take away the parts where not so great, then I think you're actually looking at a more well-rounded team, which will then enable Leader and Dan to do their thing as the Misfits' primary win condition.
Fair enough. We talked a little bit about the Pantheon Taliyah in the bottom lane. We also have really highlighted these solo lanes from Misfits. I want to actually just go into the actual POV of this Misfits team when they beat Rogue in that final base race push. So let's take a look at that.
You can end. Maybe. Force him to base, No, push. End. Hit Nexus. Hit. Hit.
I love it. They're all just cackling in the background, and I still have one of these. Can we just raise this up for Rogue one last time?
They're still waiting on their scaling. Still there. We'll keep him there for a while. But you can just tell that the comms there, there was before until the end with the cackling, it was all very clear. It was very kind of right, they can't end. We can end. We can do this. We can go for this. Just go directly into it, and it worked out.
See, it's funny because all I heard was hit.
How much clearer can you get?
I guess you can't get any clearer than that. It is the 1-3-1 style, of course, that has worked so well for Misfits in the past. Now, we talked a little bit about the drafts, Taliyah Pantheon in the bottom lane, and while I don't think we will see that necessarily, it still is the best style for this team, and I'm curious to get your guys' thoughts on how it stacks up against a team like Big, who you mentioned are about grouping up and moving around and just murdering you as a 5-man unit.
Yeah, and like Foxtrot said earlier, it depends on if the solo lanes can get ahead. And I think the big thing as well for the side of these two teams is the fact that you look for these are the group stage stats. Goal difference of 15, 2,000 versus minus 400. You're kind of looking at these things. M lead equals the majority of time you spent in a lead. 70% versus 25%. It just shows domination versus kind of Misfits. I would say floundering. The one thing they do have, however, is early aggression. They got 2 out of the 3 first turrets, and they got 2 out of the 3 first bloods as well. So that's where Misfits can possibly look for it. But again, you're against such consistency in the side of Big.
And this is where the question comes. Group of Death Misfits, Group of Life, Big, arguably. So Big have been able to put up these impressive numbers, but against easier opposition, whereas Misfits had to do this against Fnatic, against Rogue. And it's like, okay, is this Misfits actually having these weaknesses and struggling? Or is this Misfits just having a really, really tough schedule maybe now they've been battle-hardened by the experience of playing against Fnatic and Rogue, and maybe they'll be able to use that turning around against Big.
Yeah, and I mean, I think there's a lot of things that go into it for this Misfits team. You know, when you're splitting up and, you know, your bottom lane is dying quite a bit in the 2 versus 2, but you know you have to keep playing because that bottom lane falls off super, super hard. You die more times than you necessarily would if you just, like, said we're going to pack it up and not risk anything, but Misfits know that sometimes with these comps they have to play on a timer. Now, for Big, one of the things that I'm looking at right here, alongside their major lead, which is just ridiculous, they also have 100% first turret, and that means that, you know, you're playing aggressive in the early game, you're actually building snowballs relatively early on. If you can do that against a split push comp, then they should not have time to actually take off, right?
And that's the thing. The scary thing about Big is that we've seen them, every single person in this entire team has played something different, apart from in the jungle where they've played Jarvan twice. But even then, they've picked Jarvan 3 times. They can flex it up into a team fighter. We've seen White Knight pop off. We've seen Zazie pop off on the Azir. He got the pentakill. Like, we've seen them that, like, they have carries in every single lane. It's just whatever one they want to kind of make the carry of this particular game.
And that's also reflected by the fact that the teams that Big have played against, there's only been one champion banned against Big more than once, which was Jace, that was banned twice against these guys. There is just carry threats all over the place. It's not easy to target them in the draft. They're very flexible in that playstyle, as we were mentioning as well. And, you know, I just think that as a team, they are probably the most well-rounded team that we have at this tournament, where not one player is the hard kind of like standout carry. And they're also used to these clutch situations, you know, because they were not the best team in the regular season in the German league. That honor went to SK Prime, but when it came to the playoffs, when it came to the clutch time, Big came out on top, and that's why they're the first seed here. Now we're in the quarterfinals. Now we are in that more pressure scenario. Big has experience in that, and they're good at these in these places.
And that's what you brought up as well. Like, you know, they're good in these places, but they're also really good at draft. And I think draft is going to be very, very important for both these sides. Misfits have a very clear win condition. It's 1-3-1. We talked about it. But with Big, we've seen them go for the bot lane. We've seen them go for these 5v5 comps. We've seen them just go for just general lane pressure and just push it out and never let the laning phase end. They've got so many options. It's going to be really difficult for Misfits to really just kind of find what they want and also not give up too much.
Yeah, they're going to have to figure that out. I think top lane is going to be so important in this game. Of course, stars on both sides. You have Dan, the split push carry for Misfits, and then White Knight, who spent time up in the LEC, who has also been performing so well.
And I think the big thing to notice here is that, yes, White Knight has played 3 different games of 3 different champions, but the 2 games that Misfits lost were with Vladimir and Shogat. And they're the 2 things that do not split push that well. They effectively all right, but compared to a Jax, a Nico, and Yorick, a Kayle, they're definitely not built for the 1-3-1.
Yeah, and the KDAs kind of tell it all, right? Dan doesn't play for the team fights, doesn't play for the kind of flashy solo plays necessarily, but he still gets it done in the split push. It's all about the objectives. It's about the pressure that he's able to build as well. And just the differences in 4 percentages here. Dan spends a lot of time up in the opponent's face, whereas White Knight is much more reserved in that way. I think it's really hard to call which one of these players has the advantage in this matchup. It really comes down to draft and what champions they pick.
Yeah, so if we look at this draft, specifically looking at these 2 top laners, you know, you mentioned the Jace was something that was banned twice against Big. That's a very strong 1v1 champion that wins basically all of his lane matchups. If you are Misfits, are you looking to ban that away from him so that you can get a good top lane?
Oh man, if I'm Misfits, I would just make sure that I'm not convinced that it's the Jace that's the X factor necessarily, because Dan has played Nico twice, right, and destroyed the 1v1s on that as well. I think it's going to be very hard to ban Dan out. What I would put more focus on is to make sure that White Knight has an answer, whatever that answer might be. So whether, like we've seen the Aurelia, the Ryze, the Jarvan, whatever it is, like if White Knight has a strong 1v1 champion, I don't want to see him pick something like the Vladimir, which can get bullied out, or the Kayle, which needs a bit of time to scale. I'm a poet, didn't even know it.
Nailed it.
But you know, just something that has a strong 1v1 so that Dan can't roll all over White Knight, I think will be fine for Big.
I think the big scary thing for Dan, though, like you said, he's able to go in these 1v1s, but White Knight popped off on Aurelia,
yes.
and it was scary. And that's something that you're going to have to go into as a Misfits fan and be like, we need to make sure that we're either getting that or we're making sure he doesn't get it, because that was just a huge pick, and it didn't just impact top lane, it impacted every lane.
Yeah, so does the way this game play out is just we see both junglers top lane, we see 2 carry champions, we see a fight early on up there, and then that bleeds into the rest of the map?
I think so, because we saw when Rogue versus Misfits, you can focus bot lane, it doesn't matter. Like, they go 0 and 18, it literally doesn't matter because the 2 solo lanes are going ahead. I think the way this goes for Big is that they need to make sure that their draft is making sure that they're putting Misfits onto champions they know they can play against, and make sure they're limiting the 1-3-1 as much as possible.
I think that you need to get a good 1v1 in top lane. Doesn't really matter what happens bot lane. And then basically what you're saying there. But then in that mid lane, when the playing stage with Misfits, we saw Leader had some very coin flip games. The Yasuo game specifically, where one game he went like 30-0 against Diablos, the other game was like 0-30. Yeah, I think that if you target Leader, get that strong mid jungle duo there with Big, I think Jarvan will have a very high priority in these drafts. I think that's why you attack Misfits.
All right, we're going to have our eyes on stuff like the Jarvan and the top lane split pushers, but for now we are getting into picks and bans. Misfits Premier from France versus Big from Germany, and already seeing the Braum actually is the first option removed by the French side.
Very, very standard support, very good in pretty much anything you want to put it into. Has a little bit of good engage, also has, you know, decent peel for an AD carry if you want to go with that route. So it's a pretty standard ban. I do like the Akali ban though from Big. They are literally going with exactly what we said. Get rid of those champions that can just 1v9.
I think Yasuo and Ryze, Ryze and Aurelia are the 3 other champions I think that you kind of have to choose for Big, that you don't want Misfits to first pick here. Yasuo not so much, but because it's a very leader champion, I think to an extent that might go through in that first phase. Outside of that though, I did mention the Jarvan. That's more on the Misfit side of things. I think because they're red side, Big have an advantage in this draft, because then you can last pick your solo laner, which is really good for you know, for getting a good matchup either mid or top. And it means on the second rotation you can just grab like a power duo of like your jungler plus power pick as well. There's the Jarvan, it's gone.
Yeah, well, there's also the Zed gone from Leader as well, so removing these assassin options. I'm a little disappointed, honestly, that we don't get to see Leader on that champion, but it's obvious that Big have a very clear game plan.
Yeah, like we saw it as well against the Rogue. Like we even got it on you know, a clip on Twitter for it as well, where like, you know, it looks like Leader's gotten 100% caught out. He does not live, and he's just able to like twist it and move it, and that's what you get from the #1 ranked player in all of EUS.
Yeah, that of course was the Zed versus Rek'Sai outplay that we saw Leader pull off in his games yesterday. Now, Galio is going to be the final ban here from Big, which leaves basically everything in the top lane open.
They're handshaking the Ryze and Aurelia here most likely. White Knight has already played a game of Aurelia. I would imagine Zazie is completely capable of playing Aurelia too. You can offer that as a flex. But, you know, it's been so effective for Big here. Yeah, this is the obvious option to lock in.
Yeah, I think obviously Misfits going into this as well, they knew they wanted the Ryze over the Aurelia, so they were happy giving that up, but Rakan locked in straight away. So
it's a good deny from Hiva as well.
I was just about to say, really good denial there from Hiva. He's, you know, not looked the most consistent, and definitely putting him on a back foot and something he's not super comfortable with will help out this Big.
Ooh, interestingly enough, that is Gragas Yasuo instantly locked.
Yeah, that's the combo right there, because there's some other good junglers on the board, like the Rek'Sai, the Skarner we've seen a lot of as well. But the Gragas has perfect synergy with that Yasuo, sets him up with the explosive cast and the big Betty flops too. Now it becomes very important here, a lot of focus on this mid-jungle duo, because that's going to go through the second phase of picks here, and Misfits Premier will have the option to ban out the aggressive junglers or to just get a really perfect matchup in the mid lane.
That's what I was just about to say. It's like, yes, you have this treasure trove of junglers or mid laners, but now on the side of Misfits, you've put them in a position where they were like, oh, we have to pick the Xayah because we have Xayah Rakan now, and now they can start to go, right, do we want to give jungle some priority? Do we ban the Rek'Sai, the Skarner, get rid of the trifecta of junglers that we've seen so far this tournament, or do we just take away things that can really easily take down this Yasuo? So far, I think both teams are going to be pretty happy with what they have. It's about what they come out with as the end result.
Yeah, so it seems like Big want to remove some safe options against the strong bot lane duo of the Xayah and Rakan, as real as what they take off of the board first. We'll have to see if some of the junglers end up hitting later on.
There it is. There's a Sejuani ban here. So you still got... We've already talked about the Rek'Sai. We've already talked about the Skarner as well. Be curious to see whether Donarts goes for those. I have seen... Donarts has a very unique champion pool. So there is a chance we can see something like the Ivern, which has been banned against him this tournament as well. I think, theoretically speaking, when you have an Aurelia, when you have a Xayah, and then depending on what you pick mid, assuming Aurelia's going top lane, which could just totally be a mid lane as well into the Yasuo too. Ivan is not the worst pick. Because it's a very Donarts pick, right? I'm not saying it's like a meta thing here.
I was like waiting for the extra thing on top. Yeah, exactly,
Right.
exactly. Big do have some hard engage too, so it wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if they wanted to go for that. LeBlanc ends up being the removal here from Misfits, so trying to take out some options here on the side of Zazzy. We'll have to see, probably going for a jungler here, you would have to assume for Big so they can save mid lane counter pick for last.
Well, they already know it's the Ryzen Yasuo, right?
How do you know it's not Gragas Yasuo bot lane?
That's
I was going to say, it could actually be a Yasuo bot lane. But I was going to say, Rek'Sai left open. Rek'Sai most likely going to be going over to Donarts. A nice early game aggression, but they have a lot of physical damage right now. They need to pick up some kind of strong mage in that mid lane.
All right, mage in the mid lane for Big is what we're going to be waiting for. Now Misfits, most likely going to be looking to lock in their bot lane here. Big took away a lot of the safe AD carry options with the Ezreal and the Sivir being banned. So with only a few seconds left, they have to make their choice. And for Neon, it's actually going to be the Caitlyn, so maybe looking for some hard push. Morgana has been a strong duo against Zyra Khan. This is an old school counter.
Yeah, and you have the Black Shield as well to deny that engage from the Rakan too. So that is a very strong 2v2 right there. And now it is the moment of truth. Does Zazzy answer this Yasuo pick with another aggressive pick of his own? Or does he actually just look to pick something that can kind of nullify it? I've heard whispers of Swain into Yasuo being a decent choice. I don't think we'll necessarily see it, but it is an option if you just want to... There it is, the Syndra. I was actually thinking, Zazzy plays a lot of Syndra, but I don't like it into Yasuo. It's like...
A lot of things can be blocked. A lot of things...
Exactly.
Yeah, and it's so hard to lock him down.
Yeah, you can poke with the Q despite the wind wall, which is like one benefit, but the fact that you can block the entirety of your ultimate with the wind wall makes it kind of a high skill matchup. But Zazzy says he's up to the task.
Yeah, also level 6, maybe a Gragas comes mid lane, and Zazzy doesn't have a great time. Now we know Misfits, for leader especially, he's been very feast or fam. You know, he goes for the solo kills, but he also takes a lot of risks. Do you think this is a type of composition where he can shine?
So this is the thing. Leader on this Yasuo in this competition has gone 0-8 and 10-0. Like, we do not know which one he is at this one. He's the definition of a solo queue Yasuo player. But I feel with Misfits having coming off of the high of the rogue, the momentum you can have into this, I feel like they're going to be pretty happy with all the picks they've gotten. I like a lot of what they're trying to do. My only thing is that White Knight on this Aurelia is very scary.
Is this draft good enough for Misfits to get the win?
No, I think Big take this one.
Foxdrop?
I'm just going to be controversial and say Misfits.
All right, I like it. Split desk. That makes everything way more fun. Now, as we get ready for this best of 3, let's send it up to our casters to get us into game.
Thank you very much. My name is Jake Hitbrain Matthews. I'm joined by Ty Celtic Tiger Brennan as we will be taking it away with our first game here of the knockouts. BIG taking on Misfits. One of these teams will be coming to Leicester for the live section of the tournament. We got some spicy picks to start it off with as well.
Yeah, I mean, there were some really interesting ones there. We looked at the Rise and we went, look, they're definitely looking to flex that. I didn't think they'd immediately reveal that flex, but we do know Leader has a champion pool of very specific champions. I did note as we were looking through, the Yasuo and Aurelia were some of the big consistent bans we saw against him because, of course, they're more of those meta picks that you tend to go for. Once the one of them's left open, you can see how quickly Leader is willing to lock it in.
Yeah, and I mean, it's into a Syndra as well. I was saying to you while we were watching the picks and bans, but once that Scat of the Week goes down, Yasuo can jump on top of the Syndra, thank you, and just blow her up. Like, it completely destroys it, and they also hit on it on the desk as well. Once you got the help of Gragas, he comes in, explosive casks. It makes it very quick to jump onto that Syndra, who's low mobility. That is one of Syndra's biggest weaknesses. She relies on the E to disengage people who want to jump into her face.
Yeah, so let's see if that ends up coming to fruition. Of course, one of the big things you want to look at in the early game as well is that jungle role. Because you got Obsess, went for that Gragas, as you said, synergize as well with the Yasuo, but that doesn't really matter because you have Donarts with the more aggressive early jungle pick, so if you pick off that Gragas or if you go for big counter plays, you could see this become a little bit more open and good for BIG here.
So what do you expect to be seeing kind of Donarts be doing in this early game? Do you think he's going to put lots of attention onto the likes of Leader, or does he think he can just kind of leave Zazzy isolated to play far back and look to try and get the other parts of the map rolling? Because, you know, he's got the likes of Neon to deal with as well. He's got the likes of Dandan, who's an infamous split pusher in that top lane.
Well, you look down towards the actual picks that came through, and you look at the fact that Neon and Hiva went for a very safe bot lane in Caitlyn Morgana. You look for the fact that you have, as you said, leader Zazi will be one where there's a lot of action, but you can also just focus towards that top side. We've already seen how dangerous White Knight can be on the Irelia previously in the tournament. If you get there, if you keep that punish down onto Dandan, don't let them scale into the 1-3-1 that Misfits always want to go for. It'll be very scary for Misfits.
Alrighty, well, we loaded onto the Summoners Rift for our first game of the knockout phases. Remember, for everyone at home, this is a best of 3, so it's not one and you're done. You do have time to recollect yourself, but only have to win 2 games to come here to Leicester and to play in the Haymarket Theatre next weekend.
Now, I appreciate you trying to hype it up, but is Leicester really the big selling point?
Yeah, man.
It's fine.
The Haymarket Theatre is awesome.
Haymarket Theatre is pretty good, actually. And getting towards the live stages of the tournament is very good.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You know, for a lot of these players, some of them might not have had the chance to play on the on a live stage. I mean, Misfits and Big, both from fairly prestigious regions, they probably had that experience, but you know, you've got the likes of Ventus, who also are competing to get into that next stage.
One of the big things as well, we are seeing some kind of returning names as well to the European Masters, people who've been consistently around. Specifically, you look down towards Hiva as well, who's actually made it to the finals of the European Masters in the previous run in that summer split. Did not quite manage to eke out a win there, so looking to improve, as well as the fact that, honestly, performance has been shaky, is my nice way of putting it. So we'll see if they can kind of change that up going forward here.
All right, well, as we do kind of take on to the early stages of the game, Jungle is starting up on opposite sides of the map, it appears. Donarts went for his Wolves to start up.
This is a very common Rek'Sai path as well. You go for the Wolves, then up towards your top side, and that allows you to quickly gank up in that top side. So again, going for maybe the pressure onto the Rise that we were expecting.
He's actually going to pull that red buff up closer towards his Krugs as well, so he can have a faster, more efficient path through the jungle. The Donut starting up nice and comfortable here, but Obsess has been spotted out on a ward, so they know he's there. He will get control of that crab.
So it'll be a nice quick level 3 for Donarts here in the Rek'Sai. We'll manage to pick that up, but as you said, it's the Scuttle control that Obsess manages to pick up in the meantime, but looking at that bot lane, never going to be much of a contest on that side of the map.
And he is the Predator Dragger, so I want to track how early he wants to base to get those boots, because sometimes we see people just do a full clear of one side, then go get their boots, and then move back onto the rest of the map. But for now, just trying to take away that crab with the knowledge that he had a good idea of where Donarts was going to be starting. As you were saying, but that was a fairly popular Rek'Sai starting route. As Donarts actually, that ward timed out just before he was seen, so they still don't know exactly where he is.
Yeah, he's kind of looking to maintain pressure between the top and mid. I agree with that as well. You could try punish that bot lane that's punishing very far, but again, it's Caitlyn Morgana, just so hard to actually do that.
Well, I want to have a little talk about this mid lane here, because we got the likes of Leader, we got the likes of Zazi. Zazi, last time we saw him got a pentakill on a Nazir. You can see our Zazi versus Leader stat block here at the bottom of your screen.
I think the solo kill one is the one that you would be looking at there, where one is 0, one is 15. That seems awfully high there for Leader.
But what you can see is with the 30% on Zida's kind of damage percentage of the team, he plays more for the team fighting, while Leader, a big chunk of that 26% of the team's damage is probably in his solo kills. So
yeah, you have to remember as well, it's that Zazi is the one grouping up and doing a lot of the team's damage, whereas Leader, while it's still an insanely high amount, is split pushing. So for a split pusher, Leader's damage is ridiculously high.
Yeah, well, Zazi did also have a slight CS deficit as well, which was our other number at the bottom there.
And that's the real thing to focus on.
Slight CS lead, sorry. But for the moment, he's equal with Leader and Obsess. Now got those Predator boots ready. Will be spotted on a ward here, though, so White Knight will just step away.
It's going to be a hard one anyway, because you see Obsess wants to follow the wave up here, so it's actually going to be a long play that will result in nothing. Be careful.
Seems to be okay, but Obsess actually comes in. They've got the Predator on, the belly slams on, and White Knight just about makes it out.
If Obsess had used the flash, that would likely be a dead Aurelia.
Donarts is actually there to make sure that he can't turn onto the Aurelia. The knockup comes down and just guaranteeing the base for White Knight, who does have that teleport available, so won't lose too many minions for this. And actually, with this massive wave pushing in, White Knight will be able to pull ahead quite heavily over Dandan in the CS department.
Yeah, we were saying White Knight's a very dangerous Aurelia to play against, so it's pretty scary.
Oh, he actually took a tower shot there. 2-man knockup. by Sir Nuke-a-Lot, comes in for the shield and the heal on. As Dandan actually just got ahead, his base stopped by Donarts.
On top of the fact that White Knight's gotten a freeze off here, so really nice for BIG here, punishing this side lane. Again, we were talking about in this matchup, specifically looking at Misfits, their most important thing is the 1-3-1, and BIG have the potential to respond with the Aurelia on the side at the very least.
Dandan now makes his way back up, teleporting, got that tier, and Obsess going for a cheeky invade to take away the wolves from Donarts, as he did see him in that top side of the map.
I'm liking this as well, kind of playing around the fact you have both mid and bot lane priority right now. Trying to punish in the meantime and look for as many camps as possible.
And he's actually taking a blue buff here as well, because obviously Donarts didn't pick it up at the beginning of the game. Went for that different start. So will be denied from the likes of Zazi more than Donarts here, because Donarts, he doesn't need it. He doesn't have mana. The cooldown reduction's nice, but...
It's also nice just for Obsess to pick it up on the Gragas.
Yeah, so it's a big denial, gives him that extra mana, so he'll be able to run around the map a little bit more comfortably and stay on there for longer.
And the XP, of course, being pretty handy for him.
Yeah, I like talking about the benefits of blue buff.
Looking around now as well, we do see lanes relatively even. Again, the big opening is towards that top lane, where BIG have been very comfortable, just that CS lead for White Knight. But the other thing you'll notice is that those plates are going down in the bot lane because, of course, Caitlyn Morgana has maintained a very strong push down there.
Downwards wants to try and turn this here. Trap does land onto Sir Nuke-a-Lot, but just get a little bit of a trade-off, but not too much to be anything to be concerned about here for the moment, as their main concern, like you said, is these plates in this bot lane. The gold lead will start to grow heavily in favor. They've got a 61 CS lead. Well, not lead, but they've got 61 CS to 48. So they've got a big CS lead. Donut's still waiting around. Really wants to find this opening to try and turn this bot lane in favor.
Yeah, and you know, you can get the very long tunnel over that wall as well. Don't even have to necessarily use the blast cone, but can do so as well as the tunnel and really try to put down some pressure here. But you can see Neon Hiva playing around that, playing around the vision they have.
They need to be a little bit careful. But Donut's on the other side of the map, feeling pretty comfortable now for the moment. As bot lane actually getting pushed in again and again. More plates will fall. Neon should be able to pick that one up. Actually doesn't.
I mean, next wave, right? They're going to maintain this push as long as they can, as long as they have the freedom to, and with the jungler here, it's going to be a pretty free push.
Now, it's been a little while since I've seen a Caitlyn, but from what I remember, does have her power spike kind of dip a little bit in these later stages. When does this start to change? We might have to hold that. White Knight misses out on the stun as Dandan roots him, delivers the minions away to safety, and Dandan is able to walk out scot-free, acing the hole onto Sir Nuke-a-Lot. Almost gets the chunk for first blood, but it's not going to be enough to fully secure that.
And Misfits looking comfortable so far. It's Obsessed now under a little bit of pressure from Donarts, but okay. BIG under heavy pressure in that bot lane. Meantime, we have Leader also picking up a bit of a CS lead in the mid lane as well. So looking a bit dangerous here for BIG. Seems to be giving a lot of Misfits what they want. The only worry for them is in that top side.
Well, they are able to get a little snack in that bot lane, but a binding connects. There's a lot of damage down. They've got a Black Shield to work with. Trap on into the Piltover Peacemaker. Good heal comes out by Kazi to make sure he doesn't go down. A massive trade in favor of Misfits.
And no one's around to even protect this tower as well, so you can even push for this last plate as Misfits here. Just get yourself a very early first tower.
It's 9 minutes into the game, and they're almost going to take 5 plates here in the bot lane.
And you can so quickly rotate as well, so you lose that massive lead you had with the Aurelia. So want to see which way they rotate, may even move towards the mid lane as well.
Just going to push in this one last wave as Donarts has found out Obsess. You can see White Knight also hanging about, but no Vanguard's Edge available. Does make it a little bit harder to jump on top of the Gragas. Kazi's going back towards that bot lane to catch it for the moment. And the base is coming forward for Misfits, so you expect to see Neon and Hiva go top lane.
And look at that 2k lead. Also, have to say, what a massive improvement for Misfits. I know the draft lent towards this, but certainly if you compare that to the 017 bot lane we had in their previous game, Neon and Hiva will be much more happy with this performance.
Yeah, I mean, you get carried last game, you carry this game. That's the plan. They're baiting everyone. They're getting in. Big went, don't worry, we'll focus on Leader, we'll focus on Obsess, we'll focus on Dandan. Bot lane's gonna in. It's okay, but it doesn't matter in this game because they actually do come out ahead and looking very, very comfortable with that Infinity Edge finished up onto Neon. Should spot out BIG on this Ocean Drake, and it's still on 2.5K
is Misfits
They got
favored.
4 members. Eva jumping in forward, throws out the Dark Binding, doesn't quite connect it. Obsess is there. Scan of the weak, and Sir Nuxalon jumps in with a quickness. One goes golden, and Leader finds first blood. The wind wall is up, but Obsess is going to go down the cast into the 2-man last breath. Leader with a double kill, looking for the triple. So Nuxalon falls. Leader's chasing in. He's got the knock-up. Can't quite find it, but now in comes White Knight. Lands a stun, but the Cloud Dragon slowing him down. The Vanguard's edge into the trap. Ace in the hole. Leader gets a quadra kill. What a turnaround for Misfits.
And Misfits, I said, look, that 4v4 is so Misfits favored, but they committed to it anyway. A really good stopwatch from Obsess maintains that control because they go for the quick burst from BIG and they cannot find it in time. Massive win for Misfits. And in the meantime, Dan's just pushing for free.
Yeah, he doesn't matter. He's just taking plates at this point. The gold lead, 5,000 gold. Actually, 4,300 if I want to be perfectly safe here. In favor of Misfits. They've got so many items. Look at Leader.
2,000 gold lead just in the mid lane alone. Oh, Hip Brain, that's gotta feel awful.
He's got 3K to spend. This man is going to go cash in on almost a complete item.
And this has got to be the classic Leader just sitting there going, well, had my mechanical juice this morning. I'm very happy to go.
When you say mechanical juice, I feel like he drinks oil like a machine.
I don't see the problem.
Okay,
Yep.
that's his secret. I wouldn't advise anyone else doing it.
I've been told it's blue though, so it's probably not your standard oil anyway.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's a good reference.
Either way, we have the Static Shiv finished up for the Yasuo. Has built that Ruby Crystal as well, so may go for kind of an earlier Sterak's. Some kind of standard build we have seen Yasuo in the past, especially when you're dealing with heavy burst coming out from this BIG comp.
Now Obsess and Eva are going to turn their attention towards the Rift Herald. That ward does not spot them out because obviously they got pink. So Obsess should be able to pick this up, and that might just spell even more plates in favor of Misfits. They want to grow this gold lead. They want to get this game 1 wrapped up nice and quick. What do BIG need to do though? What is their now condition to pull this game back?
They need to go for that really heavy burst. They need to find someone in those picks because right now all their lanes are losing. Maybe playing around that Aurelia could help you, but you actually see Ryze in the meantime, while they were farming, actually managed to pull ahead in gold over that Aurelia from their lead.
Last breath available. Obsess running in forward to cask into the last breath. Zazi goes in. The wind wall does not block up the unleashed power, and Donut is there to dissuade them for the moment. They try for the play, but Big disengage it.
Yeah, still block part of it though, but in comes Big.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage onto Heva. Not enough to quite secure the kill though. He is able to walk out.
I remember the Dock region have looked so strong throughout this tournament, but we said this about BIG, maybe not tested in their group, but we'll see now.
Donut's taking a fair chunk of damage from Obsess, who is that full AP Gragas, and Zazi making his way forward. In comes Sir Nuxalon, lands a knock up onto one. Obsess flashes out with the Ignite on. In comes Kazi over that flank as he takes a binding to the face. And Misfits, they're just playing nuisance into BIG now.
Yeah, looking for the kill. Actually, it was a bit dangerous there for Obsess. Manages to survive. Has to flash out, so might have been slightly mistimed invade there from Obsess, but I like that they're willing to go for these aggressive plays, willing to continually use their advantage here.
More plates are bleeding out here.
Oh dear.
As bindings up land, Neon gets a black shield. You see the plating is falling off soon. Kazi's low, so Nuxalon's also low. Soul Shackles come down, the ace in the hole, taken up by the Feather Storm, so Kazi will hold his life.
But you could have just ulted the Rakan and gone for the actual kill. You know that the Feather Storm's coming through, but ult for ult there. Still a positive trade for Misfits, and I'm saying I'm glad that they're willing to commit very heavily to things. I'd rather they did so with better decision making, but you know.
All right, we're almost up to 10 plates. That now makes it 10 plates as the top lane turret will go down. In the mid lane, more plates have fallen. I believe that was about 13 plates Misfits got, and you can see 6,000 gold ahead at 14 minutes. Misfits look incredible in this game 1.
Yeah, and now that means that they're not even forced into their standard 1-3-1. They can even commit to just a team fight at this stage and win out really heavily. So, again, we talked about this in Misfits. We were saying that it looked like they were only ever comfortable in the 1-3-1. They now actually have options.
All right, Dan's going to pick up the blue buff. Obviously, Leader doesn't need it. I thought he was going to take the crab there, like a real greedy guy. Doesn't do it. But 2 turrets in favor of Misfits. They're now grouping up towards this mid lane. That 1-3-1 has been set up as Leader in that bot lane. You can see Dan in the top lane. Jungler hanging about.
Oh, dear.
Zazi takes a binding, but with that scatter of the weekend, it will be enough to dissuade them for the moment. Headshot not going to happen because he didn't get the trap down. But Leader is on that flank.
But you can see the amount of damage they're putting down. The single binding lands, and that was, with the Caitlyn being zoned away, still half of Zazi's health bar.
Uses that ace in the hole as well on to Zazi just to chunk him out a little bit. Zobsess making his way up towards this bot lane. Maybe seeing if he can set Leader up for success versus White Knight. Might be a little bit hard. He's got that Jaggerum's Fist, so he is building towards that Steric build. Doesn't want to go into the early Infinity Edge. I respect it. He expects that maybe he's going to be stuck in a side lane, maybe stuck in a 1v1, or could get rotated onto
Leader in a 1v1? That doesn't sound right.
To be fair, he has 100% kill participation this game. Hasn't been playing for the solo kills at all this game.
Hasn't needed to, I would point out, but yes, now at this 15-minute mark, has managed to get a lot down. Neon Hiva as well, doing absolute work on the Caitlyn Morgana here. Has been no response so far, and I said Donards tried to make their way down towards the bot lane, but really found it difficult to see an opening.
It's the Celtic Rain curse. It's raining ocean breaks at the moment.
Oh dear, not again.
Double ocean for Misfits. They'll be happy with that.
I mean, fact is, they are actually consistently sieging at this point, so it's manageable. Triple ocean as well, because why the hell not?
You know, is what it is, man.
It matches our tiers.
Alrighty, well, Lovers Duo are going to base up. Dan just going to continue to split push in this side lane. So we do take stock of what items are starting to be hit here. White Knight actually, with that Triforce, maybe feeling a little bit comfortable. The knocker comes out from Leader. White Knight doesn't want to fight him. I respect that.
Well, you know what? I saw you the whole time.
It was like a horror movie where he was hiding under the bed from the big bad monster.
Leader is very quickly becoming that monster, as you noted. I think, again, you can see Misfits. They have the option to teamfight with the Gragas and the Yasuo, and of course the Caitlyn Morgana are just consistently sieging quite well, but what they're doing is committing to what's comfortable for them and going for that 1-3-1. It's what they drafted for.
I mean, Zazi's playing very far back as well, not even willing to go past the old structure of his mid lane tower. Knows that if he oversteps, he could just be jumped on by multiple Misfit members. Is obsessed. Has been spotted out by Dan's Tremor Sense, so they know he's there.
Well, also, he had the Predator proc, so everyone got Big Wolf over their head. Kind of gives it away.
He's a quick Gragas.
He is.
Zazi's
That'd be hard to move that fast when you're carrying that much weight.
And he's got a massive present on him as well.
Mm.
Is it a present? Or is it just... Oh, no,
it's like a Santa, like, sack of toys.
Oh, it is. Yeah, he's got a lot of presents on him.
Mm.
You know, it's got to be hard. Well, Donards actually does land a Q onto Hiva, throws out the ulti, gonna throw out the stopwatch for the moment. Hiva jumps in and instantly gets deleted. A 1-for-1 trade here.
Might be as good as they can get, honestly, from BIG. Slow down the push coming in from Misfits, but with the Rek'Sai down, you are a little less scared of their all-in. Only slightly.
Neon now building towards that rapid fire cannon as the next item on this Caitlyn. Wants to get the double energize, and that's when Caitlyn really starts to actually come back into damage. But at this point, that kind of damage lull I was talking about has kind of fallen off a little bit because of just how far ahead they are.
Yeah, I was going to say, generally, you're kind of weak now as the Caitlyn until about 3 items. So you want to get that double Zeal item in, and you're fairly strong again. As you said, the rapid fire, commonly the first one could even go for the static shiv here because they're not really struggling for those range. Could even just get the extra poke down, though, with the rapid fire. Either is a good choice here. The big thing I would note, though, is that, yes, as you said, does tend to be a bit of a power drop. Doesn't really matter when you're basically a full item ahead of your counterpart and are still absolutely chunky people alongside the Morgana, though.
And I think one thing I want to note, actually, is talking about where these teams came from in this European Masters, their road to the knockout stages. Misfits, they had to work their way up through the play-in stages, and it raised questions. We were like, okay, Leader, he's a little bit on and off. We saw the likes of Hiva as well. Not particularly the strongest showings from this guy, but coming into the group stages, they started to look better and better. Then they beat out Rogue, who were one of the teams we picked to be the favorites in this entire tournament. Big, they were in Group A. They had a fairly comfortable group. They went 3-0, and they were able to walk out. So you got to remember, Misfits are the 2nd seed out of their group, when Big are that 1st seed.
Yeah, but the thing to note there with the play-ins as well is we've seen a lot more of Misfits and very little of Big here. But now Dan
might be in for a little bit of trouble, but he's able to make his way out nice and safe here. Just walk away as Neon, Hiva just grouping up with that rapid fire cannon. They got that additional range for Neon to work with. Meanwhile, the split push in the top lane is also providing to be a bit of a nuisance here. Leader looking for the execution into the knockup, but they don't go for the tower dive.
See, with Rakan not ulted there, he can just very quickly get the quickness and lock Leader up under the tower. Not somewhere you want to be stuck as the Yasuo here, even with that Sterak's tankiness.
I feel like once that Infinity Edge comes through, Leader's going to feel a little bit more comfortable. Have a lot of damage loaded in his kit. I mean, obviously at the moment, even with the Shiv and the Sterak's, he's going to be hurting. He's also a level ahead of Zazi. He's doing okay to stay up kind of equal in CS for the moment, but if you look at the items that Zazi's sitting on, he's just got the Oblivion Orb, he's just got the Luden's Echo finished up for him for the moment, so he's still a little bit of a way from being that kind of full nuke Syndra.
Yeah, on top of the fact that, as you were talking about, the Sterak's as well, and also just that wind wall being such a nuisance means that Zazi is very much focusing on other people to attempt to burst out here. He's also finding some issues because of Black Shields, though.
Yeah, that's actually another good point to note, actually. I forgot that the Black Shield would be pretty annoying here for Zazi. Will slow down his ability to maybe find a Scatter the Weak stun onto a priority target. But, you know, you said this to me at the beginning of the show, saying the thing about Misfits is their split push. They're very good at split push. Outside of that, that's where they start to struggle a little bit. This game, they're playing to their strengths. They're playing that 1-3-1 split push. And they're just keeping the stranglehold on to BIG.
And the one thing I would like to commend is they're moving their vision around quite nicely. They want to continue the pressure towards the top side. They make sure to just cut out BIG's vision on that end and allow Dandan to be under a bit more pressure, potentially because you've no wards there. But if you send too many people down there, it turns into a very quick Baron, and it's something that you have to be very careful of. So BIG have managed to get some of that vision back on the reset here from Misfits. But what Misfits do is they just send that Caitlyn Morgana back up, get the reset, get a good amount of gold onto your team, and come right back into it. And Dandan very happy to be self-sufficient on the back line, on the bottom lane, sorry, with this Rise.
I mean, now he's soloed up that triple Ocean. He's got a lot to work with. He's got a lot of mana regen. He's got a lot of health regen as well. We'll help them for that Baron dance as well if they want to go for that later on. It will be kind of key for this 1-3-1 to really unlock the next stage of Siege. Next Drake up is also an Infernal Drake as well. So one that I expect both of these teams are probably going to be a little bit more hot to contest.
Yeah, and while I will say I do generally hate Ocean Dragons, 3 of them are still a very noteworthy amount of regen when you are going slightly low. The issue is they're not really going slightly low. There's very little poke coming out from BIG, so wouldn't be nearly as impactful as any of those other dragons in this case.
Nonetheless, it helps towards that Elder Drake. It just kind of continues them for the moment as Donarts hanging about, will spot out multiple members with that Tremor Sense, but the explosive cask is available. They've got that teleport. They're looking in for the knockup onto one. Leader dodging away for the moment, and Obsess is instantly blown up. The stuns come down into the Vanguard's edge as Leader throws out a wind wall. He's trying to get that damage down for the moment, but Heaver is not in the middle. He gets nuked through, but Neon throws out the praising. Everything comes in. Zazi nukes down Neon, and Dandan is forced to run away. He goes for the chunk onto one, though, as Kazi can't quite connect the damage. Leader and Dandan make their way out, but Big come up big in the fight.
And that was an extremely split fight for Misfits, one in which they had the lead and they could not manage to make it work, because fact is, Yasuo was forced off onto the side, White Knight soloing him out, we'll say, certainly moving him out of the fight. White Knight, of course, ended up going down quite quickly, but the big issue is a lot of their key damage dealers just weren't able to get to the key members of Big. So a good way to split up the fight for Big, they managed to do okay in it. And honestly, that's as much as you can ask for at this stage. Look at how quickly they burst out Obsess here. And I was noting you had Caitlyn Morgana coming up at the backside, so expect a bit more coming through. Eva even gets in for this, but fact is, Neon actually not getting a huge amount down here.
No, I mean, Neon kind of just stuck on the other side of the wall. Zazi just hundreds to zeros him so quickly. That Sterak's came up big for Leader as well.
One thing to note there, though, while the Caitlyn was charging the ultimate, the Black Shield had just finished as that Scatter the Weak came through, so probably would have killed anyway, but certainly wasn't lucky.
Dandan goes in with the flash onto White Knight, throws out a Rune Prison. He might just be going for the solo kill here. Goodbye, friend, indeed. Cast secures the kill, and Obsess gives him a Christmas present.
That is a terrible present.
Yeah.
You know what? I feel like I've received worse presents. Can't think of it, though, because normally people complain about socks, right? I love socks.
Socks are great.
If you can get good, comfy socks, I'm all on that, but here's another present.
Well, Leader throws out that wind wall. He gets the knock-up onto one, into the knock-up onto himself. And the shutdown of Sanuxalot is going to be the one to claim the prize of Leader.
Yeah, and I mean, Misfits not looking as clean in the 1-3-1 as we might like from a team that were so good at executing it on previous days, but Dandan now having gotten that kill, can push up for another tower. So even still from an objective standpoint, doing quite well. Giving over the shutdown, obviously not ideal.
Yeah, I think they're still fairly comfortable with this as Neon actually does spot out Kazi, does a little bit of damage. Now got that double energizer. Eva coming in, the binding goes a little bit wider, and Newslock throws that quickness, jumps in, Redemption's on, and Obsess is low. A Featherstorm's there. Kazi actually picks up the kill. And a 1-4-0 in favor of Berlin International Gaming.
Again, comes down to just not particularly clean play from Misfits, but in fairness, quite well played from Kazi to get the turnaround. A good bit of quick damage focused onto the Gragas, who you have to remember is full AP. Does have a bit of armor, but that health bar is pretty damn small.
Especially when you are fighting into a 3-1 Xayah who's got the Infinity Edge and that Essence Reaver finished up. Kazi is going to be hurting this game, and he is one of the major carry members for the likes of Big. If you look at Neon versus Kazi's damage percentage here, it's actually Neon who has a higher damage percentage. I'm being very silly here.
Yes, but you have to remember that also just plays into the fact that Leader and Dan do a good bit for the team.
Yes. So typically, in a game with Misfits, Neon does 27% of the damage for Misfits. Kazi, on the other hand, does 17% of his team's total damage. Now, that might be a little inflated by the fact that Zazi was able to get that pentakill on the Azir. He had a massive game there.
The other point I'm making, though, is that because they're not committing to split pushes, because you see more team fights, Kazi can get a little bit higher with that standard AD carry, but now this is just going to go down.
Yeah, it's going down very, very quickly. Hiva throws out a binding onto Zazi. Baron Nashor picked up with no contest available for Big. And Misfits, this is what I was saying. Once they can turn back into this 1-3-1 with Baron, that's when they're looking most comfortable. They are, for the moment, just grouping up as 5.
Here's the fast fat man looking for the cask.
Oh, misses it out. Scout of the Week also goes a little bit wide. They are just looking for that opening. Obsessed jumps away from the stun. Not going to take that to the face for the moment.
Okay, so you can see Misfits now picking up the Baron there. As you said, uncontested, pretty nice for them. And the big thing to note, though, is that you finish the Infinity Edge on that Yasuo. Leader is extremely scary now.
They're going to knock up onto Donas. He's just deleted by Leader. Oh, lordy, lordy.
Again, one of my favorite moments as a color caster when he just immediately proves you correct. That was damn scary.
Yeah. I have nothing to say to that. They're going to get an Infernal Drake as well. Next Drake up is another Infernal Sode. Looks like our curse is broken, and looks like Misfits now set to take over the side lanes with that Infinity Edge finished up onto Leader. He's got a Vampiric Scepter as well. It's going to be a real problem in this 1-3-1.
Okay, yeah, it's going to go back to the split push as well. And in the meantime, one of the people we haven't been talking about as much but is doing their job quite well is Dan, right? Because they're not getting all these flashy plays. We did see the good play onto the Aurelia a little bit earlier on, but most importantly, that's all off the back of the fact that Ryze has just been sitting there farming.
Yeah, he's so comfortable. Like, his kill participation is tiny, but it doesn't matter because he's just pushing up lanes. And this is exactly what Dan did on that Nico. His team were off fighting, and he was just taking the base the whole time. Every time we looked at him, he was just in their base, just throwing. I don't even know what Nico throws.
Energy, magic.
But she has a slingshot.
A magic slingshot.
Because I think she like wraps it around her foot and like slingshot something.
I need to watch that animation again.
I think it's
I'm not so sure.
I think it's her third auto attack.
I thought her third auto was just like her pushing with both hands, but we'll go back to this because Obsessed does get spotted.
He does get spotted and knocked up, but a great wind wall for the moment. The Vanguard edge gets blocked up, and Leader jumps into the backline. A Scout of the Week will turn the fight, though, as a 1-for-1 has come through. Neon remains untouched, but the health bars are so low. Neon just annihilates another person. What is going on here? In comes the ace of the hole. It looks like Zazi just going to step away. Neon takes down that turret.
You can see those trap autos, though, just destroying them. And in the meantime, Dan's off like, okay, looks like you guys are doing damage. I guess I'll go take the objectives.
He's so content just taking objectives. We'll take down that inhibitor now. We can see Neon working away on this turret here for the moment as Zazi and Donos try to send them packing. For the moment, they're just going to Baron up another wave and look to push in.
Here we see now they could have just back off here. They are missing Leader, and you do have White Knight respawning in 10 seconds, so you could get TP flanked, so better to just avoid that entirely. Back off here. You can pick yourself up an inhib.
All right, the game. How much health has that turret got? After the replay.
Dear. Yeah, we'll go to the replay first. As you see, Obsess gets picked off. The big thing here, though, is look at Leader. Just jump straight in there and just get so quickly burst out in that knockup. Good play by Zazie as well to turn on to that. But then look at some of these trap autos, because these are the ones that threw me. That one's fine. Look at this one.
Oh,
that's half a health bar.
83 damage.
Oh, dear.
Ow. All right.
Okay.
32.
32?
They put it at the bottom,
Oh,
yeah.
that's cheating. I was going to guess 10, so I would have been a bit off.
It's Neon with a rapid fire cannon can just walk up and take that. All the minions can just take it without even Baron buff.
Little anticlimactic there, but 9k lead for Misfits. All the dragons, the previous Baron as well. They will be pretty happy as they're just going to continue back into this push. Looks like they're just going to allow the super minions to be their split pusher in the bot lane and keep everyone else at least closely together as they push for both the mid and the top towers.
That Infernal Drake is spawning up in 1 minute 48 for the moment, so they're just going to look to try and pressure out the rest of the map. Baron buff has now worn off for both of these teams. Well, for Misfits.
I mean, the other one didn't have it, so you're kind of correct in a sense.
It's worn off in the set for them, but they don't have to deal with it anymore.
Yeah, right. That's totally what you meant, but here we see. Why not get hit?
Look at Obsessed though,
Leader.
he's got that cast, he's looking to throw it out, dodges away on that stun. Meanwhile, Neon pressuring out onto that turret, so New Loxalot flashes in, gets the knockup, they're trying to get that damage onto Neon, but they cannot cut through this man as the nukes a lot. He gets nuked a lot as they throw everything onto Kazi, jumps away to safety, a redemption will heal him up, and the inhibitor will fall in favor of Misfits. Now, Neon and the rest of the team want to go into this mid lane, but looks like White Knight throws out that Vanguard's edge. They might try and turn the fight here. Onto one. Heaver goes golden as Leader finds that kill. Leader now jumping into the wall. He gets himself a last breath onto Zazie. He flashes forward. The Unleashed power takes him down as Kazi secures the kill. And it's still going here for Misfits. They've only lost one. They continue to siege.
They don't have a wave, though, for that mid lane, so they have to back off here, and as the super minions are cleared out. See the Triple Ocean, though, helping them out a bit here, because they have been chunked. Can maybe return to this push if they want to. There are still a decent amount of time in those death timers, about 20 seconds before Donarts and White Knight can come to pressure.
And it looks like with that, they should be able to just pressure onto this inhibitor turret. It goes down. Now they might just want to look for that inhibitor, but Zazie, that was a big Q onto Dan. He actually gets the stun off, throws him out with the force of will, and oh my lord! A 1-for-1 trade though. They will lose that crucial third inhibitor. BIG will now be forced to defend versus Misfits.
And with that Baron coming up in 10 seconds, that's going to be a very difficult defense indeed. Misfits already backing off towards it. That Triple Ocean's going to help them out here. It's going to be pretty much full health by the time they arrive at it.
And I'm going to start it up as Obsess goes over. They should be able to cut through this nice and quick. Leader back on that map, but you can see BIG, their responses, they try to at least get one consolation prize in that Infernal Drake. I don't know how much it's going to help them versus a Baroned up wave of 3 super minions. The supers on their towers right now in their base.
Yeah, but they got Infernal Jays, so I'm going to call worth. I mean, it's something, right? Because they do have a lot of burst. That's something that is worth noting.
Yeah, we've seen it. I mean, Zazie just one-shotting people.
Yeah, keeping Leader out of those fights is something that's really important for them. If they can manage to burst out Leader, at least they're not getting run through so quickly. But fact is, Ryze and Caitlyn also have a huge amount of damage in their own right, so no member of Misfits is really ignorable here.
Yeah, and you got Dan now that elixir, that sorcery elixir, so he's going to be able to do true damage to those objectives, which is nice. Also gives him a buff to his AP. The Bloodthirster finished up on both Neon and Leader. They've got even more shielding to work through. It's going to be very hard, but they do have that burst, and that's what we need to be tracking if Big want to pull this game back. 9 turrets to 1, the gold lead massively in favor of Misfits.
But the big thing is they want to force and engage nice and early before they're dealing with 3 Baroned up super waves, and this is a way to do it. Go for a massive flank.
The flank by Sir Nukesalot hasn't been spotted out. There's a ward off to the side, but will spot him on that flank, so they might just look to turn it. A stun lands onto Heaver. In comes Sir Nukesalot with that quickness into a 3-man knockup. A great wind wall, though, will block them out. The Vanguard's edge by White Knight has come down as Neon has already picked up 1. The cast comes in. Obsessed is going to go down. It's a 2 for 2, but Neon is still full HP. He's taking a lot of damage from Zazie, but actually Zazie takes a lot of damage from him. A shield comes through. Neon looking for that chase. He can chase with the Realm Warp. They're going in, and Zazie will get picked up. A knockup comes through, but Sir Nukesalot is going to make his way out, and Dan will fall. Leader goes golden, but he comes in with a healing, and he tries to stay up at the moment. It's a double kill picked up on the Neon, a triple kill, and the game for Misfits.
Massive, massive fight for Misfits there. They eventually managed to turn it. BIG would not go down without a fight, though a good attempt to engage, but those wind walls from Leader really helping keep them in control.
The Nexus falls and Misfits take game 1 in this best of 3 versus BIG.
Okay, well, I enjoyed that one. That was a fun game.
That was a bloody good game.
We knew Misfits coming in. A lot of us have predicted that they have only a slight edge. BIG are a good team. Specifically, I was watching Carzzy in a lot of those fights. Carzzy was actually pumping out damage, and you have to remember how far behind they were and still managing to be a massive factor. So I was impressed by BIG, but the issue is not nearly as impressed as I was in Misfits.
Yeah.
Specifically that early game.
I mean, fantastic early game for Misfits. I want to talk a little bit about the next game, because we are in a best of 3.
Yeah.
Do you think Misfits are just going to look to replicate the exact same kind of play style once again?
They might go for a 1-3-1 hit, Brain.
Oh, really? So
wow.
what do Big need to do coming into this next game?
I mean, they tried to match that. They tried to take away some of Leader's champion pool. I think the big one is you want to remove the Yasuo Aurelia because they're your biggest issues. They got the Aurelia for themselves, so that was great, but they ran out of options. I think the big thing is they underestimated Neon and Hiva really heavily.
Yes.
I think Carzzy is a very good carry in their own right. I think that might be the way they could lean, try put it a bit more focus towards your bot lane. If you can get Carzzy ahead, I actually think that's a great win condition for BIG, because specifically as a player, I would say that was the most impressive person on that roster. White Knight had a decent laning phase, but certainly later on it was Carzzy who was the big, impressive damage dealer.
Well, an incredible game 1 for Misfits, but they're not out of the woods yet. They need to take another game. So we're going to cut to a quick break. And when we're back, we'll be back with game 2 of Misfits versus BIG. You don't want to miss this one.
Bounce out to 3,000, Selfmade jumps in, Selfmade gets it, and Mad Lions have bitten back. My God, that is absolutely stunning!
Misfits struck first in this best of 3, the first of the knockout stage up against Big, but they still need one more win if they want to move on. Now, we're back here on the analyst desk to try and break down what happened, because even though Misfits were on blue side, they still had some good lanes, and the 1-3-1 worked.
As always, the Misfits draft, Misfits play style, Misfits win.
Yeah, I think that's the way I looked at it. And I had a little bit of an issue with the draft as well. I think the Syndra pick being picked last is fine, but it's just not as impactful as you need it to be, knowing that it's going into the Yasuo. But we'll have a look at a couple of Misfits here. And I actually must call it, like, Neon played these fights incredibly well as well on the Caitlyn.
Yeah, it's fair to bring up here, of course, this is the big first blood fight around the Dragon. Even though we say 1-3-1 comp, they really went for a lot of skirmishes. It was just the fact they had strong solo lanes.
Yeah, it's because in this bot lane as well, the fact that Caitlyn Morgana was able to put up so much pressure, then unlock the rest of the map. And it's like, even when Big were able to find relatively good fights, it seemed as though Misfits was still able to come out on top. This is probably the best fight for Big in this game. Zaza here just popping Neon on the backside. That's the power of Syndra when you can get those balls stacking. But this is honestly like the best engage that Sanuxlot can get on the Rakan, but a phenomenal wind wall, and the fact that Misfits are already pretty far ahead here. It's just very hard to win these team fights, and the range from Neon compared to the range of Big's carries in the Syndra and in the Xayah as well means that these fights are just exceptionally hard if you're especially at a disadvantage.
Yeah, and I think as well, like you mentioned it as well, Ender, on the desk, when we saw the Morgana Caitlyn locked in against the Xayah Rakan, it's an old school counter, and we saw why. You just can't really get any kill pressure in that lane.
Yeah, I mean, in just the 2 versus 2 alone, they took down that tower, first tower at 9 minutes.
Yeah.
9 minutes.
That's ridiculous.
Really
and then they moved top lane, they took that, they got Herald, they took mid as well. So it felt like the early pressure from the bottom side, even though we didn't highlight that as being the focus from Misfits early on, was really what allowed them to unlock and open up the map.
Yeah, in total, I think they had like 13 out of 15 plates before 14 minutes, which was pretty ridiculous. Yeah, honestly, we didn't put much of a spotlight at all on these bot laners. Neon and Hiva did a phenomenal job on Caitlyn Morgana. It's a disgusting lane. Don't get me
Yes,
wrong.
I was going to say, it's like they definitely picked the
But-
draft for it, but also it's
Yeah.
really, you know, kind of reassuring as a Misfits fan if you're watching at home as well, because Neon and Hiva, like we said, have not had the best of tournaments as of this moment, and they just came up, and they came up big.
Yeah, that was a big change here for Misfits. Now, on the side of Big, top lane looked really good for them at the start, right? Aurelia was up 20, 30 CS. Rek'Sai was babysitting that top lane a bit, didn't find any ganks, but was giving her the pressure in that lane, but they weren't able to convert it. Is this, like, what went wrong, I think, for that champion to be able to open up and, you know, come online in that game?
I think it all kind of fell apart around the Dragon play, personally. Because for me, you said you had question marks with the draft. I think if both these teams draft the same thing, I think they go into the game thinking they're fine with it. Both of them have like visible win conditions, and it plays to both of their team styles. So for me, it wasn't necessarily a question of the preparation, but more the execution. And then when Leader got that advantage, especially because you have the Gragas Yasuo like combo, you saw how easily it was for Leader to get set up in those fights too. Eventually, as the game just kind of went on and Rise was able to put out some pressure onto the Aurelia, it meant that that pick no longer became just like a pure 1v1. And it's just like, I mean, Leader gets ahead in the game, you can just close your eyes and assume
And then he
the
just
rest.
pops off.
Just assume what's going to happen next, right?
I think as well, like we were literally watching the game and commenting on what should be the next moves for both these sides. And you even said when Misfits started to contest for that first Ocean Drake, where they got the 3 kills, 4 kills onto Leader, that wasn't the play you were expecting for Misfits to do. And you got to feel like Big also weren't expecting it. It's an Ocean Drake, it's not very high priority. You have a Rift Herald top side, you've just taken the bot tower. I think they may have been caught off a little bit when they went, oh, there's 4 people here, we have to fight this. And I think that kind of like, you know, extra surprise element maybe threw Big a little bit off their game.
Yeah, that's fair. And I mean, when a Yasuo comes out of an early game fight with 4 kills, it becomes a little bit difficult to win from there. It seemed like Misfits had complete control over the center of the map for the rest of the game, and it really just allowed them to, you know, continue moving around this Caitlyn Morgana and knocking things down. So I know you said you're happy with this draft, I think, if you are Big here, but given this game, do you want to run it back, or maybe do you want to see something else fudged around a bit?
I honestly think if you take away the Dragon fight and maybe get a bit more better early pressure from Donards on the Rek'Sai, I think he was like 0-1-0 at kind of like 15-20 minutes. I think, you know, you just tweak a few things there. No terrible fight, slightly better jungle pressure, and the rest of the game looks a lot easier because a lot of what Misfits was able to do was because they had that advantage early. Maybe find a way to get rid of the Kate Morgana, because honestly, losing tower at 9 minutes, it's not even really Big's fault. It's just a terrible lane to play into. It's really hard to kind of stabilize that one. I think those are the only tweaks I would do personally to the draft. I think both teams, I mean, to be honest though, Big, you have one more chance. You know, this is the power of best of 3, right? The pressure is totally on these guys now. Yep. And do they buckle and say, you know what, screw it, I don't like this. We're banning Yasuo, which has happened a lot against Misfits already. Or do they just say, you know what, just to forget that one warm-up game, go next?
Yeah, well, we're going to have to find out here, because Misfits Premier are on blue side once again. They chose blue side, which threw us for a loop. Usually this is a team that loves to be red so they can get counter picks for their solo lanes, but game 1 went well, and already it's looking like they just want to run it straight on back with the Braum Taric bans.
I wouldn't be surprised if they said, like, just to ban the Yasuo or the Akali. Like, I think we're going to see pretty much, like you said, the same rough draft. I think in the second phase of bans and picks, that's when things start to change up a little bit. I think we'll see less of an emphasis on kind of, you know, AD carries and more of an emphasis on kind of, you know, supports or anything like that.
Yeah, with this Jarvan ban means it's most likely going to be the handshake Ryze Aurelia again. I think, again, both teams are totally fine with that. So there's a slight pivot here, getting rid of the Yasuo. And we'll see whether this opens up. Okay, because this is the thing now, right?
Interesting.
This is the thing, is you can now, the handshake's going to go the other way, and now you have this carry here. But this is a pure flex. Like, we know Aurelia can go in that mid lane, and it's totally a leader champion. Do Big have an answer to that?
Yeah, we'll have to see maybe if Misfits just want to follow that Ryze around. We already saw how well that Aurelia could do, specifically in the top lane in this matchup, and maybe they want to keep it the same in the mid as well. But alongside that Ryze for Big, it will be the Varus fairly early.
I wonder whether that's just... I don't know why they would do that personally.
I think the lane they're looking for in the bot lane is a very safe one. I think they're actually going to probably look for Zazie in the last pick before bans to go with the Tam Kench.
Hey, Varus, but that's some push pressure. That can fight against the Caitlyn Morgana.
I think they're just trying to avoid getting... Like, the worst case scenario when you have a Varus is not that bad, right? I don't think it's going to go similar to what it was before. This Gragas pick for me is a bit surprising here, because you still have, like, the Rek'Sai open. The Skarner as well, which you've seen a lot of picks towards too. But they still opt for the Gragas instead. I actually would like this to be more of a tank Gragas, and last game was the AP Gragas, which is better for making picks and stuff like that. But I think, you know, you just get that front line, and then it makes it harder for you to get caught out of position and stuff like that as well.
It worked last game, I feel, because they were so far ahead. Like, you know, like we talked about, they were 6k ahead at 15 minutes. Alistair locked in. I really like this because it's got the engage, like you said, a bit more beefy, a bit more kind of, you know, you're looking for team fights, you're looking for that kind of like a little bit more of a front line. Yeah,
strong front line and just AoE all together here for Misfits. They're gearing up for what looks like a very strong team fight comp with lots of engage, while Big are taking things a little bit differently. Now they are taking, you know, I think, agency out of their bottom lane just a little bit with the Tahm Kench to provide safety.
I was gonna say this. I would not be surprised to see the Morgana into this. This sort of Tahm could have been the Morgana, but either way, you're protecting the Varus against Yasuo, which has that hard engage, alongside the Gragas as well. Varus is pretty much the sitting duck there, so we'll see. Now we're gonna draw attention to for Big side of things. They've got their AD carry. You want to pinch Neon's champion pool a little bit there, and what I'm. You know, still the good thing about this draft for Misfits is this Aurelia is still a flex. You don't know where this one is going to go. Is it going to go over to Leader? Is it going to go over to Dan? Both players like are totally suited to this style of champion.
Yeah, so what I'm sort of interested to see now with a Ryze and a Tahm Kench on the side of Big, is it actually going to be them that look for more of a split-up map and a 1-3-1 themselves?
That's what I was going to say. The Tahm Kench actually unlocks the map quite a bit for the side of Big as well, because you've got that, you know, ultimate to be able to bring you and someone else really quickly across the map. It can open up a bit more of a 1-3-1, or even just an answer for a 1-3-1 from the side of Misfits.
That's what I was going to say, is it's very good. You don't necessarily have to have the 1-3-1 yourself. Yeah. You can just make it so that it breaks the 1-3-1 from Misfits, because, you know, you just teleport up there, gobble someone, put them in your belly, go topside, and, you know, answer someone's split push. A lot of focus over the solo lane bans here. Misfits really want to get a good matchup in mid and in top, which is no surprise, because that is how they found their success so far in EU Masters.
All right, so we're expecting Big to look for their jungler here. Rek'Sai is open once again. You mentioned Donarts wasn't super proactive on it in the last game. The question is, do they want to go back towards that again? No, instead it will be an Olaf. So again, very strong early game jungler, but I feel like we need to see more out of Donarts with a pick like this.
Yeah, I'm not super convinced by this one on myself. I actually would have preferred to see him something like a Skarner, something like a high impact ultimate, but we do have the Olaf. It means he's going to have to be very proactive in that early game. He has got a lot of agency and a lot of opportunities to make stuff happen with that undertow, but it's all about making it happen. And like we said, we picked the early jungler last game. We didn't see it. We need to see more from Donarts.
The benefit of the Olaf is there's a lot of peel on the side of Misfits with the Gragas and Alistar, and Olaf doesn't care about that. He can just run it through, but Gragas and Sivir. All right, we don't see too much Gragas in E-Masters. I would assume.
Yeah, you keep saying that. I was like,
we also have a Gragas.
Yeah, we do have a Gragas.
That's why my brain. Okay. Gangplank, not Gragas. We see a lot of we've seen mostly Gragas in that mid lane, surprisingly from Pretty on Mad Lions here.
See, usually we see Gragas in the jungle still.
Yeah.
Did I say it again?
We looked at it. We looked at each other just like, I don't think he's noticed. This is all good.
All right, it's okay. So there's a Karma in the mid lane, presumably up against this Aurelia. A lot of movement speed here for Big, but not necessarily the hard 1-3-1 we were maybe considering.
This for me just screams that we want to have the early rotations. We want to be able to dictate the pace in these early games right up to mid game. It's a very different look for Misfits. They're looking for kind of like, as it's with the Sivir and the Gangplank, they have a lot more scaling. The Gragas will be there for the early game, but we do expect that to go to more of a little bit of a tankier front line for the side of Misfits.
My issue here is when you have this Gangplank in the jungle, did that on purpose. You don't.
Did he?
Yeah.
Did he?
Well, the thing is when you have Karma and Olaf on one side, you're not going to be pressuring leader that hard. And this is the thing is where he kind of gets a bit of a free lane here on the Aurelia. You could argue that it's one of those situations where it's like, okay, at least he can't pop off too hard. We can play it safe. But for me, when I've seen teams really beat Misfits convincingly, it's been when they've been able to take it to leader and shut him down. I'm not convinced that the Olaf Karma can necessarily do that, especially when you're up against Aurelia Gragas on the other side.
So Misfits going to get the 2-0, is that the prediction?
I think Misfits will probably... I'm feeling Misfits this game.
Can Big stop it here?
I don't think so. I think Misfits are on too much of a hype train.
All right, guys. A lot of fans of the Misfits up here on the desk. They like that team fight composition. Let's toss to the casters to get Game 2 underway.
Thank you very much, Ender. Hello and welcome back to Game 2 of Big versus Misfits in the knockout stages. We have the Yasuo band away. We now have a Gangplank in that top lane for Dan. Talk to me about what we're expecting to see here.
Nothing in the top lane, if I'm honest, because as soon as you go forward as the Rise, Gangplank just oranges that. And generally the thing with Rise is if you want to put down pressure, you go with the heavy forward with the Rune Prison and get the jungler to come in. Very difficult for Olaf to really cut that distance when you have those oranges available as the Gangplank. It's possible, but I just feel it's very unlikely. So then looking back towards this mid lane where Leader managed to get one of their big champions in the Aurelia, so we want to see if Leader can again get as comfortable in early game as they had before. That was a 4-0 Yasuo very early on last time.
I mean, yeah, he got very, very fed. He's on that Aurelia, like you were saying. He's into a more comfortable matchup than the Yasuo into Syndra, where Syndra kind of just gets complete dumpsters. So maybe Zazi feeling a little bit more comfortable, but they obviously, that Aurelia was kind of, they left the Yasuo up, then last game, Big took away the Aurelia. And then they had that Yasuo as their answer for it for the side of Misfits. This time the Aurelia goes over to the hands of Leader. And we've seen this consistently banned out from this guy. He has been so good when he's appeared on this champion. So a lot of focus has been put onto Leader in both the cast and in the pick and ban phase once again. But I mean, after a game like that, how can you not? But then you look towards this bot lane and Neon, this AD carry, like you said, he would just put up so many big numbers in those late game team fights. The team would focus out onto the likes of Leader and Neon would just play cleanup duty. This time on that Sivir, got a lot of scaling to work with as we load through onto the Summoner's Rift for our second game of this knockouts.
The one thing I will say is Neon and Hiva don't have as heavily aggressive as bot lane as they did previously, or how's just absolutely oppressive as the Caitlyn Morgana. And also you do have the Tam Kench to maybe protect you from some of those scarier engages, and also those Karma shields if you do get to the point of grouping up, but that's also a concern, right? Karma does well early on, but in terms of that 1v1 gets very quickly beaten out by the Aurelia once you approach that kind of Triforce.
Yeah, it does get a little bit scary, but for the moment, we'll keep our eye on how this matchup, how all these lanes are going to go. Last game you talked to me a lot about the jungle and these early rotations, and that's what you're tracking. So where and who are we going to be tracking in this game as far as the jungle's concerned in these early phases of the game?
I also want to see Donarts step up, like the desk. I think that Donarts didn't have a particularly impressive game on the Rek'Sai, and that's one that has kind of simpler, aggressive paths, couldn't really find those, and also had lanes that were being really heavily shoved in, especially in that bot lane. So I want to see if BIG can kind of step up in those regards, because right now it looks like they are starting with a bit of aggression.
Well, they're feeling very comfortable to invade. Is a Alistair at level 1, so it's a little bit hard, but that ward going down, the pings came out, so big Misfits know this is happening, so they might just look to return Obsess up to that top lane and go for that vertical jungle, splitting the map down the center, but this could leave a weak point onto Neon and Heaver in this bot lane.
I think that's exactly what they're looking to exploit. You don't have the comfort of a black shield this time around, so if Olaf comes running, you could find yourself under a lot of pressure, but as expected, you do see them move towards the red, but you have the Karma maintaining a decent push, so trying to get Donarts up to fight that red buff.
I like that. It pings him out, so actually that forces him away. Obsessed doesn't want to go for it, so he's actually looking towards White Knight. Has the level 2, so the belly pop is available. Lands the stun as Dan steps forward, forces the teleport out of Zazi, who comes in, forces the flash away from Obsessed, but they're chasing on for more. The slows are starting to connect, and Obsessed needs to wait to get his E up to the wall, gets a 2-man belly slam in, and it looks like he's going to go down. Donart will not be the one to secure the killers. It's Zazi who takes it on the Karma.
And good cutoff there to make sure that the Gragas couldn't make it over that wall as well. Nice coverage by BIG. Get themselves first blood, and again, shut down the early lead that we saw very quickly open up for Misfits in the previous game.
Well, Leader will be able to just kind of hold the wave here for the moment on this Aurelia. Doesn't want to push it into the turret, wants to keep Zazi back. As you can see, bot lane now changed the pace since our last game, where Big are pushing in to Misfits.
Part of this, of course, the effect of that expected vertical jungle, but what actually, of course, ended up happening was Olaf very quickly rotated around just to try and maintain pressure onto Obsess.
And the big thing is now Obsess has lost his flash. He's now starting to really feel the pressure as he's now been free buffed by Donarts. Well, will be free buffed by Donarts when Donarts wants to take his buffs. So this game, like you said, you wanted Donarts to step up already in the early game, playing around with Zazi and White Knight to get that pressure onto Obsess and slow down his early jungling.
Yeah, and certainly, of course, with the flash not available as well, you don't have that kind of free play that Gragas does in the early stages, that classic E-flash that we didn't see a huge amount of, honestly, in the previous game either, but certainly was all consistently available for Obsess.
All right, well, both of the crabs going down. Obsess not going to be spotted out moving around the map, but he has a rough idea of where to go now, but might be spotted out by Donarts here if he overcommits, but places a ward down Donarts onto that camp, and Obsessed wants to make a play happen onto Zazi, just wants to poke him out for the moment.
Doesn't even.
I mean, the shield comes through, Zazi's fine.
Yeah, I mean, again, we are seeing, though, Aurelia is going to be able to open up a nice CS advantage, though. Up against this Karma, Leader fairly comfortable in this matchup, even with the jungle not going particularly well.
He was able to pull himself an experience advantage from that. So he steps forward, actually goes onto Zazi, misses out on the stun, but it's just going for a big trade of damage into him with
Just those autos.
I mean, the Conqueror stacking up as well. Really big. Not enough to actually really pressure Zazi out. Zazi's fairly safe. He picked this lane to neutralize. Leader looks to try and buff up the likes of White Knight and the likes of Kazi. Kind of play that supportive mid laner, and this is what we've seen from Zazi. Leader, he's a very flashy player. He's very exciting to watch. While Zazi, he plays for the team. He plays for these big fights, and even when they were down a massive gold lead to Misfits in that last game, it was still kind of some of those fights were getting a little bit close. So maybe if the gold lead doesn't grow too much, it might start to cost Misfits a little bit more going into this game too.
Yeah, of course, we'll be trying to avoid the team fights as Misfits. They consistently go for a 1-3-1. They've drafted for that once again. See if they can get that off later on, but see if they can get into a comfortable spot, because realistically, we didn't really get a massive test of how BIG can kind of group up together.
I think Kazi was basing there. Or he's playing the bait game. Slows down Heaver. Heaver's actually taking a lot of damage from some nukes a lot. Flashes in for the Devour. Heaver sends one back and the exhaust comes down. Some nukes a lot. Finds the kill, and Heaver just overextends, overgreeds to stop Kazi basing.
I mean, could have flashed that Q as well, so could have avoided a lot of that play as well, but Heaver ends up just getting beaten down, and BIG pretty comfortable with that, and as you said, a really solid late play.
All right, well, this will force Neon to try and keep himself relatively relevant as the stun actually lands, forces Neon to flash as Donarts was nearby. Level 6 now been hit on Zazi. Leader still closing in. He should get it fairly soon as he gets it there. But now being flashless on this Irelia, it's starting to kind of feel the pain a little bit. That CS lead is growing in the mid lane in favor of Zazi. He's pushing this wave in endlessly to leader now.
Much better early game, though, from BIG. Part of that's, of course, the draft. The lanes are not nearly as pressuring in general, but certainly Donarts as well, making good use of that, moving themselves around the map quite nicely. But we know the Dragon's going down. You can see that Misfits have a decent idea it's happening. We'll see if they're willing to contest, though, knowing that it is a very dangerous fight for them.
I mean, Obsess is an entire level down. He's 20 CS down to Donarts at the moment. Donarts definitely having more comfort here on this Olaf, and we'll be able to pick up this Mountain Drake. It looks like Misfits don't even want to attempt to contest this objective.
They've got a lot of defensive wards in their own bot side jungle here, so they're just trying to make sure that, yes, we're going to kind of bleed neutral objective early, we're going to bleed a bit of gold, but we're going to just try and maintain as much control as possible. But as I say that, that's of course a 2k almost gold lead opening up for BIG. A lot of that, as you mentioned, is in the jungle, where we're going to see that Black Cleaver rush coming out from the Olaf.
Yeah, he wants to get that item as quick as possible, as we're seeing. Obsess finally gets himself his red buff after it was denied from him from Donarts at the beginning of the game, but Ragnarok is now online for Donarts, so we start to look at the kind of ultimates that are coming forward. The supports for the side of both teams missing out, but Obsess still not got level 6, still hasn't got access to that cask.
One of the things worth noting as well is that bringing it back, that the DACH region had looked so strong throughout this tournament thus far. Yes, we hadn't seen a huge amount of BIG in the groups, but only one loss among all the DACH teams. I mean, that is to say BIG and SK, but still now we're seeing them under pressure, hitting that second loss immediately in this series, and far from over here. It is only 8 minutes in, of course. Looking
for something onto Obsess. He looks to get stunned up and turned around to here. Leader coming in on that side, forces the flash out, has that Vanguard's Edge still available for the moment, and he does use it. A 1-for-1 trade, and Dan now with the casks, trying to get the damage onto Zazi, but Zazi turns it around and gets a double kill on that Karma.
Pretty damn close there. BIG managed to just eke out slightly ahead. It's a little weird there from Leader. Tried to play up, missed the E onto the Olaf. Didn't see the Vanguard's Edge come down. Queued forward first before throwing that out. I think maybe not expecting the Rise being so near to that fight.
Yeah, definitely starting to cost them here. And you can see Big not letting that first game get to them. They're going to turn it around. They want to make it to the live section of the tournament, so a good start to them coming into game 2. But let's have a little look at that fight once again.
Yeah, you can see, I just want to talk again about what Leader was going for here. Went for the E, it was flashed away. Q's on before the ult, but here we go, another TP down.
For the moment, Heaver comes in, Zazi's there, and it looks like Heaver trying to get himself a kill underneath the tower, but he's been gobbled up, and he actually flashes away. Has that blast cone to work with, but Zazi looks to try and chase down Heaver. They haven't been able to get a kill onto Neon, but Heaver low HP, and it will just be an ultimate coming out from Sanukes a lot, and Zazi picks up yet another kill. 4 kills on this Karma.
Well, I've seen this before. 4 kills before 10 minutes for that mid laner. This time flipped around, though. Zazi having a great early game thus far on the Karma. Is somewhat scary here. BIG, though.
Dan is low HP already. White Knight's just able to chunk through him, and another kill will be picked up in favor. As I say that, White Knight flashes in, secures the kill for Big. 1-6, pre-10 minutes. Gold lead growing more and more by the second.
3K already. BIG coming out in force with this one. Specifically, you could see how the draft has massively improved for them. Looking towards that bot lane, they have not been pressured at all, but at this stage of the game, they've already lost bot tower. This time around, they have not lost a single plate.
Neon needs some time on this Civet to actually really kind of hit the spike before he's going to be able to deal with the likes of Zazi, with the likes of Donarts running at him, as Donarts is just a neutral objective, counter-ganking monster right now. Heads into this Rift Herald and he's going to just pick this up, but is a little bit scared as Obsess is moving around the map, has been spotted out in a couple of those wards. And
oh no! Actually saw the back cancelled there from White Knight by the Herald.
That's really unfortunate.
But yeah, we do see that Misfits played up towards this Herald. Don't want to give it to Donarts for free, and honestly a good denial because that would only extend that gold lead much, much further. But see White Knight TP up towards this top lane, won't even need to be able to walk up there and maybe just return to that objective. Could still probably secure it before 14 minutes if they want to.
And one of our questions, one of our worries about the likes of Misfits is this mid lane and this support. When Leader has looked good, Leader has looked incredibly good. When Heaver has been playing well with Neon, like that last game, he's also been impressive in the lane, impressive to watch. But both of these kind of players that we have our little question marks about in this game are down, are starting to struggle a little bit. So this might just be the avenue for Big. Needs to kind of open up this game and take the game 2 of the series.
And we also talked about the importance of the jungle role here. Donart stepping up was necessary because, of course, Obsess really had an easy time of it in that first game. Also based on those lanes, but yes, this time around, Donarts with that better early game jungler managed to actually utilize it and is sitting comfortably at that 0-1-4 mark.
Well, why not just in this top lane, holding the wave here for the moment. He's got that Ceres Embrace finished up. Stand down. Actually,
of course, yeah. If they managed to get Ceres already, I'd be very impressive.
Isn't Archangel's the finished one?
Nope.
Oh, I've been calling it wrong for the entire time. Well, Dan actually just bought a cult on this base, so he is really kind of admitting that he is struggling in this lane. Wants to get as much scaling, as much time as possible. Obviously, with the Gangplank Q, he's going to be able to get quite a lot of bonus gold.
Also, that bonus health as well is quite nice if you do go for the Q onto the old Rise there, but is being pressured somewhat, of course, by White Knight as well, who's been having a decent amount of time. But now we're finally seeing BIG kind of return to this Infernal Dragon. Say return, go for it.
They're going to pick it up, and they're going to be uncontested on doing so. The Drake RNG heavily in favor of Big, as the next Drake is going to be a Mountain Drake. We already see they throw down the ulti, the Abyssal Voyage, to try and catch out Obsess on this Rift Herald.
I really like this as well, because it was going to be kind of an even trade, going for that Rift Herald 3-14 minutes to kind of stem some of the gold loss. With that Tam Kench ultimate, they managed to pressure the map.
They're looking to go for it. Predator's been used, and Dan already getting chunked. In comes Obsess. He smites and secures the objective. He goes golden for the moment, tries to pick up the Herald, but he's unable to do so. Dan being caught out and being realm warped onto, has to use the cast, but White Knight now looking to chase him down. Dan making a grand escape away. In comes Heaver, though. He's just got the eye. It's been left open. No! Heaver, the secret agent with the steal. And looks like we actually might have Dan trying to make the grand escape here from White Knight, but he is going to get chumped and taken down. But actually, as I say that, White Knight does secure the kill. 1-8. And a big lead in favor of Big.
Still have the Rift Herald here, though. You can see they want to use it. Is actually going for the Hex Flash over the wall.
Probably just going to wait for these two to base. As soon as they base, they're going to Rift Herald. There you go.
Yep. You can see they managed to get it off. I thought Tam Kench was actually going to cancel there for a second, but see if they can get this charge off. They have 5 seconds. Here it is.
Here it comes. Can they get the plates in time? Yes, they can. Leader picks up some solo gold for himself. Now Donart's making his way and actually gets stunned and ignited. The Vanguard edge comes down. Leader going in for the dive. Ragnarok will not save your life. Heaver has to use the ulti to stay alive for the moment. The slow comes down from Obsess. A cask to disengage Sun Yuxalot, who flashes and tongue lashes for the kill. Obsess runs away and Heaver is going to make his escape. The turret goes down and Misfits find first turret blood.
Okay, so there's a lot of kills going back and forth. BIG maintaining their gold advantage, and now White Knight might look to extend it.
Well, Neon is going to be trying to run away with it on the hunt, but White Knight is just walking at him for the moment. The Abyssal Voyage delivers in members. They throw everything to take down Neon. And BIG are coming up huge in this second game.
And one of the big things I want to shout out as well is the fact that Sir Nukesalot on this Tam Kench really utilizing those Abyssal Voyages well early on in the game to consistently find ways to rotate around the map and pressure Misfits continually.
Why not? Just doing a Dan impression. Just finger gunning the towers down here in this top lane. Well, you can see Dan on that other side of the map on the Gangplank. 1 and 3. Got that Phage, got that Sheen, so he should be able to set his turret, but the teleports are coming through. He might just give his life for the turret for the moment. Looks to clear out the wave as Zazi looks to land that slow. He's doing a lot of damage onto Dan. Dan uses the W to heal himself up, but it looks like Zazi once again picks up a kill. 5-0-2 on this Karma.
4K in the lead from BIG, and as you noted earlier, the Dragons very heavily in their favor with that Infernal Mountain. I believe another Infernal spawning soon.
Mountain.
Pretty scary. Either way, both are good.
I think they can be pretty happy with that.
There we are.
Thank you very much. Alrighty. Zazi just split pushing away in this bot lane. Very content to do so. Dan does have that Cannon Barrage if he wants to try and clear out the wave to stop this turret from going down. He's actually just going to use the teleport here. Zazi does need to be a little bit careful. Has got a lot of burst damage to him, but Zazi might just be able to take him down. Does take out the cask, so Dan has to be a little bit careful as he actually gets a lot of damage, but that shield just nullifies it.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty strong. Zazi is 5-0-2, so has gotten a good amount of AP there. So right now, an unfinished Triforce on that Gangplank isn't particularly scary.
Neon has finished up the Essence Reaver, but Leader does have a Triforce and that Tiamat, so it's going to start to be stronger and stronger. And this 1-3-1, still an option here to Misfits, but Big with an incredible ability to shut down this 1-3-1. One of the things we haven't talked about is how strong Calm Hench can be into these 1-3-1s with the Abyssal Voyages, just to suddenly turn a 1-3-1 into a multiple members on top of one of those members.
And that's the big thing. It's the fact is we've already seen that playing off, not necessarily into a 1-3-1, but when they're trying to kind of split focus across the map, they haven't been allowed to by those Abyssal Voyages so far. So Realm Warp as well can have a similar effect. So I like that from BIG. Can put down a lot of map pressure here.
A White Knight, he knows something's amiss. Just pushes out this wave, nice and slow. Doesn't want to ever step outside of his turret. As there are pings coming down. Looks like Misfits might be just rotating 4 members up to this side of the map. White Knight does need to be a little bit careful.
He doesn't know.
In he comes. They've got the flash out from White Knight. They are able just to step away, but 4 members sent to that top side, and White Knight just uses a flash.
He did know. Or certainly he had an idea. I think the play came through, managed to respond quite well to it.
When you haven't seen 4 people for a little while, you assume they're probably looking to kill one of you somewhere.
It comes into the classic things, like there's no way they'd wait this long, but so you won't wait long in the bot lane.
Dan actually going for the 1v1. Stopwatch spawned out by Zazi, and he's going to be able to get away for the moment. The Cannon Barrage is there, but they're now Abyssal Voyaging on. 4 members, come in. That would just be Dan going down one more time.
Look at the mid lane.
Does go in the mid lane and in that top lane. They're shoving up for the moment as White Knight is trying to deal with these members.
It is actually fine for Misfits. They lose 1 member, but unless this siege comes in really heavily in the bot lane, they'll actually get a decent trade off this. It looks like they will. They'll lose the dragon, but it looks like another tower in the top lane going down.
I think Misfits can just be happy with this. They're trying to pull the gold lead back. It's 4,500 gold in favor of BIG as Kazi does show up to clear out the wave, so Leader can't push any more, but another turret falls, and Misfits, they are just playing the turret game here. Next Drake's going to be an Ocean spawning up, so starting to get a little bit lower priority on those Drake lists.
One of the things you do want to be scared about as well, though, is that's a double mountain. Now, as that Baron is spawning in about a minute 30, you also have a Blade of the Ruined King on that Varus, so will be very scary in terms of objectives take. Ryze also known for how quick you can take down the Baron, so we saw how quickly Misfits were able to punish poor rotation from BIG in the previous game, so the other side, Misfits will now be the ones who are potentially under that threat.
Leaders finished up that Titanic Hydra at this point, while Dan now got that Triforce. The damage might start to come alive a little bit more. Still a little bit before that coal cashes in for him, though. As once again, you can see Obsess always hanging about with Leader. Wants to get this guy going on the Aurelia.
Well, that hurts your eyes a little bit, but yep, that is the power of Aurelia. Specifically, would you be surprised, Jake, if I told you the Titanic Hydra tends to lean towards a split push heavy build?
I would be very surprised, Tyke, he says sarcastically, just in case anyone thinks I'm joking. So Obsess comes in, has the cart. Okay. I think that was a little short, Obsess.
It was an attempt.
Zazi
Not a
did
particularly
flash.
good attempt, but it was an attempt.
Zazi did flash.
Got the flash.
Yeah.
As we see now.
Donald's actually being sped up here. Not going to be able to fully commit, just forcing Leader and Obsess away. We do take stock of what's happening on the rest of the map. A large wave in favor of Big is pushing towards that bot lane. The mid lane, AD carries are just standing here, trying to deal with this for the moment, because he's actually putting some serious damage into Heaver here. After that power of that blade you were talking about.
And you can see not wanting to use that Alistair ult, because wants to save it in case those Chains of Corruptions come down to break that, but means that you do get massively chunked out as the Alistair.
He's able to regen for the moment. He's got his refillable pot for him, but 5 members here of Big grouping up on that pink ward.
A lot of CC with them, with that Varus ult. Even just a run forward with the Rune Prison as the Rise could be quite scary, but it looks like they're again committing to 1-3-1 as Misfits here. Or certainly were doing so. Gangplank actually backing up means they'll likely just lose this mid tower.
Yeah, why not on that flank? Misfits could not stay. They do have to sacrifice the turret, but they don't lose any lives for it. The base came through, and Dan got himself a Jaggerum's Fist and moving back towards that bot lane. Misfits still sticking to that 1-3-1. We know they're good at doing. The Big, they're calling their play on it. They're grouping up. They're starting to ram down through these lanes and pick off stragglers in these side waves.
And we talked about how good BIG's comp is for responding to the 1-3-1, but also Misfits do have a decent just things that help facilitate it. Of course, they have the strong split pushes, but you also have Sivir, who, if you see a big engage coming through, you can just hit that on the hunt and run as far away, as fast as possible. But you have even Hiva on that Alistair for that disengage. Will to commit their life for it, but we've seen Hiva hardly the first time.
Yeah, you're true. 0-2 on the Alistair, so having a better game from the Pantheon Talia for Neon and Hiva.
Just a bit.
I mean, just a bit seems a little disingenuous. This is a lot better than that game.
Yeah, on the other side, Dandan's been feeling a lot of that pressure. 0-5 on, or 1-5 I should say, on this Gangplank. Is struggling, but again, is just farming up, is at least maintaining that CS alongside the Rise, but of course pretty far behind.
But he does want time to scale on the GP,
yes.
Especially once he kind of hits that Essence Reaver, once the Starix is done up as well, he is going to be really hurting people. The White Knight now back in this wave, just looking to push it up. Keep Dandan stopped from the 1-3-1 we know he wants to be doing. Leader with Obsess in that top lane. It's kind of actually a 1-2-2 here. The Misfits are running as Hiva does need to be a little bit careful. They're looking to chase him down. I think there's lots of slows to use. Hiva already forced to use that ultimate. On the hunt is used. The Cannon Barrage is there. Do miss out on those Chains of Corruption, and Leader coming in on the flank. Hiva's there. Obsessed jumps in. A 3-man stun. 4-1 as Leader jumps in. Throws down the Vanguard's edge for the moment, but he is so low on HP and they take him down. BIG come up in the fight.
That was so close as well. You could see Leader was going to try reset on top of everyone. They at least killed Donart, so this will be a little bit harder for them, but you can see still when it started up. We talked about this with the double mountain as well, so look how quickly it falls.
They got that teleport as well, so White Knight looking to join up with the rest of his team. Dan and Neon are there, so Nuke's a lot low HP, and Neon throws out that Boomerang Blade. They've got the barrels to try and chunk members out, but the Baron is still aggroed here, and in comes the damage, but they've still got the Baron secured for the side of BIG, and Misfits are forced to run away, but Dan not willing to give up quite yet, and BIG do make their great mistake.
Yeah, you can see they tried to commit to that, but the double mountain and the fact they could not even get close enough to get significant vision down in the pit meant that BIG are still able to secure it. So massive win for them, and this again comes from their good early game, getting those dragons down, getting that lane control. Allows them to now be sitting at a comfortable lead of 5k, and now more maybe.
Abyssal Voyage, it's actually only one, and they do get headbutted away by Hiva, so that actually shuts down the Abyssal Voyage for a little bit, which is key to try and stop Dan and Leader in these side lanes. But let's have a little look at this fight again.
It was again just Hiva that little bit too far forward, was getting consistently slowed, as you said, forced the Unbreakable Will. Neon almost gets caught up in those Chain of Corruption, managed to avoid it, but Hiva can't actually outrun Donarts here. This is where it looks like it'll turn around. Leader's pumping out damage, but cannot actually get onto Karzi. Karzi with a really good flash here allows them to survive.
It could have been a very different fight if he went down, but Donarts turns his attention towards this Ocean Drake. It's almost a completely different game from the last game. They're picking up every Drake. Big are taking so many turrets. They've got so many kills as well. That's the key thing. Pulling themselves ahead, 6,000 gold over Misfits as that rapid fire cannon, that Blade of the Rune King, and now building towards the Infinity Edge onto Karzi. He is looking very scary this game.
However, you do have the ability to stall out as Misfits. You do have good wave clear with that Sivir, even the Gangplank barrels as well, but you feel it's going to be hard for them to step that far up. The rapid fire will help with that, but now watching now if BIG can make this count.
Ooh, Hiva takes a lot of damage, takes the chains. They use the Realm Warp. Dan can't quite find that barrel, and Hiva will just be a victim of the fight. He actually makes his way out as White Knight flashes forward. White Knight, the shields are on, the barrels are slowing him down. Obsess is coming in, they've got the Cannon Barrage and Redemption, and Big are able to get away. A little overzealous on that engage.
Yeah, that was kind of a hard commit there from White Knight. Couldn't quite make it happen, and now we're going to have Leader split pushing at the top side. It's going to move White Knight away from the fight. It's exactly what Misfits want. Try to delay as much of this Baron push as they can. Hiva just about surviving on that one.
Yeah, those Baron buff recalls will help BIG. Stopping from Misfits, stopping Leader from split pushing those lanes. As the collar's still not been finished for Dan. He's still not cashed in on that item.
You know, we got late game, guys. Don't worry about it.
We're getting real there. Late game, dude. He's getting close. Does need to be careful here for Neon. The Abyssal Voyage is there. Does have that flash if he needs to. Flashes away. The spell shield is on. The tongue lash comes in. Hiva throws out a headbutt, pulverizing. Leader misses out on the stun. They do disengage their support, but now Obsess has to somehow wave clear here for the team, and this might just be the cost. They might just lose a turret here.
I think they'll have to at least lose this tower. I say that. The wave quickly falling here. BIG not able to play that far up. You also have Sivir not quite with the team there, which is what I thought would give them the ability to push up here, but Misfits so far doing an okay job of defending, but you can see how the casts are being focused out here, the powder kegs.
All right, the turret will go down, but they did a good job to slow down the push. Gave time for Neon to join up with the rest of the team, but so far, Big playing a great game around controlling Misfits' side lane pressure. While White Knight will take out this top lane tier 2. BIG actually may just be looking for some big sieges here.
If they can find it. Looks like they're going to cancel out after getting those inner towers, extending that gold lead again. Now sitting still about that 6k mark, so not insane, but very slightly shooting up here with each tower they take. See, probably somewhat curbed by the fact that you did actually finish that cull on the gangplank as well.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing for him. Now, if I do look at what Misfits can do, if they can get a good team fight off, look at those shutdowns available to them. The likes of Leader, the likes of Neon, if they can get this gold in their pockets, it might be enough, but the Realm Warp's coming in. Neon's forced to R away to safety, and White Knight just scares him off with one button.
It's ult for ult, though. It's not the worst for them. The On the Hunt is pretty damn important. Should be back up for these kind of key fights around the Baron, around the Dragon, though.
The Abyssal Voyage, the Realm Warp, there's so many ways to flank split pushes. It's actually disgusting. Big have really called Misfits out in this game. So we know your game plan, we know what you guys are good at, and we have an answer to it.
You do have 3-item Sivir, though, so decent response coming out from Misfits if these team fights kick off. The only person who's significantly far behind, I would say, is definitely in that jungle role, but Gragas, not the worst from behind, still has the utility.
Yep. I mean, you see, I heard, but it's the 400 CS win condition on Sivir.
Okay.
So even though the free items are there, it doesn't actually matter how many items you got, you have to have 400 CS. Even if you have 0 items, 400 CS is when Sivir actually becomes a good champ.
You know what? I think that may be some hyperbole you've heard, Hitbrain.
Who's been lying to me?
But yeah, I mean, certainly is still doing well. 400 CS is like your ideal, but not as maybe a necessity.
Left. Yeah. 105 left, and then we're there, boys.
See, Karzi's gone for that crit Varus as well, so bring down good damage. Doesn't really need the Gwynsues, considering you're not dealing with too many tanks, just the Alistair, really.
I really like the rapid fire cannon as well. It means he can play at distance from the engage. He doesn't want to get caught out, because obviously Varus, very low mobility. If he steps forward and gets caught by Heaver, but they're looking to go in. Neon jumps away. The cannon barrage is there to zone for the moment. The Chains of Corruption not going to spread, and it forces the flash away from Heaver. Donart's low HP and obsessed. Still has that cast. Throws it out. Doesn't quite connect it onto Karzi to deliver him back. And Karzi now to try and turn the fight around. Nobody dies in the fight. Donarts goes very, very low.
You can see it's pretty tentative, though. BIG now have forced a few things out as we're approaching that Baron. It is live alongside that Dragon. It's only an Ocean Dragon, though, so you got to think it's the Baron everyone's focusing on right now.
Yeah, the Barrel's going to come out, not do too much to send nukes a lot, but Heaver Hex flashes over the wall. A little bit worrying there. Donarts now has been able to heal up. Karzi looking to chase. That's a 3-man piercing arrow. Barrel doesn't land, and they're using that Realm Warp. They're looking to try and get multiple members in. A stun comes through from Leader. A 2-man belly pop as Leader throws out the Vanguard's edge. He's trying to pick up 1. It's still one in favor of Big, though. They picked up 2. Neon is low, and Neon dies. A double kill picked up for Karzi, and White Knight looks to take down members. Dan gets the shield, but he will get picked up. He flashes away from the Tongue Lash, and only 2 members of Misfits stand. Zazi is just chasing and stopping Misfits from basing. BIG may have just equalized the series right here.
And it is well played from BIG. You can see just don't have the damage on the side of Misfits to actually respond, especially when Neon's going down and being pressured so damn heavily.
Well, the turrets have fallen, and Big 5v2 look to take the game down right here. Leader's trying to catch the minions, but he will fall down as the Nexus crumbles. BIG go 1-1 in the series.
And looking at this series, we knew it would be a close one, and that's the big thing. A lot of us have predicting that 2-1 either way, because we said, look, Misfits have these really strong 1-3-1s with BIG, a massive team in their own right, something that, yes, we haven't seen a huge amount from group stages yet, but so nice to see them respond so quickly in this series.
Yeah, BIG came into this game knowing what Misfits were looking to do. They had multiple answers to it, and they shut them down before Misfits could get rolling. We now have to turn our attention towards the next game. What do Misfits need to change up coming into game 3 of the series? Because if they lose this, they're going home, they're done, they're not coming to Leicester next week for the playoffs and the finals from there.
The one thing you may note is that the Tam Kench was so important for a lot of those plays. As you said, the Realm Warp, of course, helping out hugely as well, but certainly the Tam Kench is what I was really noting early on and continued to be very oppressive. You may even see a ban thrown that way.
Yeah, I mean, we've also seen a lot of priority on this Rise. Dan played it in the first game, then you see White Knight play it in the second game, so maybe one of these teams looks to change it. Obviously, I think Big gets side selection coming into this next game. We actually saw Misfits opted into the blue side in this game, so we might just have the same lanes getting picked up for both of these teams.
You could even see the Rises actually let go in favor of the Aurelia. They thought, look, if we can get leader on the Aurelia, we can do a good bit of work, and just wasn't the case this time around.
Well, with that, BIG do get their answer back onto Misfits, so we're going all the way. We're going to cut to a quick break, and when we're back, we'll be finding out who comes to Leicester and who stays at home. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in a second.
Bounce out to 3,000, Selfmade jumps in, Selfmade gets it, and Mad Lions have bitten back.
Big bounce back in game number 2, and things are now all tied up here as we go into the final game of this best-of-3 series. Man, guys, that looked very clean from start to finish from Big.
Yeah, can't really fault them in any way. We had questions about the Karma pick. We kind of, after watching it, reviewed it a little bit, and I think like Big genuinely kind of took it to Misfits, and Misfits had no answers.
Yeah, I think coming out of draft, I was a little bit worried for Big. I think the Misfits had a team comp that was a little bit astray from their standard style, but still a very strong team overall. Just a few kind of misplay team fights in that early game, and the fact that Donarts actually really stepped up on that Olaf pick to have that early pressure. Big to the series.
Yeah, I mean, it all started going a little bit awry, I think, at the very start of the game because Donarts called the invade from Obsess, ran up to the stop side, was able to punish it. There were a couple other skirmishes around this side of the map where it felt like Big's champions just came online a whole lot earlier, as you see right here.
Yeah, and this was just kind of like you said, called it, knew what he needed to do to kind of rotate up to it. And yes, they do lose Donarts first in this fight, but you have got Zazie and White Knight who are so powerful in these early game and also just so healthy. It didn't really work out for them that so much in that particular skirmish.
And this Big team, when they got that lead ahead, it enabled them to play the kind of confident style that we saw out of them in that mid game that enabled them to bring home the bacon. Or the beef, as it is in this case, with Heaven falling down.
Yeah, this was a few minutes later, as the Baron had already spawned up onto the map. This big team fight victory was able to transition them into the Baron, which led them into a very simple close. They just sort of charged towards Misfits in the mid lane.
Yeah, and I actually kind of wanted to, you know, not call out, but definitely question the pick for Hiva on the Alistar. Like, we saw him on the Morgana in game 1. He looked super comfortable on that. Looked like he didn't have any real issues. On the Alistar, though, a champion that seems to be, you know, wants to go in, wants to engage, it wasn't as clean from him, and it definitely kind of caused it to be a little bit of a, you know, kind of a snowball against him in the early game.
For me, what looks really positive for Big moving forward in this series is that we saw a team take down Misfits in a way that we haven't seen so far at the EU Masters, because in the past, when Misfits have lost, it's really come down to leader being attacked specifically, shutting him down, and then playing kind of just without leader being in that win condition. But this game, leader was still pretty strong, and I talked about in the draft how I didn't like the Karma pick. You mentioned it as well when we came back in. But really, when we saw the way that game went out, when you got out that early game, Karma came into the mid game, and this pick completely nullified the 1-3-1 because you can't really split push effectively and like get objectives or get like consistent pressure against the Karma who just endlessly wave clear. Really strong mid game power spike with the items that she went for, like that damage build, and also the fact that you have this Mantra E against Gangplank and Sivir really means that Misfits who want to push forward into you constantly, you have an answer for that as well. So I think it was a smart. The pick itself was a lot better than I thought it was going to be, and we'll see now whether Big can bring home the 2-1 or if Misfits bounce back.
Yeah, because Big definitely used that counter pick successfully, whereas in game 1, it felt like even though they were on red side, they actually had like 3 losing lanes. They got shut down very early on and were snowballed. Game 2, they changed that completely and had, well, Rise versus GP, Karma Aurelia, Varus Tom Kench into the Silver All-Star. It seemed like they had 3 very strong early game lanes and it was able to close out fast. So now they have elected to go back onto the red side. Once again, Big will be on red, and you have to think they're going to have, you know, a solid draft once more.
Yeah, and I think as well, like, you know, the Rise has obviously been a big factor for both comps, I feel. I think the Aurelia hasn't been super good for either Misfits or for Big. I think you just take the Rise. I think you first pick it, you know you can work it into both lanes. It is still technically a flex. We've seen both sides use it well. I think you just take that off the board.
I think that a lot of this series has come down to poor execution in the actual game rather than the way the draft has gone down. So I think that, you know, a few tweaks come through here and there, like we saw the Yasuo ban in the second game as well. We might see something like that again, but all in all, I think these teams are looking towards the execution of their game plan rather than the game plan itself.
Fair enough. We are jumping into the third and final game between these two teams. Loser is out of the tournament. The winner moves on to the top 4 here at the European Masters, and we are seeing a big change now from Misfits. It is going to be a Rise ban alongside the Braum and the Taric.
If you don't ban Aurelia here, there's a very good chance of Misfits first pick here, which I don't really think you want to give it over to them.
I mean, last time it was a Yasuo ban, and in game 1, Leader used that super well, so they will stick with that one more time, so you have to believe it's going to be Aurelia first.
The only thing now Misfits have given over is that Jarvan to Donarts. It's been banned for the last 2 games. It now is open on the board. We see it almost certainly going to be locked in here now for Big.
Now, this is also a flex pick for Big as well. White Knight has played this Jarvan in the top lane. I do believe it is Donarts' best champion, but Jarvan doesn't even have a bad matchup into the Aurelia specifically, so this right now, Big are able to put a lot of question marks on the draft, not reveal too much of their hands with this Jarvan pick.
So Big, the last couple games, have put a very early priority on getting their bot lane duo. Last time it was the Varus. This time they will go for it one more time. So it's no longer the Zyracon that got smashed in game number 1. They are going to be sticking with this duo, while Misfits maybe want to take it themselves.
Oh, there it is, Zyracon. So do we see a Morgana on the other side as well?
I was just about to say, it's like, yeah, I actually really like this pick from Misfits, purely because it's like, right, we now have the priority in the lane, but also it's like, you are most likely for the side of Big planning on taking the Tahm Kench into this one again for the mobility. Now you have to figure out, do you want to go for lane priority or do you want to go for map priority?
Exactly. The Tahm Kench would do it for the 1-3-1 if they wanted to pull that off. Morgana, we already saw smash Zyracon in game number 1. Instead, they say they don't care. They go for the LeBlanc, which means Misfits could ban those 2 supports.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see now. The LeBlanc has been kind of, hovered and banned, and it's kind of like found its way, obviously something that Zazie does play, and the side of Misfits know that he does. They do not want him to get it, but he does have it on this particular one. Now I'm curious to see where Big take these bans. It looks like they're just going to hard ban into that mid lane. They're convinced that Dandan's taking the Aurelia.
It's interesting that they feel like Aurelia is now going topside as opposed to mid lane like we saw it last game, because in that previous draft, Misfits picked this Aurelia and then banned LeBlanc and tucked the Aurelia in the mid lane. So they don't like this LeBlanc into Aurelia matchup. Maybe Big have read that and now they're going for these mid lane bans. But at the same time, the leader is a very confident player and we haven't seen Misfits jungler yet. If you get this guy an aggressive jungler, you can still play around him and it doesn't really matter what matchup the Aurelia is in. You can put him in a favorable position.
Of course, in the last 2 games, it has been the Gragas for Obsess, picked rather early on into these drafts. That has not been banned away just yet, and Big have the option to take a jungler themselves if they wanted to flex that Jarvan, but again, it seems like they can just leave that up for just a little bit, because now with the Tahm Kench banned, you guys mentioned already that the Morgana could be a very solid option here for Big.
Yep, shuts down a lot of what Misfits bot lane wants to do, shuts down the Rakan in particular, just make it a little bit of an annoying lane, and like we said last time, Xayah is quite short range. It looks like, however, they might just go with the Alistar, get more of a beefy front line.
The Morgana would be a better choice for protecting the Varus, but right here you have a very good engage tool, and it means as well that if this Jarvan does go into the jungle, you can actually start playing around this lane a little bit and attack the Misfits bot lane, which has been seen as perhaps one of their weaker lanes here in the EU Masters. And now we get to see if this actually is going to be the Aurelia top, or if Leader wants to pick it up, and if so, what's going to be the jungle answer. So Dan has played Vad before.
Yes.
You're going to have an interesting stat for me here, BP, aren't you?
No, not so much. I was going to say, like, it is still a flex, but Dan didn't look amazing on that Vladimir. It was something that obviously is not towards their style of the split push. It's more of a team fighter as such.
He played it twice. How many times did you win on it?
0.
Ooh. So Misfits have lost three games
Yes.
in the E-Masters. 2 of those, Dan was playing Vladimir.
And the other one was Cho'Gath.
Right, so
Yeah.
not the split pushing champions. We would imagine this is going to be the Aurelia in the mid lane then, and a Rek'Sai aggressive jungler to pair with it.
Yeah, what do you make of that Rek'Sai? Because we've been seeing Obsess on the Gragas. He's tried to go for some early game plays, but especially in that last one, it didn't work out. Now that they have a stronger early game jungler, Misfits, they can play more for these early type of skirmishes that cost them so much in game 2.
Ooh, that is Jarvan top. Yeah. Oh man, I think Donut on Olaf, that's a good choice as well. It's decent into the Rek'Sai, but at the same time, for me, I'm just always drawn towards mid lane, and I think that it's hard to kind of get onto a LeBlanc as a Rek'Sai, or it can be, depending on how you play it. So yeah, we'll just have to see. This is going to be one of those. I mean, this is like things on both sides that I'm looking at, and I'm really spiced up to see.
You're drawn to the mid lane, right? Talk to me briefly about this matchup, because this LeBlanc has been banned when Misfits look to lock in the Aurelia.
I mean, it is tough in the pure 1v1, right? LeBlanc not only has the range advantage, but she can start chunking Aurelia down. In that early game, you can get a push on with the Aurelia, because you can just like auto-attack a lot more efficiently than the LeBlanc can. But it also depends on the 2v2s, because we saw last game, that was where the big plays happened, was around that mid lane, around the level 5-6 mark. And in this scenario, I would probably give... I mean, it's kind of even. This is where it's close.
It's close. But this is where I ask you, and I say you have to make a decision. Maybe not on the mid lane 2v2, but on the game overall. Is it Misfits or Big?
Series.
And the series. It all comes down to this.
Oh, I'm going to say I believe in Big.
Big vote? What do we got?
I think I got to go with Misfits.
All right, we're split all day long. I really like this, guys. Let's send it up to the casters to figure out who's going to win this series.
Thank you very much. Hello and welcome to our final game of the first series of the knockout bracket. One of these teams, Misfits or Big, are going to be walking away the victors and be the first team to qualify for the live quarterfinals here in Leicester next weekend. And man, the Yasuo has now been denied again from leader. He's got himself onto the Aurelia. How are we feeling about this game?
I'm not sure. I feel like we saw the Aurelia not super impressive in the previous game, and now we have something that I think is a decent response. You have that LeBlanc. Of course, you can't then reduce the damage from LeBlanc. That magic damage reduction is no longer available to Aurelia. A good while ago was patched out. So can absolutely be punished there if Zazie gets ahead. And as we saw in that Karma, definitely has the ability to get ahead. Is a little bit based on who gets the push, though. So I want to see that.
And like Ashim was saying on the desk, Dan played this Vladimir twice, lost both those games on the Vladimir. Now we're seeing Neon and Hiva switch it up. They're going to be the ones to play that Zyra Khan, which we saw Kazi and Sanuxalot play at the beginning of this series. How are we feeling about this bot lane matchup? Because I've been bigging up Neon coming into this game. Had a great game 1. Game 2, him and Hiva didn't have quite such a strong game with that Alistair Sivir lane. Do we think this is going to be a good lane for Misfits here?
I mean, in theory, yes, right? The Zyra Khan does decently, but my other issue is that every time we've seen Hiva as the engager, specifically something as squishy as this as well, it's been not good. I think that's the fair way to put it. I think that was my concern. I almost would have preferred seeing the likes of the Morgana coming out, but as it is, we do see them move towards this Zyra Khan. Maybe Hiva can redeem himself, certainly in my eyes, maybe in the eyes of a few others who've been watching and not entirely convinced by his play throughout this tournament.
And once again, we see Donards go for the invade onto Obsess's jungle, try to deny camps from him. We saw this in the last game. It did a very good job of shutting Obsess's early game down. To see if Obsess even has an idea of this, because he wasn't spotted out on a board as they moved in.
Yeah, I was going to say, the other kind of common path you could see if they were kind of playing towards bot side would have been on the Wolves. So either way, it was very unlikely they'd start the blue. So solid steal there, solid plan there from BIG to get themselves ahead.
Neon now with this level 1 advantage, they go on to Sanuxalot. He does dodge away from the knockoff of Hiva, but now Kazi actually trying to put some damage into the supports, and Misfits come out for the worst from that trade as Obsess is spotted out on a ward.
Really well played to dodge that, as you noted, as well as the fact that Kazi just very quickly turns as well. I like BIG's chances here so far, but we'll see how this kind of extends further, because we do see, of course, Neon starting to pull a little bit of a CS lead, but they are pushing forward.
Obsess was seen going into that blue side, so might just take this away. Sorry, Obsess was seen going into this blue side.
Yeah.
He takes this blue buff away, and it looks like this time Donard's not going to barrel towards him, doesn't have the Karma to speed him up, so just going to be a buff for buff trade. That vertical jungle has been a little bit unlocked here from both of these teams.
We're going to see a quick trade there from leader. The press the attack as well does proc very quickly for Aurelia. You can see a swapped from that from the Conqueror, knowing you're dealing with a few more squishies, specifically in the 1v1 as well.
Obsess just leashes up the Crom. Donards. Very nice of him to do so.
Not a fight you want to take at this stage. We've seen how that goes in the previous game.
He's got that press the attack. He's got the Q. First blood picked up for leader. Once again, the king of isolated kills finds an isolated kill.
I was going to say, solo kill count up 1, please. And nicely done for leader there. So, okay. Much better. Again, you want to get him ahead early on. Does take it to this LeBlanc that we actually saw banned away from Zazie. So I was wondering how much respect leader would have to give over to it. This time around, it looks like not a huge amount.
You can see that CS lead as well as that first blood for leader. 21 CS to 13. It's been a rough start for Zazie on this LeBlanc that's been removed from him so many times. Have to see whether or not he's got what it takes to kind of pull this back. He's based, got himself a Dark Seal, so he does have a little bit more sustain with that corrupting pot and those biscuits he's got.
See how that plays out. Of course, you have the Biscuits on the other side as well. Leader, still pretty scary. Doesn't have the Ignite, though. The Ignite is over there for Zazie, but it's got to be hard for Zazie because a lot of your burst is now committed to also clearing the wave at this stage of the game.
Yeah, well, Donut's hanging about, maybe waiting for Leader to jump onto him, gets that Q, but throws a massive trade, but Leader actually throws out the W, and Leader, once again, 1v2 as Donut will turn it around. It's a 1-for-1 mid, but Leader, this man is on fire.
You jump back in, you went for it, ends up getting autoed out as well, so nice pickup there for Leader. It's going to be the 1-for-1 though, so you get Donarts coming back with it, but it's going to be pretty happy with that overall. We see Hiva now.
Misses out on a Kazi, but the Ignite is there, forcing Kazi out of lane. A comfortable bot lane start here for Neon and Hiva. Kazi now has to play safe underneath his turret.
Say that is regenning quite a bit, so they just stay here, try pick up the wave, and then reset off that.
Has got Donarts as well in case Misfits try a optimistic dive. But looks like for now, Misfits quite content just to push this wave in. They want to try and bully out. You have to be a little careful. That Demolish is available, and Hiva needs to avoid away from that trample.
So trying to proc this Demolish so they can pressure the plates now.
Donart's just based. Obsess is about, but not going to go for it. They don't actually find it. It's just the nukes a lot. Who finds a headbutt pole on to Neon. Misfits now pushing away in this lane. It's much more like that first game here for this Misfits bot lane.
Much happier, more comfortable as we see. Obsess now also having a strong early game jungler in the Rek'Sai. Not quite as strong in that 1v1 as the Olaf this early, but certainly can still put down some pressure.
Well, White Knight just forcing this wave into Dan, who's down a CS for the moment, but providing he doesn't get too zoned off here by White Knight, should be able to catch this out. Although level 6 on White Knight, Dan doesn't have that Hemo Plague available quite yet.
Don't allow it to push forward here. Why not? It's going to get a free back off there. Is not going to be forced to use the TP to return to this lane. So we're pretty happy with that overall.
Dan wants to get a little bit more cooldown reduction. You want that optimal build where you just get as much cooldown reduction as possible before you finish an item on the Vladimir, so you can spam that W. Level 9 is definitely one of Vladimir's more stronger points in the lane for him because he gets that full points in his Q, gets as much healing from that transfusion. So for the moment, Dan probably will play a little bit safer until that level 9 gets hit into the likes of White Knight.
I mean, certainly just doesn't also have the wave clear that Jarvan does in comparison. So as you said, will just feel themselves pushed in quite heavily so far, but looks like it's going to be another steal onto this blue buff here for Donarts.
I wonder if they know it's even happening. You can see Obsess doing his red buff over on the other side of the map, and Donarts is just quite content to take away these wolves for now.
In the meantime, it looks like Obsess is looking more towards this mid lane, where we've already seen Leader get that solo kill. Now is the Ignite available. Zazi's will be coming up rather soon as well.
Got the Tiamat, he's looking to jump forward, throws out the stun, but does miss it. Zazie distorts away. Obsess waiting over that wall. They go in. Zazie trying to be in trouble, but he gets flashed up. The Vanguard's edge is on, and Zazie falls down. But they might just chase with a Void Rush as Leader. No flash available, but almost kills Donarts. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, fight starting to break out onto Neon. He's low HP. Doesn't have that Feather Storm available quite yet. And Hiva and Neon are forced away as Kazi and Sinuxalot come out on top.
Yeah, pretty close there. Actually dodged the E entirely as well, so no one getting hit by the Blade Collar means that Zyra can get the worst end of that, but Misfits mid lane right now. A lot of people focus on Leader whenever they watch these games, and starting to see why once again. Once you get that champion, once you get rolling as well, was denied in the previous game. This time around having a much better time.
Yeah, as he picks up some plates in that wave as well, he's got himself a CS lead. You can see 1,300 gold in favor of Misfits in his first 8 minutes. And I do want to watch Obsess around this map before the Riftail spawns up. Also, you've got that Mountain Drake spawning up now, available to Misfits if they want to go for that objective.
And you were questioning earlier whether they knew that top side was being taken. You could see by Obsess slowly pathing around and realizing everything's gone. That was a no.
I think he can be happy. He got a kill onto Zazie, who's 0-3 on the LeBlanc. A champion who typically wants to get going in the laning phase. Otherwise, can start to struggle as the game goes later and later.
I mean, the big thing is you want to be able to roam towards those side lanes as well, not being given the freedom to do so at all this game. It makes sense, though, as well.
Well, the Mountain Drake being scouted out here by Big. They get themselves the Scuttle Crabs. They have vision to work with for the moment. Donarts not feeling particularly comfortable to go for it with the fact that the bot lane is pushing against them. Hiva checks to make sure the Drake is not being started up here.
Yeah, you can see could be soloed out by the Olaf quite easily. Just going to check to be sure here. Hiva also wants to pressure here, has that level 6. Just be careful though. Be very quickly be turned on with those chains of corruption.
Yeah, Alistair can also jump in as well. So they have a lot of ways to pin down this Misfits bot lane. So even with this push, they still need to pay a lot of respect because Big could just find that opening they need to turn this lane in their favor. But for now, Hiva and Neon quite comfortable. As you look at Dan in this top lane, down in CS to White Knight, he seems to be this one weak point that Misfits have in this game at the moment.
Yeah, that's to be expected, though. You can see the Jarvan has a pretty good time pushing into that Vlad, but let's watch this here. Obsessed could get the long tunnel over.
He can do. They've got a water. They know he hasn't been spotted. Kazi tries to jump away. They get the knock up. The Ignite goes down. Obsessed is going to pick that kill up as Hiva next to go down. They find themselves a double kill. The dunk comes through into the Hemo Blink. The Void Rush is there. Big actually find 2 in the fight, but it's still a 2 for 2 in favor. Sorry, a 1 for 2 in favor of Misfits.
Yeah, you could see actually all the healing coming through for Donards there at the end. Keeps them alive, but now potentially the dive. Leader wants to play forward here.
He does have his ultimate available, but it's already been jumped on. Vu forced to flash away. Donards is there. Zazi flashes forward until Leader doesn't quite get the chains to break. White Knight is low HP.
Still feeling the pressure here. BIG gonna be able to hold though. And now you can see Varus actually swapping towards that top side. They try to avoid this Zyrakan if they can, but actually Misfits who are going to be able to match that rotation.
You can see Leader making his way back up towards that top lane. Hiva just taking the long way, taking the scenic route, walking up the river.
Not even just they needed to avoid it though, they also want to catch that big wave coming forward, so solid move from Berlin International Gaming here. We'll be pretty happy with that, but Misfits going to be able to respond.
So Newstar's actually tried to Hex Flash over the wall, and Obsessed is actually about. I don't know if Misfits think there's a ward or not, but for the moment they're quite content just playing there. Hiva flash up, but ultimate not. It looks like Obsessed doesn't want to go too hard for this, so is just going to back off.
The Rift Herald as well is actually something they can angle for here. You have Leader in the area. They've got good vision control now.
Well, wards taken out. They do have those chains for Kazi coming up in a second, but not quite yet.
Hiva actually able to play fairly far forward here, knowing that extended range you get from Rakan when you are playing with your Xayah. Can jump back pretty damn far with that E.
Yeah, it's remaining in control of the vision as Wave gets shoved up in mid lane. The power of the Tiamat on this Aurelia does mean that Leader can help Obsessed take down this Rift Herald, and it looks like the contest might just not be there from the side of BIG. They don't know what's happening. It's completely dark on this side of the map, and actually, while we do take stock of the wards, it's all blue. The red wards are just very defensive, always inside their own jungle.
Well, that's the fact that they were just all cleared out around that Rift Herald, as Misfits were the ones that got the Zyrakan up there and had the priority over it. So the solid play around the pressure they did have. And you want to see this Rift Herald come down pre 14 minutes because you want to see them extend that gold lead. 1.3k, not particularly impressive here yet for Misfits, but obviously a massive step upwards from that game 2 we just saw.
Yeah, and you can see Leader building towards that Triforce, got the Stinger, got the Phage. Hiva, like you said, just playing very aggressive, very far forward, knowing that Neon can always come in and get his back. Plate has fallen in this top lane. They are looking to try and take more.
King's coming down onto that mid lane, though. You see Rek'Sai's in the area as well, wants to put something down. See LeBlanc moving up towards the top side as well, so this could give Obsessed the freedom to throw down the Herald.
Yeah, he's trying to do it. Wants to wait and see if Leader can clear out the wave quick enough as Zazi shows his face. Not going to use the Rift Herald quite yet.
I think they were looking for a potential pick onto Zazi as well with that play. If they could find that, would have been pretty big for them. Could have managed to get themselves that Herald afterwards as well. But in the meantime, going to be a lot of plates going down the top side.
Yeah, a lot of plates indeed, and they still haven't been able to use this Rift Herald. Plates will be wearing off in a few seconds. Neon and Hiva take some plates, look to get their base off, and Obsessed now. Still waiting around this mid lane. Still wants to see if he can find that opening.
Seconds.
He's got that tunnel to work with. He's playing over for a moment, but Leader doesn't want to overcommit.
Looks like they're actually just going to go towards that dragon instead. Not throwing it down is a little unusual, but I mean, they'll still be able to use it to secure that those early towers. So not a massive loss for them. Just would have liked to see it extend their gold lead, because we've seen how strong these guys can be when they do get that and they can split off into a 1-3-1.
And now Dan almost boasting maximum cooldown reduction. Actually, might be boasting maximum cooldown reduction. Can't remember off the top of my head. Zazie jumps forward, lands the chains onto Leader. The Drake does get picked up, but it's double chains in. Vanguard's edge as Leader just looks to turn it around. Knows his team's in. The Hero Blade's there. Leader finds the kill, and he's still alive. Sir Nuxalot does find that shutdown, but Dandan's chasing. He even lands a charm with the 3 members of Big. The heal comes out, and in comes White Knight with a flag. Drag, a blood pool comes out, and now Dandan looking to make his escape, but he will go down. Berlin International Gaming do turn the play around, and they pick up 2.
They managed to turn it around, but in the meantime, they did lose the tower in the top side. So still Misfits with that objective focus, unless you see now BIG turn their eyes towards this mid tower. Doesn't look like they can.
Obsessed still sitting with that Rift Herald. Kiva just trying to be a nuisance on this bird at the moment.
More of a bird man, not pure bird.
Ooh,
but
actually.
Yep, spots out the Rift Herald with that ward they have in the lane, but even Neon Eye here.
Yeah, should be able to push this wave fairly quick here. Donatus is going to try and stop it, but Rift Herald actually might just be stopped before the charge can come off, but they might just try and hold the fight. The quickness onto Sir Nuxalot. The charge comes out. They're trying to get that damage down, but they can't quite secure the turret. Just going to be one charge from the Rift Herald, but good defense from BIG.
Yeah, not quite the ult coming out from Hiva. Just went for that grand entrance. Didn't really get a huge amount off it because was knocked out by Sir Nuxalot. So they managed to escape and defend that mid lane tower.
And now with this team fight, let's take stock of where Misfits are. They're still ahead 2,000 gold over BIG. The items are being hit, that Triforce and that Tiamat onto Leader. As Hiva takes down the turret, the Infinity Edge has been finished up onto Neon, so he's building towards that Rapid Fire Cannon as his next item. Maybe the Essence Reaver. We've seen a few go into Essence Reaver and Infinity Edge, but realistically, you want a Zeal item now.
See how this ends up going, but we'll see now. Looking across the board, I think the big thing to note as well is that Zazie has yet to actually get an item completed as well, so has been under a lot of pressure in this mid lane. Leader having a pretty good time, has also hit the spike that you'd want as the Aurelia, has the Triforce and that Tiamat. Also a bit of health to avoid being burst out. Will mean Leader is pretty happy overall, and now they can split off into that 1-3-1 without losing a huge amount. You did touch on as well, the Vlad has been having a pretty comfortable time, not nearly at that that CD cap, as you were surmising.
Almost there.
I mean,
I think it's about 10.
You've 10 and 10, so 20. You may have Transcendence.
Oh, you're right.
You're probably the Transcendence, so
yeah,
has hit the level 10, so we'll have that extra 10, so about 30 right now.
All right, well, Donuts maybe looking for a play onto Dan. He was the victim of a lot of attention last time. Still does have his Hemo play. He's going to land it onto 1. He's trying to sustain up with a transfusion. The catch-up puddle is still available, and he's going to use it as the healing is coming forward. He gets slowed up once again as they go for the tower dive. A lot of time gets bought out here in that top lane as a turret crumbles in the mid lane. Misfits do try to trade objectives.
Yeah, but it's going to be a difficult one for them. They only get the waves pushed up, while BIG are the ones maintaining pressure, and now maybe going to look for this top outer tower with White Knight. Nice play from them. Again, once you land that Cataclysm, the Vlad just cannot escape.
He got pinned down for a very long time. Does sustain for the moment, but not going to see more of a siege come forward. And Misfits, once again, we talked about it this entire series. They are setting up that 1-3-1 with Dandan dead. Does slow it down a little bit, but White Knight should be able to take this turret.
Funnily enough, we have seen Dandan really struggle to set it up when picking the Vlad in previous games. Has found themselves being on the wrong side of a 1v1 a few times when playing this Vlad, so see that again happening here. Dandan 0-2 now, but not the most major concern for Misfits, who are still in a lead, a very slight lead now, 2k. Still one they can be happy with, but one they'd want to be extending as soon as possible.
So you can see the gold currently on your screens. Lead of a massive lead over Zazie. 2,000 gold just in the mid lane.
Yeah, you can see
Which
a lot
is most of this gold lead, actually.
Well, you say that, but also the fact is that you've got a pretty big deficit in the top lane, so there's leads elsewhere as well. It's just actually accounted for by the deficit in the top side.
Well, big grouping up as 4 members here. Maybe just looking to try and force Misfits' hands. Hiva's waiting in the wings, has got himself the quickness, gets head-butted away as Neon stepping forward. 4 members of Misfits are there. Watch White Knight. They land themselves a knock-up. The Vanguard edges in and a 3-man stun. Zazie on that flank as Obsessed finds the first kill. Neon will go down, as they get the damage onto Zazie, but he's low HP. He's trying to jump away. A double kill has been picked up for Obsessed on the Rek'Sai, and it's a 2-for-1 in favor of Misfits.
They'll be very happy with this. They go for the 5v5. BIG think they have the advantage. They have the flank, but they get enough members in that they can now turn towards this dragon as well. Big win for Misfits there, who have been a team that have struggled in some of these 5v5 team fights in the past.
The Dragon RNG in favor of Misfits in this game 3. So it looks like they're going to be picking up their Infernal Drake. Next Drake up is also going to be an Infernal. So going to be another hotly contested Drake here.
Was that a pun? Did you force that pun?
That was not a pun.
Look. We're going to have a quick look at the replay first, because I saw White Knight here and thought, okay, you actually have a big flank. You could get a huge amount of damage down and Zazie on the side, but the amount of initial burst they had was huge. And then you managed to get the backline kind of away from a lot of the major burst coming in from BIG towards the start of that.
It was a good turnaround from BIG to stop that fight from going horrendously wrong. Getting the kill onto Leader, he wasn't actually worth shutdown. The shutdown is still sitting on Obsessed. The shutdown is still sitting on Neon as bonus gold there, available to Big. The gold lead still in favor of Misfits. They're setting up that 1-3-1, and with the Baron buff spawning, Big do need to be a little careful, because if Misfits can get their hands onto it, they may just look to set up this 1-3-1 and continue to siege inwards to Big.
It could be a bit of a struggle. We'll see how this comes out, because right now you also have Obsessed stepping up once again. Previously we talked a lot about the jungle, so after this early game has been passed, it's worth kind of revisiting and noting that the Rek'Sai was sitting at 4-1-1. As you said, had that bounty as well. And now hitting that Sterex is a big factor in these team fights and help the team kind of stem some of the previous issues we saw in that game too.
A lot more comfort coming forward. Neon and Hiva looking very, very strong in this bot lane duo. Unlike that last game where they just got completely smashed, to be fair. You got Dan. He's had the roughest of all of the members of Misfits, but he's still been relevant for the team. He's still been useful and impactful as Leader here. Might need to be a little bit careful, but Tremor Sense will spot and give away the game plan, so Leader is able to play around that knowledge.
It's also, just as you said, Dandan's going to be given free time to farm down in the bot side, something that Dandan has been the recipient of in a lot of Misfits games, if I'm honest. On the Vlad as well, can become pretty scary. Also building towards that Zhonya's I do like, gives them time for that Cataclysm to die. Then with the pool as well, will just be a massive delaying factor in a lot of these fights as well. On top of the fact that the armor is just very handy.
Yep. There's still a fair amount of magic damage he has to worry about, but he's got a lot of health to work with now. He's got a lot of sustain to work with now as wards are coming down. They tried to score out to see if Misfits are trying to sneak away a cheeky Baron, but they're not going to do it.
So again, it's just Hiva and Neon playing pretty far up. Trying to pressure out BIG out of their own jungle here. Hiva under a bit of pressure.
Let's just jump out of the grand entrance though. Makes a grand exit as Kazi actually flashes in forward, trying to get that quickness off, and Neon just gets chunked and obliterated. Kazi takes him down.
Good flash ultimate from Karzi. They're actually going to turn their attention towards this Baron as well, which, while heavily under Misfits' control with the vision, without that Xayah, is now very quickly being forced by BIG.
Dandan's got teleport, but he's trying to walk up the river. You can see Leader in that mid lane. Misfits having a look around, seeing if they can stop this Baron. The Baron is fairly slow for the moment. Misfits on that flank with Leader, with Obsessed. The stun connects onto White Knight. They can see Baron half HP. Hiva spots out Sir Nukes a lot. 4k HP on that Baron. Dandan now joined up with the rest of the team. He goes in, throws down the Hemo Plague. Obsessed comes over as Donars takes down Hiva, but the Vanguard's edges on. Kazi is trying to kite and fight away from the rest of the team, but the Void Rush comes through, and Misfits come out on top. But now they've got to deal with the other 3 members as Dandan will melt down. They stop the Baron, but Big turn the fight around.
It was a relatively even fight, but the big thing, as you said, is they managed to stop that Baron. So Misfits will be happy enough with this, but you could see BIG, once they pull that trigger, they're very quick to make these big decisions.
Very snappy decision here, and it looks like pings are actually coming out from Big. They're a little worried that Misfits might just rush this. Remember, they got the Mountain and the Infernal. Neon is up, so they might be able to take this very, very quickly. So Nuxalot will try to splot them out for the moment. The rest of the team closing in. Low HP onto Misfits. Leader's low. Zazie goes for the assassination. Doesn't quite get the stun off, but Leader taking oh so much damage. Sir Nuxalot fights the shutdown. And 2-man knockout comes through. Sir Nuxalot is low. The flag and drag is dodged out. Watch Leader. Watch Night Knight. They get themselves a kill. The teleport comes in. Dandan's there. Now Big stop the Baron, but they're the ones to lose the fight.
It's the exact same play in reverse. I say that. What's much more entertaining this time to watch the Alistair manage to finish off the Aurelia, but incredibly well done by both sides here. As those Barons are starting up, find those key engages, the ability to shut it down. I would say a lot more dangerous as well when you're dealing with the Misfits take because it's so much quicker.
Oh, Heaver. He's just playing a nuisance at the moment, but Obsess up in a couple of seconds. You can see that Misfits want to get this kill onto Donut so they can secure this second Infernal.
Okay.
Chunking Donut out, forces the Ragnarok out early. And with Leader and the rest of the team here, Zazie goes to go for an assassination onto Heaver.
Close.
Does quickly dodge away from the Sigil chain, which would have been enough to get the kill.
I mean, with the mark, it would have been very close if not getting the kill, but certainly is dangerous here. You can see why Zazie, even from behind, was getting this LeBlanc band away consistently, but now looking for another Infernal Dragon. Misfits are the ones who should be able to clear it pretty quickly.
Heaver jumps over the wall, gets turned onto by Heaver, forces out the stopwatch. Now Zazie comes in, a free-man ultimate comes out from Leader as he jumps onto the backline, gets himself the first kill of the fight. Heaver flashes away from White Knight. There's a 2, but none in favor of Misfits. Dan finds the next one, and they just find absolutely everyone. The full ace and triple kill for Misfits.
And this is just going to be the instant Baron for Misfits. A massive failure by BIG trying to force that. You didn't have the Ragnarok available, so even with Heaver playing very far forward, almost going down, even if he had, it just wouldn't have mattered.
Leader takes down a turret in that bot lane while the rest of the team turn their attention towards Baron Nashor. Dan, in that mid lane, so they are doing a 1-3-1 just in a weird way.
3-1-1, why the hell not? Moving towards that Baron as well. They will be pretty happy with this. Misfits are the ones very heavily in control of this game. They also picked themselves up an inhib tower as well. It's going to make these sieges, these split pushes, even easier for Misfits. And this could spell disaster for the Dock region's #1 seed.
White Knight has teleported in there on the hunt for Leader. They know he's worth gold. Donut is going to instantly stop his base. The stun will not do anything here as Donut shuts down Leader.
As you said, good quick response. Leader a bit greedy there to stay and try farm that little bit extra. Gets TP'd on as well, so that's going to curb one of the potential splits, but you can just send him to the one where he's already cracked the inhib tower and not really need the Baron wave as much.
All right, let's have a little look at this fight again.
You can see Heaver goes very far forward and almost goes down, but because Donarts has no Ragnarok, he's the one who has to go with the stopwatch and has to try dodge it all out. But then you noted the Aurelia on the backside pressuring everyone. If you look at the other side as well, Neon is just pumping out damage whenever anyone's trying to deal with that backline as well. So the fight split up, but in a way that Misfits were very, very comfortable with. Meant that neither of their major members in the Xayah and the Aurelia were particularly pressured.
I mean, Leader was so quick, I actually lost track of him in that fight. He was just blinking around the fight so quickly.
Just Aurelia things, right?
Yeah, standard stuff, right? Right, let's have a little look at the items. That Titanic has been finished up along with the Sterix onto Leader. A GA for Obsess. On this Rek'Sai, you've got the Phantom Dancer, the Rapid Fire Cannon, and Infinity Edge on Neon. Going to be really pumping out that damage, and you were talking about in that last fight how Neon was just able to throw so many feathers out. Leader maybe looking to try and catch Donarts, but doesn't find him.
Ragnarok would have been available, but Leader probably would have just killed anyway.
Closing in on level 16 as well. It's going to be nice and big for him. Get that 3 points in his ulti. So the rest of the team are actually joining up with Leader in this top side of the map. Dan,
no
he's
TP.
having a little walk around the river at the moment.
No TP on Dan, but is actually going to run up through the mid lane, it looks like. Probably take the wave on the way.
Turret goes down here. Misfits. 9k ahead of BIG. They're looking to try and knock out the German representatives from the Dark region. The #1 seed out of Germany here versus the 2nd seed from the LFL from France, Misfits.
And based on those play-ins performances, you'd be surprised to see this because Misfits did look very shaky on top of the fact that SK, who are the #2 seed, looked so dominant there. But you see how Misfits have massively picked up their form. They've managed to consistently find themselves solid drafts to give them the 1-3-1. And this time around, BIG did not seem to have the good response for it. But it's not over yet. Maybe they could find that last response they need. One big bursty team fight.
Still have it within them, but it's going to be hard. Misfits using these Baron waves in a 1-4. Pressuring out BIG, trying to whittle through these turrets one by one. It's the slow burn here.
See, Misfits are able to play pretty far forward, though. Not a huge amount of wave clear on BIG. Blanc having to play pretty far forward to clear those waves. The other side, the Jarvan and the Varus having an okay-ish time. Certainly it is slowly, as you said, whittling away at those towers. You want to see BIG try force the engage before it becomes a massive issue for them.
Really a fairly large issue. So Nukes a lot. Flash is available. He has his ultimate. Every ult can go down at the snap of a button here. BIG waiting for that opportunity, waiting for that big chunk. Dandan now grouping up. Baron buff wears off as the second inhibitor turret goes down. No inhibs have lost yet, so BIG, while it's looking bad, trying to make the play. The Cataclysm comes in. A massive charm by Heaver. Neon's onto that side, but watch Leader on the side of the fight as he flashes in. He finds one. He gets a 3-man stun off. He gets a double kill. Donards is low. It's getting another resurrection coming out as they're trying to chase him to White Knight. They run in with a Void Rush and get themselves more. 4 members of Big have fallen, and this might just be the game for Misfits.
Not only 4 members, it looks like the base as well to follow. Misfits are looking to close this one out, Hitbrain.
They're onto the turrets. Turret number 1 down, turret number 2 down, so Nuxalot can do nothing but watch his hopes crumble as Misfits are the first team to qualify for the quarterfinals.
What a nicely done series for Misfits. Of course, a lot of us predicted it, the 2-1. It was so easy to see coming, but no, certainly Misfits impressive.
Massive, massive congratulations for Misfits for making it to next week's quarterfinals here in Leicester. But commiserations too big. They put up a good fight. They went undefeated in the group and they fought back in game 2. It looked like they had an answer, but unfortunately for them, today was not the day.
I think the big thing looking towards this, though, is that we did see BIG make it through a Group A that wasn't particularly taxing. Now coming up against that harsh competition, Misfits had their trial by fire in their own group, having to beat out Rogue to make it here, and then managed to take the series from BIG as well, are having a massive resurgence from, as we said, a bit of a shaky play and run.
Yeah, I mean, Misfits, they came out of that group of death, like you said. We honestly thought Fnatic and Rogue were going to be the 2 teams to come out. Misfits come out of that group and then we go, okay, now they've got to play Big. This is going to be really rough for them. If Big are anything like what we've seen from SK, it's going to be really hard work. But they do come out on top. They do look very, very good, and they take that game.
I think the big one for me as well is the fact that you now have 2 teams from the play-ins with massive resurgences. Previously, we were talking about Mad Lions, who have since been undefeated after their first poor day. We also have Misfits now in a big resurgence from what we saw were shaky play-in games. It looks like the play-ins teams are coming here to do extremely well and really surprise.
Well, with that, Misfits will be coming to the quarterfinals, but we're going to pass it down to the analyst desk to break down that game a little bit more. So, Ender, over to you.
Thank you very much, HitBrain. Wow, guys, what a game coming through from the Misfits from start to finish. We saw Leader popping off with a solo kill to start the game and that ridiculous team fight at the end.
Level 4, I think it was.
Yep.
He's tower diving 2 towers in the mid lane to solo kill Zazzy at level 4. As soon as Zazzy built cloth armor first started, I was like, yeah, he's in his head. This game's over.
Yeah.
Leader is in his head.
You can't solo kill. But again, like it was just really good solo lanes from Misfit. This is the dive we're talking about. Level 4, it's just you're not expecting it. I just don't understand how you kind of go into that one. And again, like we're just seeing more and more pressure being put on. Leader just being able to kind of, really go in on top of this mid lane. And this one really, I felt, turned the tide of it. Because even when you go 2v1 and you trade 1v1, that's not good for the side of Big.
That's a tilter right there. Misfits all in all, though. It's like Leader was the star of the show, but all together when they were playing these team fights were pretty good on the backside. If you look at Leader, just jumps in and just draws so much attention to himself. Basically, like 3 people are jumping towards him there. But it's like, if you forget about Leader, you then have to still deal with Dandan, who was big on this Vladimir. Neon and Heaver in that bot lane as well. Heaver had some really sick engages as well. And it was just too much for Big to deal with.
Yeah, I think there was always going to be this timer eventually when Dan hit 3 items on that champion, but Leader didn't want to allow that to ever happen with like that flank ultimate right there. It was just absolutely incredible play from him. And now, as we look forward for this team, this is our first team now locked into the semifinals. They look, I think, really, really good.
Yeah, I gotta say it to them, like, from play-ins through the group of death that they touched on the caster desk, and now you're into the top 4 of the EU Masters. They've gone through hell, they've gone through fire, and they've come out unscathed.
Yeah, and their story really starts back in the LFL domestically when they were pretty much written off, weren't that great in the regular season, and had to go through 3 best-of-5s to even make it to the finals to qualify for EU Masters. Then in the play-ins, like you say, group of deaths. Now they're at the 2nd seed up against the 1st seed. Come out of this one as well. Misfits, like, whenever the odds are against them, they pull through.
Yeah, and I think as well, like what's even more impressive from this win is that we were talking about the year of the DOC. Up until this day, there was one loss for the entire DOC region, and that was it. It was in play-ins between SK and Red Star. Now that, you know, again, they're out. The big, you know, #1 team from that region is gone, and Misfits, I honestly thoroughly deserve it.
And this is the first time that a French team will make it into the live portion of E-Masters since the first season back a year ago now.
Well, it was an incredible series from both sides. Ultimately, the Misfits were able to come out on top. Now, don't forget, you can still get your tickets to see the finals live in the Haymarket Theater next weekend. So go ahead and pick those up, and we'll see you on the other side of this break.
Bounce out to 3,000, Selfmade jumps in, Selfmade gets it, and Mad Lions have bitten back. My God, that is absolutely stunning!
We just saw Misfits take the first spot in the semifinals here at EU Masters, but there's one more spot on the line today. That, of course, is going to be in the battle between Spain and Spain. It's Mad Lions up against Splice Vipers. This match, it looks really, really exciting.
Yeah, and I think specifically you look towards Splice, who towards the end of that Super League Orange were looking incredibly strong, but now you have Mad Lions also now returning to form. They had a bad day one at play-ins, but now all the way back, they have yet to be defeated.
Of course, and this is a Mad Lions team that won the last European Masters. They looked so good in their group.
Well, a Mad Lions org.
The Mad Lions org. The team did go through drastic changes, don't get me wrong, but it seems like the fundamentals of success are still with this team, especially now that they are in this tournament once again.
Of course, having retained their coach, Aranea, and then their support, Falco, so you kind of have a few of those key decision makers still around in the organization, helping them out hugely as they rebuilt this team and are now on the way back trying to rebuild that championship title.
Yeah, but on the other side of things, Splice Vipers, they looked very strong in the Spanish region their own, coming here as the #1 seed.
I mean, yeah, they came in and we thought, okay, Mad Lions, not the same team. They are still the defending champions, but not the same team. We then looked at Splice, and that's where we tend to see, okay, this is where the Spanish powerhouse is. They then dropped a game to SK, who had come out of the playing stages looking very much on form. Mad Lions come first out of their group. Splice Vipers come second out of their groups. We've actually had a little bit of shift in this power dynamic coming into this game.
I think the big thing for me as well, though, is the fact that it wasn't only the fact that they dropped that game to SK. It was even in their wins, they didn't look particularly comfortable. When we see a lot of these guys who've been doing quite well in their groups, when they win, they just hard smash. Splice didn't really feel the same, and that's maybe a little worrying coming into this best of 3.
Yeah, well, you see here on your screen the Splice Vipers themselves. Now, the big news of the day is after being subbed out for a few games in favor of Sharp, Tierwolf is now back in the jungle.
But the big thing is, if you look back to that Super League Orange, that miracle gauntlet run that Splice made, Tierwolf was the one who managed to help them go 3-0 up against Mad Lions. So bringing him back in here now makes sense.
When I look at the roster, personally for me, I'm actually looking at hat tricks here. This guy, you know, I think of the KO. Every time I see the name, I'm like, that 1v4 and KO was sick. So obviously, I'm pretty pumped by hat tricks here.
It's not even just the KO, though. It was in some of those shakier games, hat tricks who really stepped up and helped carry the team. While the rest of the map looked relatively even if a little behind, hat tricks was the one stepping up and helping everyone pull back into it.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Hatrix really has been the focal point of this team, and we'll have to see how he and Tierwolf work together again, putting that duo that was so successful domestically back on this much larger stage. Now, on the other side of things, it is the Mad Lions. As we said, they held on to their support player and their coach. The rest of their team, though, has looked so stellar so far in this tournament.
I mean, the one I'd be focusing on here is Yappa as well, who's been really good on some of these big carry top laners, and especially when you compare him to his counterpart, Arome, who, while having an amazing run in those few games in the LEC, has looked rather shaky in this tournament, even when given the signature Aatrox. Yes, the team fights looked okay, but those laning phases are really questionable.
Yeah, so potentially a little bit of a mismatch in the top lane. Where are your eyes at here, Hipbrain?
I say it every time, Samex in the spotlight. This guy is looking so good. There were questions raised about the team, but everyone was saying, Samex, man, he's been held back by his team. I remember that coming out of day one of play-ins. And then he picks it up in the next stages of the play-in stages. He looks so good. And then throughout all of the groups, this man has been my man to watch, and I'm going to continue to watch him in this series.
But also Bluerzor helped kind of return them to form as well. So as we said with Tierwolf returning, this is going to be quite an interesting and engaging jungle matchup, because if you look back at that domestic series, that 3-0 for Splice, a lot of it was off a really heavily contested Skarner pick, and when we saw Bluerzor help them return to form, it was also the Skarner that allowed him to do so. So I'm really interested in seeing now if Bluerzor will still have that aggressive advantage.
Yeah, and it's interesting. We hear about the domestic scene and having that 3-0 where Splice Vipers looked so good against Mad Lions, but over the course of this tournament, I think we've seen more of the Mad Lions, you know, making that run from the play-in stage. They looked rather dominant there. They also performed very well in their group, so I think people that are just limited to seeing EU Masters itself would say they are the favorite coming into this game, but if you've been following them for a long time, that's not necessarily the case.
Yeah, but I think you also have to look at what group both of these teams came out of. You know, Mad Lions, well, they were in the same group with LDLC, another powerhouse region. They took them out. And then Splice Vipers, they were in with SK. They were the second seed out of the German region. So really, really exciting to see who's going to come out on top between these two Spanish teams.
Yeah, the two Spanish teams here, Splice Vipers up against the Mad Lions, of course, playing a best-of-3 for a spot in the semifinals. Only 3 of those left after our first series of the day. Already seeing the Zillion Hecarim duo banned by Splice, as well as the Akali and Draven for Mad Lions.
And I'm looking at Splice and I'm saying they really want to first pick this Rise as well, because Splice are always a team that try to play for a little bit later. That's in fact how they seem to get ahead of Mad Lions in a lot of those games. Even Tierwolf going for the likes of a Zac pick when the Skarner was taken away, so has been going for things that aren't necessarily really aggressive early, but could scale quite well into the mid to late game.
Yeah, so we have our eyes on the Rise, as well as the Irelia we saw as being very pivotal in that last series. It feels like there's a lot of different options available here, and Splice do say they value the Irelia more than the Rise.
I think you have to take it away from Yopper. It's so good on that guy, but Mad Lions come in quickly equipped to deal with this. They take the Rise, they take the Skarner, which Blue Resort has been looking so much better on once he started playing this Skarner.
I wonder if Tierwolf comes out with the same Zac response, though, that we did see domestically, because, again, that does mean that Skarner has the edge earlier on, but isn't necessarily someone who wants to go heavy on the invade.
Well, look at that. It is going to be the Zac pick you mentioned, Tig, so they're going to combo that up here with the Tahm Kench to give some more safety for Freeze in the bot lane.
That is one tanky front line
Yeah,
you have
it
as
is.
well. On top of the fact that Tahm Kench is just a lot of protection for any of your squishier members too. This is Splice going that you can't burst us. It's going to be very hard to pick people off as the Skarner as well with that Tahm Kench. And it means that we're going to be given the ability to stall, which is exactly what we want.
Yeah, I also think the Tahm Kench is a very good answer against a pick like the Rise that typically wants to go in a side lane. Now, I see you with an interesting look on your eyes as the Thresh gets locked in. What are you thinking about that?
It's not good. That's what I'm thinking.
I don't want to say anything because, like, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there's something I'm missing here, but surely this is not
I mean,
a great
I think the idea here is that it's so much pick that Tahm Kench can only save one of you.
Fair enough. You can go the Lantern with the Skarner ult combo right there, so maybe they're looking for something like that?
It's possible as well. Even some of those tankier members will struggle if they're dragged that far into the enemy team, so we will see if that's maybe some of the plan we're seeing coming out here.
All right, so no AD carries actually picked for either of these two teams. Doesn't seem like we're going to see those targeted in the ban phase as well. So Samix and Freeze, two players that I feel like a lot of people watching will remember those names, have their pick of the litter when it comes to their champion pools.
Of course, you then want to be locking the AD carry here next for Mad Lions because you want to allow that counter pick, that flexing of the Rise between that top and mid lane. You have even seen Samux lean towards that Misfortune as well, so something that not a lot of people are willing to pick up. You have seen Samux go for that big team fight ability.
I'm actually really liking the Ashe ban. Gives you so much pick when you've got the Zac, when you've got the Tahm Kench to cut people off. Just a really nice all-round pick there, denying that from the from Splice Vipers, denying that from Freeze. Last man's going to be a Twitch on Samux, actually.
Interesting.
I think the thing I'm looking at is we don't want you to scale with us.
Yeah.
We want you to go very far away. You could even see Samux respond with something like the Vayne or even the Kai'Sa, I think would be quite good here.
Yeah, Vayne, Kai'Sa, both available, both have some pretty strong playmaking opportunities themselves, and when you have a Thresh on your side, a champion that can play aggressive but also give you those strong defenses, it seems like Vayne is got to be the answer here for Samux.
We did talk a lot about how Splice have drafted this really strong front line in terms of just the flat health you get from both the Zac and the Tahm Kench. Vayne's one of the best people for dealing with that.
Yeah, there's also a lot of, I feel like, telegraphed CC on the side of Splice, so having a very mobile AD carry should be able to dodge away of things like a Zac jumping at your face or Aurelia trying to stun you.
You also even have to condemn out of the Zac if you end up a little bit too close as well.
A lot of good options here for the side of Mad Lions, but Splice, it is going to be the Boris and the Kale for hat tricks. Hit Brain, you love it.
So happy to see this. I hope this is hat tricks. I assume Aromi's going to take the Aurelia up and just give hat tricks that Kale, but I wonder what the kind of answer is, because technically that flex could still go to Yopper in the top lane, so wondering what Mad Lions decide to go for, what they want to kind of be picking as their mid or their top hit.
I think Mad Lions could even go full scaling and go back to Pretty's Gangplank here if they want to as well.
Okay. No scaling. We don't want scaling here in EU Masters. We want the Riven in the top lane here for Yappa. That is a spicy pick and probably the best way you could start off this sick best of 3.
Yeah, we might actually throw that mid.
we're presuming it's going to the top lane, so I'm just going to quickly talk about that real quick, where you can just run forward through the Irelia. I'm just waiting for that swap to come through. There it is, yes. You can kind of run forward through the Irelia, even if you kind of set up the W as the Irelia to deny as much of the play as possible. You're just allowing Riven to very quickly stack that Conqueror.
Yeah, I'm really liking what I'm seeing here from Mad Lions, of course, having a strong winning side lane matchup in the top lane, but also the Ryze as well gives them scaling options to go up along the side of this Kayle. Seems like this might be a little bit of a slower game, perhaps, between these two teams than we're used to seeing.
I am shocked the Splice Vipers have drafted for a slower game. Certainly Mad Lions, I think, have gone, we could Triforce, but that's what happened domestically, and we simply weren't able to do so. Splice Vipers matched us and ended up getting to that late game. This way around, if we match, even if they manage to stall us out, we could still find the fights that we have been able to do against all the other teams here at the international stage.
All right, so I have to ask you now, is stalling going to be the right answer? Do Splice Vipers have an edge, or is it Mad Lions?
I think Splice Vipers are somewhat in the heads of Mad Lions with the way they're drafting some of the things we have seen them beat, but I feel like Mad Lions are on such a solid run at the European Masters and have matched Splice Vipers for scaling that I'm leaning Mad's way.
All right, Hiprain, thoughts?
I'll go for Mad.
All right, we got some Mad Lion votes here on the desk. It's going to be a good one. The Spain battle here between the two Spanish organizations. See who moves on. Let's throw it to BP and Foxtrot for the cast.
Thank you very much, Ender. I am joined, of course, by the illustrious Foxtrot. Always a pleasure to have you on cast.
I like that one.
Yeah, I know, right?
I don't think I've heard that one before. I appreciate that. Thank
yeah?
you.
Oh, I'm glad to be the first person there.
Resplendent, I would have taken as well.
Ooh, very nice. But let's bring ourselves back again. I'm getting lost in your eyes once more. Okay. I can't have that happen again. But bringing it back into this one, Mad versus Splice, the battle for Spain, the battle for the next to be the only Spanish org to get into the semi-finals. Seen the drafts, Riven, Irelia. It's looking a bit spicy.
Yeah, so you have Yopper's Riven, who was known as a Riven one-trick in solo queue. So that's pretty comfort there.
Yep.
Potentially, arguably. And hat-tricks on Kayle on the other side too. He's played this before, and it really fits not only hat-tricks' wheelhouse, but also Splice's wheelhouse as well, because, you know, Splice is the team in E-Master with the longest average game time. They like to scale, and hat-tricks pretty big carrying that mid lane as well.
Yeah, hasn't done too badly, you know.
Not too shabby in that mid lane.
Not too shabby, but,
so
you know, you have to get there. That's the thing. You have to get to that late game, and that's why we have seen them fall to the likes of SK.
And Mad Lions, you're not going to want to hear this, Splice fans, but Mad Lions have the lowest game time on the EU Masters. So it's actually a really cool stylistic toss-up here between these two teams, where you have one team who wants the game to go late, the other team who is proficient at ending the game early. The thing is about these stats is that stats will always tell you what you want them to say, but at the same time you can also argue on the other side, well, perhaps Mad Lions were just, I mean, they can play scaling, they're just so good, they didn't need to, and maybe Splice just had a few hiccup games or whatever. It was only a 3-game sample size in that group stage, so perhaps, you know, it's not as, you know, maybe Splice feel like they have more to show than what they showed in the group stage. Let's not forget what happened in the LVP Superliga finals, mate.
Yeah, 3-0 for Splice over Mad Lions. So I feel like Mad Lions want to get revenge on that. You're in another best of, arguably on a bigger stage as well. Like, you do not want to fall again to the same people who knocked you out of the your regional league.
Yeah, and for Mad Lions, they won it all last year. Like, they legitimately won everything. And it's like, can you imagine that? You lose like 4 out of 5 of your team members to SK. They get promoted to the LEC. Yeah. And then you come back next year with a totally different roster apart from one geezer, and you just win it all again.
That's it. Like, you know, you could look at it, and I suppose then that kind of like makes Falco turn around and kind of go, don't forget me this time. Like, come on, lads, let me go too. But, like, absolutely agree. Like, Mad are storied within this competition. Like, they've always come up trumps. They're very storied in the Spanish League, Superliga Orange as well. You know, Splice come in, definitely looking pretty strong. A lot of teams favoring them, looking a little shaky, like you said, favoring those kind of late game drafts. And looking at the two drafts, you know, independently of each other, like, are you feeling, which one are you feeling a bit more? Like, which one do you think kind of gets you, you know, a little bit more excited?
Yeah, I think it's like, oh man, I'm going to say Mad because I love the fact that they picked Riven into Irelia. Like, I just love that so much. I mean, that's just, it's two champions who kind of want to do the same thing, but there's not space for them to both do it, if that makes sense,
right? It's the epitome of solo queue right there.
Like, basically, right? It's just going to be so spicy. And I think as well, the fact that Splice has brought Tier Wolf back in speaks volumes to just the confidence they have in this guy, because, you know, in the group stage, guys, Tearwolf played the first game, lost, and then they brought in Sharp, their substitute jungler, for the rest of the group stage, which is when they won those 2 games to enable them to get into the quarterfinals like you're seeing here. But they brought Tearwolf back in, and he's on the Zac, which has been picked as his specific counter to the Skarner, of which Blue Resort, he's pretty happy playing this one. He doesn't mind playing Skarner. He's kind of good on this champion.
Hasn't done too badly. Actually, it is Tearwolf as well, who is pretty famous for his Zac. He hasn't had a bad time on it whatsoever. Definitely known for it back when he was on KS Latin Gamers back in the Latin America South.
Yeah, the only import from Latin America South, I believe, that we've
I think it's Latin America overall. Like Latin America 100%.
Yeah.
So the entire of South America. So, you know, you come in, you're coming into E-Masters, you've been to the tops of the, you know, you've been to Worlds, you've been to all these different things. It's going to be onto him and his voice as a shot caller to really kind of, you know, push Splice through this. But we'll see exactly how this early game goes for both sides. You still have the Rise and the Aurelia. We saw it in the previous series today between Misfits and Big. Definitely trading hands, as we talked about. So we'll see how that develops throughout this series. But first, see how, you know, Pretty does on this Rise, because Pretty hasn't had the most amazing of showings so far this tournament. Yeah,
it's kind of like polarizing stats for Pretty opposed to Hatrix. Yeah, Hatrix has the highest damage share of any mid laner for his team, whereas Pretty has the lowest damage share of any mid laner for his team. So Splice rely a lot more on Hatrix than Mad Lions do on Pretty, but Rise is such a strong pick and also has quite a flexible play style where you don't necessarily have to be that carry. You can sit him in that 1-3-1, you can wave clear with him. He doesn't have to be the guy on your team. So I think Pretty in this draft is being set up for success, and it really comes down to whether Mad Lions as a unit can shut down Hatrix before it gets to that kind of 30-35 minute mark where KO really starts popping off.
Do you think they're on a timer, the side of Mad Lions? You think because they have pretty good late game themselves.
Yeah, I don't think it's necessarily on a timer, so to speak, because as the Des mentioned, the scaling for Mad Lions is good. It is also good. I just think Hatrix has just been on another level, really, and the KO pick as well. We all know what that can do too. So I wouldn't go so far as to say a timer. Sometimes team comps really do just get hard outscaled. I don't think this is one of them. But at the same time, you know, Spice have a certain weakness, have a certain identity, and you want them to avoid that, right? You want to make it so that they don't reach that point. And Blue Resort now has double Krugged Zac, which is no real surprise. Zac is really crap doing Krugs, and you might just get a cheeky little jungle fight here.
Ooh, potentially, Tearwolf needs to be very, very careful. Does get stunned up. They're going to be trying to smite it, but it's not going to go over to Tearwolf, and that's a flash down as well. Blue Resort putting down his dominance in this early game.
Yeah, now Tearwolf has to go back to base here. He's not going to be able to pick up any more of this jungle. Blue Resort is going to clean out this Gromp. Advantage Blue Resort. Tearwolf is still level 3, so even when he gets back onto the map, Tearwolf's still level 2, sorry. Even when he gets back onto the map, he's not going to be able to immediately gank. We'll have to take those Krugs first.
And we'll move up towards the top side as well. And you can see Orome versus Yoppa. The KDA is pretty much identical, but the big one I'm looking at are those solo kills and isolated deaths. Yoppa has been a busy, busy boy.
Yeah, Yoppa is the flashier player of the two, whereas Orome is more of...
Some might say riskier, you know?
Riskier, flashier, you know, either way, eyes are going to be on this guy. The isolated deaths may be something that Mad Lions want to avoid, but having that X factor with the solo kills, I mean, we just saw that in the previous series with Leader and mid lane. Like, having these kind of players can be really spicy, and in big, high-stake games like when you reach into the playoffs, the quarterfinals like we are now in a best of 3, those kind of plays can really be the catalyst and the spark for your team. But also, you can also argue the same for Orome. He's the rock in the top lane. If you don't want someone to muck up, then he's your boy.
Yeah, doesn't give away too much, doesn't cause too much issue, as you say, but definitely a clash of styles, I feel like, now with Yoppa coming in against Orome. Orome has shown that he can 100% do that kind of style of aggressiveness, but we see already Yoppa getting that push in, really looking to kind of put pressure onto this Aurelia.
Yeah, and this is sort of just the matchup in a nutshell, where Riven is a little bit stronger at this point, and not as big item power spikes as the Aurelia has, more reliant on those levels. But you can also see that in the starting items. You've got the longsword from Yoppa, so he's going to have that little edge as far as like trades go early and pushing out the minion waves. So Orome is not really expected to do a huge amount right now. It'll be more around the level 7, level 8 mark, where these two champions will really be fighting off together, and you'll actually see like the two Rams butting head to head.
You see Hatrix getting pushed in by Pretty here. Pretty takes a A little bit of a turret shot, and we see the junglers. And Tyrell just can't fight this. He needs to back away and needs to kind of, succeed pressure to this Skarner, because Blue Resort's had the dominant early game, almost double his CS right now.
Yeah, this is a real struggle playing versus Skarner, is that Skarner is so good at farming the jungle and fighting 1v1 that if you don't have an answer for that, as Zach doesn't really have, then you kind of just get put in a little bit of a pickle. And Mad Lions is using this advantage they have in the mid lane, and the fact that Breeze and Prime have gone for a reset and a record. Blue Resort now is going towards this dragon area. It's going to take this one down. When you have that shrine next to the dragon, it's actually pretty easy to take this objective here. You have that bunch of stats there that enable you to knock this one down pretty fast, and Falco and Blue Resort going to pick up the first dragon off the game.
Yeah, most people don't particularly like the Ocean Drake, but it is very, very handy when you get it super early in the laning phase. Definitely helps both your laners, and it will transition now into a mountain. So again, good start for Mad Lions. We talked about how they're the early dominating team.
Yeah, and the Ocean Drake specifically for this mid lane is going to be quite nice, because having Ryze be able to just not have to worry too much about his mana compared to before is always good when you're just trying to like push out and just keep Kayle under that tower and deny her from as many last hits as possible.
See now, big minion wave. There is the Elastic Slingshot, but Yappa completely dodges out from it. And Tyrolf not going to find anything else from that. I felt it was a little bit optimistic, as Arome was on literally no mana at the time, so not really able to kind of, convert anything from that. And Tyrolf, we questioned this a little bit. We talked about this in the pregame a little bit as well. Like, it's going to come down to how he kind of, deals with this kind of pressure. And right now, it's not looking so good for the guy from from South America.
Yeah, and Arome gets his back cancelled there as well, so that's definitely advantage Yoppa. Tyrwolf, though, on the plus side, you don't have to do a huge amount in this early game. You're really picked just as like a tank and for those engages as the game goes on. So if you don't have the best early game, you just have to buy your Cinderhulk and just jump in, and you'll be able to do that regardless of how much CS you have. Obviously, it does make this lane phase a little bit more tricky for you, but I wouldn't say that alarm bells are ringing. It just really comes down to whether Blue Resort can use this advantage that he has over Tyrwolf right now at this stage of the game, which is fairly significant, mind you. I'm not trying to undersell this by any means. He needs to be able to leverage this into an advantage.
Yeah, level 6 now hit by Blue Resort. He has got the Impale available, so I'll be curious to see exactly where he goes with this one. Not much vision for pretty much anyone on the top side. You can see how defensive it is on the bottom there. There's two little pink wards along the back entrances. They're not actually in the river. And now we see with the priority in mid, with the priority in top, Blue Resort and Yappa with Pretty's assistance just going to jump in onto this blue buff, and this should be an easy, easy steal.
And you can't really do much about this if you're not stronger than the enemy jungler and your laners are also stuck under tower. And this is why Mad Lions have the lowest game time of any team in the EU Masters, because when you have this permanent lane priority right here, you can start changing or like transforming that into things like jungle invades, things like ganks and stuff like that. And we're going to see one of them now.
Here we go. There's the Impale. Vanguard's Edge does get hits. That slows up everybody. Arome getting the resets, but there's nowhere really for him to go. Yappa has popped the bait of the Exile, and he will pick himself up first blood. It's as easy as that for Mad Lions.
Blue Resort leaves that for Yappa because he really wants Yappa as the Riven to have this advantage in the 1v1. Irelia, don't forget that Irelia is going to want to get in the face of Riven just to be Irelia. But there's a gank in the bot lane.
Oh, that play was so nice. Falco flashes, drops the box, and that is a complete disengage. Tyrwolf, you can see he's feeling the pressure. He felt like he needed to make something happen, but just not able to get quite enough distance there.
Does get the flash. He might look for a cheeky little return gank here.
No, the tumble has been used. Samix does not get hit by it, does use the Condemn, gets the Dark Passage, and again, this, when you have Thresh in a lane like this, it's so safe for your AD carry.
Yeah, this is, the disengage from Zac with a Vayne Thresh is actually pretty nutty. It's why this Vayne pick was quite smart, because you have very good tools to deal damage to Zac and to Thresh with your percentage health damage, but also, oh gosh, Tyrwolf's on a gank spree.
He's trying to just go for anything and everything. He does catch Pretty a little bit, does not really lock him down though. Phase Rush does come in. Blue Resort is around the corner there on Banana Bush. And again, backing away, they don't really have the damage as of this right moment in time.
Yeah, that is 3 ganks in the space of 3 seconds for Tyrwolf. He's all over the map right now, and that is kind of Zac thing, so he's able to still put a little bit of pressure down, but to be honest, he's not getting a huge amount from it, right? Like, he got a flash from Thresh, which is nice. Does get some pressure down the lanes, but it's not really translating into anything. Meanwhile, Blurizor is able to extend the CS lead that he's got over Tearwolf, and this experience lead as well is honestly evolving to a point where it's starting to get a little bit scary. And the issue is now that if Splice want to start fighting, or like if Mad Lions turn for objectives and Splice want to start to fight that, I'm not speaking English. It's going to be very hard against this Skarner, right? And point in case right here, the Herald has been started by Mad.
Yeah, they have spotted out on the side of Splice, so they are going to try and maybe delay this one a little bit. Pretty has gotten the priority, though, in mid. It's going to be a full reset, you'd feel, though, because they don't really want to try and risk this super early. There's the reset. Tearwolf needs to be very careful. Impale is available, or rather was, and they're going to go back to it. They know they have the stronger lanes, and they know they can go for this one again. But Tearwolf, he hasn't given up.
We'll see whether or not Splice actually want to contest this one. Hatrix is still glued to his mid lane. He doesn't seem too confident, but Falco's also roaming up. Oh, this will be outnumbered here for Splice if they go for the fight.
Yeah, I think they're just going to back away from this one. They've spotted the Thresh, like you said, Falco going into that mid lane. That's going to be just pure pressure from the lanes. And we talk about it a couple of times during the the tournament, but having that lane priority, being able to kind of push yourself ahead in top and mid just gives you so much pressure in the jungle and the outer rings of those lanes.
Splice, there's a reason why these guys take quite a long time to round out their games. Because if you're conceding this much pressure and drafting this kind of late game, then this is kind of just what happens. And now the pressure is on Mad Lions to use this Herald to knock down some towers, see whether or not they can break down the front line of Splice as far as those objectives go. If you can just get that mid tower especially, you really open up a lot of the map, and then that's more territory for Blurizor to walk into the jungle, put more pressure on Tearwolf, who's already been feeling a lot of pressure in this game. You have to think what's next on the menu will be this Mountain Dragon for Mad Lions.
Yeah, and that is just spawned up just there. And yes, Scuttle does go over to the side of Splice, but they don't really have much pressure. They are actually going to spot Tearwolves 100% on that ward. So again, just more and more pressure. Rift Herald in hand. Still have 1 minute and 30 seconds until plates fall. You imagine they're going to try and, like you said, put that into the mid lane, try and break open that, maybe even get Pretty some more gold, and know that they can kind of accelerate into this mid game.
Take a cheeky look at the item builds at this point in the game as well. Blather and Kings have been complete on both mid and bot lane for Freeze and Hatrix here. Pretty big items for both these champions. Obviously, Kayle is more worried about levels and items specifically, but having that item complete now means that if you do pick a fight around any of these two laners, you will have something going for you that is it is a bit of a power spike for these guys. Obviously, 2 items is really where it's at for Freeze and for Samex here as well in this bot lane. So whichever AD carry can get there first will be pretty important, but again, leveraging this exceptionally strong Skarner and the winning 1v1 in the jungle to make a free Mountain Dragon machine, which is very important for the side of Mad Lions, because we've seen this a lot where teams that like to play a controlled, more methodical style, also known as a scaling style, really hate the Mountain Dragon, because Mountain Dragon messes up what you want to do. You can't stall out against Mountain because then your towers melt faster, the Baron melts faster, and just gives you less wiggle room to operate as a unit. And now Mad Lions have one of those in their back pocket.
Let's see now if Splice Vipers can actually get something here, but it's kind of just being frozen away from them. They need to move up on top of this, but as I say that, we're going to look at the top side. TP has been used, the Impale just go down there to drop him away from it. He's just nowhere to go. Hatrix is here, but just too little, too late. They're going to drop the Rift Herald and start opening up this laning phase.
Hatrix TP'd in, was a split second too late because he tried to flash ulti Arome to save him there. I feel like, yeah, a little bit close, but still, maybe Hatrix just didn't want to be in that scenario. Either way, Mad Lions right here are going to get a second charge. And might have to keep pushing here on the second tower.
Yeah, they know they actually saw the Zac on the bot side, so they know they are completely safe to really go for this. They know that Hatrix tried to flash in as well to get that divine intervention. That is 2 towers going down on that top side. And we talk about, yes, Splice Vipers like to go into the late game, but again, you gotta get there. You can't just give up all these objectives, because you're just gonna go further and further behind.
Very, very true. Mad Lions very good at this stage of the game. One of the things that you can say about this squad, I mean, you can say a load of things about them. They've been very good outside that first day of play-ins here at the EU Masters. Something the Mad Lions do very well is the ability to find these early advantages and then use them to find even more advantages. And that was a perfect example of it in that top side, where you get that nice smart dive, transition that into the Herald, 2 towers there, and bam, suddenly Mad Lions are now sitting at a 2.5k gold lead 15 minutes into the game.
See, pretty much most of it is sitting up on that top side and in the jungle as well. A little bit of it in the mid lane as well. Bot lane's gone fairly, actually in favor of Splice Vipers. They have picked up a couple of, you know, small little CS advantages, but again, that's kind of not what you're looking for right now. You're looking for the kind of the Kayle to get ahead, the Kayle to try and get those big, you know, 2-item spikes with the Guinzoos and the Bork, and it's a long way away from that. But Mad Lions, yes, they've started well, but they need to keep that momentum. They need to keep pushing for these advantages, knowing that they are the stronger team right now.
And as a plus side for Splice, even if you do start losing your outer towers, there's always a risk involved for Mad Lions to play further up on the map, because you have such good engage from the Tarn Kench Abyssal Voyage, from the Zac Elastic Slingshot, that you actually can collapse on Mad if they push into your base. So on the one hand, yeah, it kind of sucks to lose your towers, but Splice are very good at dealing in those situations, at being put in those scenarios. And they have good answers in this game as well to punish Mad Lions if they push out too far or if they execute their 1-3-1 too poorly.
Yeah, see, the 1-3-1 has been implemented. Riven on the top side, and they're keeping the Thresh, Skarner, Hatrix. Needs to kind of back away from this a little bit. Pretty feeling good. Feeling like he can go for a little bit of a trade. Hatrix, though, very hard to catch that, you know, Kayle if you're not right in the range of the Rise.
You can see, though, the way Mad Lions play his is if they push out that mid lane and then as a unit all run into one of these side lanes to try and get a catch. I don't think Pretty's caught here, you know.
I don't know either. You're going to see him there. Let's Bounce goes in. Pretty going to flash over as well. Blue Resort is there, but here come the double TPs. Yoppa is here. Vanguard to edge, miss, and there's the Impale. They're going to be able to get so much damage. The Divine Intervention has to come out immediately, and they're just able to turn this one straight away. Tearwolf needs to back away straight off this fight now. Flash in. Prime able to gobble him up and keep him safe, but it's a 1-for-none. Teleports expended. Dragon up in a minute, and bot lane pressure in favor of Mad.
That was a pretty close team fight, despite the fact that it was only 1-0 and Splice are having to run away right there. Really good time for Hatrix to get in with a Divine Intervention to reset that team fight. You've got to be careful, though, for Tearwolf. If you go for these engages, you have to know where Mad Lions is on the map. Weren't quite able to chunk down pretty fast enough. Mad Lions rotated. But those are the kind of plays you want to look for.
Speaking of a play, they're going to go straight on top of this Kayle, and there's just nothing you can do. No Divine Intervention, no flash, no chance.
This is it. If you keep the lanes pushed in all of the lanes, it means that when you look towards one of them, you can start doing these tower dives, you can start picking people out of position. Mad Lions now going to look towards this outer tower in the bot side of the map. No answer from Splice Vipers.
And that's the scary thing as well. It's the fact that there is no answer. There's no trade back. There's no objective being taken for objective. There's no priority being given. Splice are just giving up all this priority in every lane, apart from maybe you could argue the bot lane, but even now that's been split open. So the only thing they really have left to do is to kind of hope that they can scale up to the 35-40 minutes and hope that the Kayle will be enough to bring them in.
Sounds like you're describing pretty much every single one of the Splice Vipers games so far,
yeah.
BB.
In EUM and LEC.
the thing is with this Splice organization is it kind of goes both ways, right? You could say this is a criticism of the squads that they're not able to close out games early, that they're not great at getting leads early game, but honestly, at the same time, you can also say it's a huge quality of this squad that they're able to actually take games late, to find win conditions despite falling behind. And you know, in the LEC, Splice do have a very similar playstyle. They did have a very high game time compared to a lot of the teams in the playoffs, and they still made the playoffs and looking pretty good. And Splice Vipers, these guys won the LVP Superliga. They came first out of all the teams in Spain, and Spain is arguably the strongest region in the regional leagues. You know, this is not a bad team by any means. They find ways to win. And will they be able to find one against Mad Lions, who are off to a roaring start?
I'll have to see now. Mad Lions sitting themselves on a nice 4,500 gold lead. It's steadily getting bigger and bigger as they start to take more and more objectives. They will have a third Ocean Dregs potentially for them, as they've taken 2 already on top of their mountain. And what's the next move for Splice? How do they like look to transition into this kind of mid to late game without really just giving up their entire base?
I mean, Splice have the easy thing here now. They just don't have to do anything. Like the onus is on Mad Lions to actually make stuff happen, and that all comes down to waiting for neutral objectives. And look at the man himself, Mr. Naran Basher.
Yeah, absolutely. They do have the Trinket Ward put down on top of it though, so they will be able to see this going down. But you've got 2 items on top of your Vayne. There's not really a lot you can do about this on the side of Splice. They have to give it up. That is a 20-minute, 30-second Baron. And again, you are keep giving up so many different priorities. You're just gonna give up everything.
That sucks. That sucks for Splice. I mean, you're asking me what does Splice have to do. Splice don't have to do anything apart from just not lose things like Baron. That felt a little bit too easy for me. They didn't even try to contest that one. To be honest, it is kind of a rock and a hard place here for Splice, because if you do try and come to contest it, Skarner pops the Predator, he runs at you, Falco will be looking for a hook as well on Thresh. Like, it's kind of tough, but at the same time, giving up the Baron this early also is not ideal. So we'll see whether or not Tearwolf decides to go for one of his engages to break the siege, if they can survive this Baron buff, because it is a very early Baron buff, which means that, you know, you don't have that one power member here. Well, here we go. Tearwolf's going in.
He's going to try something, but again, the Flay is there. They put down about half his health bar out of that. Now Mad Lions know that engage.
Look at Pretty top lane. Look at top lane.
Pretty in the 1-3-1 as well, just pushing in on top of that inhibitor turret. You have to make a play, Splice. You have to make a decision.
Oh, they whiffed.
Freeze whiffs the ultimate, and now you see Blue Resort just got the channel. He's going to try to go onto the mid lane, but we're going to go back up to the top side. As you can see, that top turret has been chunked. Mid lane comes back in. They haven't really been able to do anything. Splice are just losing on all fronts right now.
The way you beat a 1-3-1 is you have to engage on one of them. Oh, here we go. Pretty's gone in.
There we go. They've gone on top of Pretty. They will be able to shut him down. 600 gold. But with committing to that, you lose bot lane now as well. And potentially mid lane as Freeze taking a lot of damage. One more auto attack would have done it.
The minions? Oh, minions almost killed him.
Almost able to do it. Now Hatrix is here with Tearwolf, but I feel like they have to give up this mid lane tier 2. It's just nothing that we can do about it, and they're already now down to their inhibitor turrets.
Kind of minions trolling with the focus right there. I think this tower's going to go down anyway. The thing I was going to say is that for Splice, if you want to break a 1-3-1 with Baron, what you have to do is you have to engage on one of the lanes, pick them out of position, kill them, and then with the numbers advantage, you'll be able to defend what the rest of Mad Lions is able to throw at you. The difficulty is that this Zac pick, whereas it has great engage and should be the key engager for Splice Vipers, you can't engage onto the 3 members. You have to attack one of the side lanes. I mean, you're seeing what's happening, and we've been seeing it all game. The Thresh Flay, the Vayne Condemn, you cannot use your engage onto those members because they just push you away. You just can't get in. So it has to be on the Opera. It has to be on Ryze. As you saw, 2 seconds after the failed engage mid, you kill Ryze in the top lane. And in general, that's what you want to have happen here. But Splice Vipers aren't really getting good show of things here, and oh boy, Yopper's going in.
He is going in, forcing the flash away, but there's a flash in response. Blue Resort is here. Prime, you'd have made a valiant effort, my Tam Kenchi friend, but it shall be in vain. And that is Yopper picking up his, I think it's his 3rd kill, maybe even his 4th kill of the game. And I just don't, again, there's nowhere you can go from Mad Lions have just too much pressure.
Tearwolf is going to get gooed here, and I don't think he's going to survive this one.
No,
Hatrix as well. Oh, it's dead?
Yep.
Wait, is that? Oh, he's just dead.
I think he's just dead, and honestly, I feel like with the Baron buff still ticking for a few more seconds, they may have enough in the tank just to go for the end here for Mad Lions.
Ooh, if they go for the end, that will be very, very ballsy of them. But you might be right. You know, I'm not sure if Splice can stop this one. If they don't go for the end, they are. They're bringing the minions in.
There's the Realm Warp. He's going for the move, and that could be the first game of this best of 3 going over for Mad. 1 Nexus turret has fallen. Now they're on to the second one. Vanguard's Edge has completely whiffed from Arome. He tries to go in, but just what's he going to do? They're just too far behind. They have nothing to defend, and that's going to be the Nexus going down in 24.5 minutes. Double kill for Yoppa. They're going to try and get some more little tidbits of, you know, KDAs put in there, but that was a dominating game from Mad Lions.
And this is a best of 3 in the E-Masters quarterfinals, which means that if Splice lose one more game, they are out of it. So now you have to really reset your mental right here and have to think about, okay, how do we change everything. Because
honestly, like your entire philosophy of like, let's just stay late, let's just stay safe, was just ripped apart by the Mad Lions' claws, and they just sunk their teeth in and killed you off in that game.
well, that's the question: is does this start in draft, especially because that was a pretty scaling draft, you know, especially that KO in the mid lane. That we've seen Hatchers do great things, but only when the game gets to 35 minutes. And as you said, you have to get there. You know, and for me, the biggest question mark now for Splice Vipers is, do we see Sharp in Game 2 replacing Tearwolf? Because Tearwolf, that was his second game at E-Masters. The last time he lost a game, he was benched, and they brought in Sharp, and they did look pretty good with him on their roster. So big changes need to come forward for Splice here, but huge props to Mad Lions. That is their 8th win in a row at the EU Masters, and even faster than their average game time, 24 minutes right there. Look like a completely dominating performance.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see, but we are going to throw it to a break. When we return, our analysts are going to break down how that game 1 happened. We'll see you then.
Bounce out to 3,000, Selfmade jumps in, Selfmade gets it, and Mad Lions have bitten back.
Welcome back to the European Masters. The Mad Lions, after this game, took the match and are now up 1-0, heading into what could be match point here for the Spanish squad.
I mean, they just looked so much better. I don't think there's much more to say. They specifically went, okay, Splice only know how to play late game. Let's just also draft late game, but we're better than them early.
I predicted 2-0 coming into this for Mad, so, you know, I'm currently smurfing this, but so are Mad Lions, man. They look so good versus Splice there.
The Mad Lions look super, super good. Splice also drafted a very late game-oriented team composition, and the Mad Lions really were able to exploit that early on.
I mean, it makes sense, right? We constantly talk about how if you draft for late game, you're going to get punished early. Specifically in this meta, it's so easy to very quickly end games. Mad Lions make it look even easier up against Splice. There were a lot of questions I had from Splice. Specifically, you can even go back as far as the draft, but I mean, even simpler, the execution was also off. So they go hyper late game, they draft the Kale. I think this is... I'd be interested in seeing Kale's stats over the course of this tournament because we've seen so many Kales be drafted, lose the lane, and then just lose the game before they're relevant.
Yeah, losing the game before they can reach level 11, let alone level 16. Now, this is one of the plays that started things off and getting Yappa going in the top lane. The first few minutes were relatively passive, but once Yappa got some kills, Mad Lions just kept running all around and picking up, you know, kill after kill after kill.
Yeah, I mean, it seems so easy for them. Fact is, like, Splice only know how to play past 30 minutes, and they never got there.
I saw so many Vanguard's Edge miss this game as well from Aroma. It just wasn't a solid showing by him, so unfortunately for them, it's not a great game as they have to now reset coming out of that game, coming into game 2, because if they can't, Mad Lions will just go through.
Yeah, and Mad Lions will continue to make proactive plays like this. I think Pretty really used the Realm Warps in this game rather effectively, whether it was to make a gank on a side lane happen, or even at the end of the game, he just took the minions on towards the Nexus to close that one out fast.
Yeah, I appreciate the Mad Lions at least know how to very quickly punish Splice. I feel like you can look at this in comparison to their domestic performance and go, this is how much Mad Lions has learned even over the course of just this tournament, and how they've massively improved in that front. And we even looked at the draft, and I was able to predict most of the picks because it was that simple for Mad Lions. They literally went, well, Splice are drafting late game. We can do it. They are also drafting Zac, so they can't even attempt to play early.
Yeah, the Mad Lions did their homework. They showed up, they drafted a better composition, and they played better in that game number 1. But the Splice Vipers are looking to make changes themselves. They have elected to take Tier Wolf out of the jungle position, put Sharp back in, and moving forward into the second game, they will be on red side. So I asked to you, Tyg, what does this change for the draft? What changes would you like to see? Because I think that game 1 comp just didn't work at all.
If they could get a jungler that does something, that'd be stellar. Because, I mean, I know
it's a champion or the player?
Yes. I think my issue is that, yes, I mean, I know you have the Zac, right? So you're not really going to be able to match the Skarner earlier on. Then later on, your lanes are losing. But that's all, again, comes back to the draft, which, I mean, if I'm going to call out Rogue in a poor draft previously, this was even worse on that front. Massively greedy, I would say, in terms of how late game you want it to go.
Yeah, so I think now that they are on red side, they have some more options in terms of counter picks. You know, in this last game, they took stuff like the Kale in the second phase, maybe thinking, oh, we can try to flex this around with the Aurelia. That didn't work for them. So moving forward, maybe some stronger lanes and some stronger jungle picks as well. Because when you have a Zac next to a Kale, I just can't imagine what you're supposed to do.
Well, I mean, you saw what happens. I think that's the big thing. I'm looking at this as well, and the fact is we've also seen some really dodgy execution from Splice in general. This is looking back at some other games, not just that last one, but even if you go back to those group stage games where they just started stalling out because they were simply getting solo killed on the side or just not pushing up when they had an advantage. It is reminiscent of Splice in the LEC. The difference is they tended to win. So Splice Vipers, I still have a lot of questions for, and I feel like Mad are about to answer pretty damn quickly.
Now, to be fair, we're taking a critical stance of Splice right now after their game 1 loss, but this is still the #1 seed coming out of the Spanish region. They should have been the favorites. If you look domestically, they are by far the favorites in this game. They beat Mad Lions 3-0 in their own regional league when they played in a best-of-5 in a high-stakes setting. Why can't they replicate this today, and what needs to happen now they brought Sharp back into the jungle?
I mean, like Tyke said, I think the draft was extremely greedy. They need to pay a little bit, at least pick something that can do something early in the jungle. My real concern is actually Yappa versus Aromi. I think that Yappa just completely outskills him. And it's weird because when we saw Aromi on the LEC, he looks so good, but in what I've seen so far at the European Masters, I worry because Yoppa just looks like the clear better top laner here.
Well, we'll have to see if the Splice Vipers can make some changes here. Now on the red side, one more time, Sharp is in the jungle for them as well. And if we're talking about the top lane matchup, you know, last time it was a hard counter pick. It was Riven into Aurelia. That put Yoppa in a great position. Splice Vipers now have the same opportunity to get counter pick for Arome this time around.
But you also went for that Aurelia early. And fact is, if you have a top laner who's been struggling to perform, is Aurelia even the best choice for you in general? Are you that comfortable to flex it, as you said, when the counter pick is available to Mad Lions?
That has to be the question here. Now, Splice keeping things similar with the Zillion ban, the Morgana as well. And I believe in the last game, they banned the Hecarim on the blue side too. But now over on the red, we'll have to see if anything changes up for this team.
You have to ban Hecarim. Yoppa looks so good on Hecarim. And again, like I said, Yoppa's just been smashing Arome so far, so I'd actually Splice need to ban the Hecarim, but they take away the Aurelia, so I actually kind of expect Mad Lions just to first pick this Hecarim.
I think Skarner.
There's a lot of picks, it seems like, on the red side because they went for these very specific target bans. The whole pool has widened up, and Braum, for the first time all day, has actually snuck through the pick ban phase.
I mean, we talk about this a lot as well with Braum, not necessarily constantly finding that first pick, but has seen a lot of bans and has seen high priority at the very least. So actually going to be first pick here, but going to hand over things like the Rise and, of course, the Aurelia banned, but other things that we were looking at is this Skarner. Would not mind seeing Sharp take that away.
Yeah, so last game, when Mad Lions were on red side, they went for a first rotation of the Rise Skarner too, and we saw just how dominant that could be in terms of strong laning phase, in terms of the level 6 ganks as well coming through for this champion, so it's a no-brainer that Splice go ahead and lock that in very early.
Last time we saw Blue Resort go up against the Skarner, you actually went for something much more aggressive, but go for the classic counter pick there with the Olaf would also be something I'd agree with.
That's aggressive.
I mean, it's still aggressive, right? But it's not quite the Lee Sin that we've saw him respond with in the past as well.
All right, I wonder what they decide to go for, because like I said, the Hecarim's still available. They could just pick themselves a powerful 2v2 to match up with the Braum as well. So they do lock in the Olaf, but I don't see, like, you could go Lucian and just look to try and, like, get the 2v2. You could just go for the Vayne again, because why not? Samex looks so bloody good on it.
I mean, it worked for them in that last game, right? And that was with a Thresh alongside it, now with the Braum as well for that very strong 2 versus 2. That is going to be exciting to keep track of. You also have a lot of tools to work early on in the game. Braum and Olaf are very strong at making things happen. Now, the Splice Vipers will have to select their third pick right here.
Please don't lock Kale.
It's not going to be the Kale. It's going to be the Thresh. You happier?
Yes, so much happier. At least it can go aggressive. You can now ban away that Tahm Kench if you're worried about it at all, being kind of counter into that, but also would annoy that Skarner as well, so I'd like to see Splice take that off the board at the very least.
It's incredible how much, like, priority we've seen on the Tahm Kench in today's game specifically, but taking away the Jace, they want to take away anything that Yoppa can kind of look to split push and beat out Arome on.
One thing I will say as well is if you take away the Jace Cannon, you can get yourself the Hecarim, and also if you go the Tahm Kench alongside the Vayne, you still probably just lose that laning phase, so that may make Splice a little more comfortable leaving it up.
Yeah, to be fair, the Braum has already been locked in for the Mad Lions, so they don't have to worry about something like the Tahm Kench really ruining the split push dream that you always have when you go ahead and lock yourself in the Rise. And Mad Lions, even though they were able to shut down the Kale of Hatrix, we know that Hatrix still really loves that champion, so it's not a huge surprise to see Mad Lions take that one away.
Taking away the Zed, denying that from Hatrix, so just a lot of focus on these mid laners here. Obviously the Jace mainly towards the top lane, but you expect them to pick up an AD carry here, then go for that counter pick for either top or mid, depending where they want to send the Rise. So what's kind of open? I mean, you've got the likes of this Ashe, which was actually banned away from them in that last game.
I like this as well, as we said, with the likes of the Tahm Kench not being picked up, the Braum going in instead. They don't have as much peel, and this is just a lot of engaged Splice have. So if they pull ahead even slightly, they could just force out a lot of picks.
Yeah, it seems like QSSs or cleanses are going to be necessary for the Mad Lions because there is so much single target CC. Now, this is a champion I feel like we don't see all that often anymore. The Zoe for Pretty in the mid lane.
I'm interested now because, I mean, Rise will be able to push into that fine, but Zoe can play very far back. And I think that's the thing. You can then also roam over to those side lanes. Being pushed in will make that a bit more difficult, but if you give up that little bit of CS, maybe you could try force some plays onto Splice before they get rolling.
Yeah, I think one other thing of the Zoe in the mid lane is you often force a cleanse from your lane opponent, so Rise would much rather prefer to take the TP, so we'll see if that ends up changing anything. The final lock will be the Jarvan, presumably for Yoppa up in the top lane, which gives Splice Vipers the pick of the litter in what they want to take to counter him, eyeing the Cho'Gath for now.
I mean, would give you a bit of a solid front line as well. You have good damage with the Ashe, with that Rise as well, so wouldn't be the worst here. But I was going to say the Hecarim has been left up, and they didn't respond with the likes of the Kennen that they had left up previously.
So this is one of the first times we've seen Hecarim, you know, today at least. It's been banned quite frequently. We like this pick. It actually made it all the way to last year for Arome, and this has been a matchup that the Splice Vipers have really been struggling to make work so far.
Yeah, I mean, Arome has, as we've said previously, looked a bit outclassed by Yappa. So this time around, this is the matchup where you really need to be stepping up. You get to take the Ignite. You are the one who should have the pressure. Can you then match the fact that you felt under pressure this whole series?
That'll have to be the question here for Arome. Now, the Splice Vipers, they brought in Sharp. They've made changes to their draft. They have a whole lot more tools to work with early on. Hiprain, what are you thinking of this composition that Splice has been able to put together?
I like the actual comp itself. I mean, you've got a lot of engage. You can pull people back with the Skarner as well. Hecarim's so good in team fights with that ultimate, but just going off the last game in my head, I still really liking the look of what Mad Lions have put together here. I think Yappa on that Jarvan, we've seen him play it a few times so far. It's a nice pick, pretty. There were questions during the group stages about whether or not he was actually as good of a mid lane as we maybe thought he was. Then he started to really show up. Now he's on the Zoe. He is going to have to be one-shotting people in this game.
Yeah, the Zoe pick going to be very important for Pretty here. Now, Tig, final predictions before we get into this potentially final game of the day.
Laning phases are better from Splice, but I still feel like the play hasn't really been up to scratch, so I'm going to lean towards Mad Lion to actually take this 2-0.
All right, well, you heard it here from the desk. A lot of doubts for Splice here. They were able to change things up, but will they be able to pull it back in this deciding game for them? Let's send it up to the casters to find out.
Thank you very much, Ender. I am, of course, joined again by Foxdrop, and controlled, tempered game one. Mad Lions, they got to be feeling good going into this one.
Yeah, Mad Lions, with the early game dominance that they have been showing us in the group stage, continued in game one versus Splice Vipers. But there is much more of a less of a scaling focus on the Splice Vipers team in this draft. I mean, we talked about how some things had to change. I feel like Splice have done adequately in that department. Of course, there is still scaling for them. It's still Splice.
It's still Splice, and yes, there have been a couple of changes. They now get themselves their hands on the Rise. They now are able to kind of, you know, look towards maybe a little bit more proactive play with the engagements of the Impale and the Hecarim Onslaught of Shadows, as well as the Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Yeah,
the thing is with this team comp, exactly as you described, these things mean that if you fall behind versus Splice, if Mad Lions don't have a great early game today, then they're going to be in a bit of a pickle, because falling behind against teams that want to engage off onto you can be a little bit scary, because they can basically take any fight they want to take, and the risk of that engage gets diminished because they're ahead of you, they're stronger than you. It also means that Mad Lions, they're going to have to play the old sash tax this game too, and if you do that when you're playing from a position of being behind, that sash tax is a lot more costly, relatively speaking, but we do have a level 1 invade here.
Yeah, Mad already putting down the foot, saying we do not want you to have any kind of priority. And you can see the Splice, they want nothing to do with it. They know that the Braum level 1 is so damn powerful, they need to back away.
Braum plus Olaf, an extremely scary level 1. Just going to let this one go down. Sharp instead, sorry, not Blue Resort. Sharp is going to be taking away his wolves and then move into the top side jungle. We'll see if he answers by trying to go for the blue buff by himself or something like that. Looks like he is just going to run straight into this topside river here, but he has walked past a ward. Let's see. Mad Lions can't really stop this, so Sharp should be able to just take the topside jungle non-contested.
Yeah, this is going to be vertical jungling as such. You know, you'll see a kind of trade of camps, trade of priority as such. They'll know that Olaf is on the bot side. They'll know that the Sharp on the Skarner is on the top. Again, nothing really kind of too huge for either sides as of this moment in time. But again, Mad Lions, they want to try and push for that priority.
We saw movement much like this in a Sparks game, where the Skarner, in this case Sharp, was going to keep clearing because he thought it was going to be a pure like vertical jungling, and then got caught with his pants down. This time around though, Sharp just takes the blue and gets out of there. No harm, no foul.
Yeah, able to pick up that blue buff, able to get himself out of dodge. Again, you know, Skarner not super dependent on buffs, but definitely, you know, nothing to be afraid to kind of go for them, because it can be a little bit, you know, frustrating, especially when you're coming into this game as the substitute jungler.
All in all, he'll be totally fine with that. Hasn't really lost too much. Gets the enemy blue buff. It's okay. This Olaf, don't forget as well, is often picked into Skarner because it has that early game advantage. It is strong in those 1v1s, can match the Skarner for the clears as well, so...
And you don't have to pick, you don't have to buy your own sash. You have your own inbuilt sash.
Absolutely true.
Now 3.5 minutes again. Kind of a similar early tempered game. Hatrix now on this Rai is going to have a lot of priority to be able to put down some damage. Cleanse burnt already. Feels like he has the damage, and he does! First blood to Splice Vipers, and that's exactly what they needed going into this game.
What a way to turn around your early game. A solo kill in that mid lane for a Rise, who's going to be scaling pretty darn scarily. We talked a lot about Hatrix, how this guy is the guy for Splice Vipers. And that is one way to cement your position in game 2 of this best of 3.
Yeah, definitely a very, very good start. Doesn't have to blow his own flash. Now he knows that the flash is down on the Zoe. You know, again, lots of little things like that can turn a game. And now Mad Lions, they're going to have question marks. They're going to be like, okay, how does this mid lane going to look for us now in the future? And we've also had question marks for pretty much all tournament.
Yeah, Pretty has had a less convincing tournament, we'll say, especially considering how strong Mad Lions has looked overall as a team. I still think that Hatrix now, he had to blow that cleanse in that fight to get the 1v1. Totally worth it, of course, but it does open up that window for Blue Resort on the Olaf to show in this mid lane, because if you land that bubble and Olaf is there to follow up, that is very, very scary, and Hatrix has his flash, but might not still survive a gank like that.
He gets himself back, gets himself a nice early tier, so has that stacking for him pretty early on into this game. And top lane pretty much always perma-pushed into Yoppa as we look towards bot side there. Samek's just going to be able to confirm that the Skarner is on the bot side. We haven't really touched a lot on this Ashe Thresh. You know, we saw Ashe ban the last game towards the last rotation. Something that Freeze is clearly quite comfortable on and does give you that kind of, you know, one frame engage that's, you know, if you do not flash it or if you do not get out of the way of it straight away, it can set up a huge amount of stuff for Splice Vipers.
Yeah, a lot of this bot lane comes down to the supports, because Braum will want to get in the way, oh boy, of the hooks and the Ashe arrows. But at the same time, Thresh will want to be able to lantern Ashe and keep her safe, not just from this lane, but also from pretty much all of the Mad Lions squad when this game goes on. Olaf being able to run in on her, Jarvan being able to jump in on her as well. With no self-peel or no like gap closer there, the Thresh becomes much more important to protect these champions.
Yeah, and the Braum actually becomes a bit of a kind of a pressure for the side of Mad Lions as well, because you first picked that. You banned it the first game, then you first pick it first rotation this game. It's something you got to make sure is respected, because if you lose this game, then Splice Vipers will be grand. We don't need to do anything next game. We just know that the Braum isn't that worth of a ban, but they know they need to get it banned against Prime because he is so good on that thing.
This is the first dragon of the game going down to Mad Lions and Blue Resort. Mad Lions continuing their early game objective control. Sharp's going to face a Yoppa here, but Yoppa does have his ultimate if he wants to turn in on a Sharp. Looks like that's not going to happen instead. Just going to walk away from each other.
Ships in the night, just saying, you know, oh, sorry, sir, didn't mean to bump into you there. And they back away. But again, it's information. It's information for the side of Mad Lions. They had the push in the top side, so sending him down, knowing where this Skarner is, can help you a lot. As prop the Predator, so he is looking for something. Blue Resort is around in the neighborhood, though. Skarner just going to scuttle himself back into his own jungle and try farming a bit more.
Now I'm curious to see, as this game goes on, the impact of these top laners in this game specifically. Yoppa and Arome, two players that we've had a kind of a magnifying glass on for this series, because Yoppa, everyone knows about him. We've been hyping this guy up ever since the first day of playing to Mad Lions. Yoppa being seen as one of the best top laners outside of LEC, and Arome obviously had a showing in the LEC for Splice. Now, in the first game, it went Yoppa's way, but in this game, the Hecarim pick, there's been a lot of focus on this to see whether or not it can make things happen, whether or not it can get ahead, and the ability to flank from both of these champions and do things in the team fight relies on how they play their lane phase and the advantage they can get there. So we'll see if Sharp and Blue Resort come to these lanes, give them some attention, but if not, you're definitely going to keep your eyes peeled for these two as the game goes on, because, you know, Hecarim is scary. Hecarim is very scary.
He's very spooky, man. Generally, a Centaur with a pumpkin head coming at you, you know, at very fast speed would generally scare me.
It would scare me, yeah.
Yeah,
I'm with you. I'm with you 100%.
We're agreeing on that one. And again, another very tempered start from both sides. Both just kind of feeling each other out, trying to get those small little advantages where they can. Of course, that first blood solo over to the side for Hatrix. I believe that will be his 4th, maybe even his 5th of the entire EU Masters. So definitely looking solid on this pick. And this Vayne, Stamix, he wasn't really tested, I want to say, in that last game. Now he's looking into a very hard engage, you know, bot lane with the Thresh and the Ashe. Is it something that he needs to be afraid of, or do you think he's going to be pretty damn solid? Because he has yet to, I actually didn't check in the last game, but up until that last game, he had yet to die in the group stages.
I feel like the range of Splice Vipers makes it kind of easy for Samux to play this game, in the sense that they're going to have to get into his face, which Samux can deal with because he's a Vayne. On the other hand, people that do get in onto Samux's face are pretty scary. You have the Impale from Skarner, Hecarim being Hecarim, and Ryze being Ryze. So if he does get the protection of his team, he can definitely succeed in these team fights. And Sharp now is looking for his first proper gank of this game.
Has got the Impale, like you said, going to be very scary for this Vayne if the Skarner gets into her face. However, Blue Resort, he has his 6th sense on. He feels that where the Skarner is most likely to be is in this bot side. Neither has been revealed in their position. You got to feel like it's just kind of a who goes first kind of situation, and both of them are going to back off.
Yopper's getting engaged on a little bit here. Should just be trading of blows, nothing too crazy. This is a little side note about what was happening down in this bot lane here. This is why, when I'm going to say you, but not directing at you. Oh, never mind. Falco's going in.
Yeah, Falco's going in. There's the Dark Passage, and you know, you burn the ultimate, but again, you don't really get anything for it, and that's going to be a pretty much successful disengage from Splice Vipers.
Well, this is it, right? When you have a low mobility carry, obviously there's a certain amount of vulnerability that comes into that pick, but you then have to think about, okay, how do we make up for that? We've seen it in the past with like Varus, Tahm, Kench. We're seeing it here with this Thresh pick. You have to make sure that the Lantern isn't there to save Freeze. This time it was, and you get nothing out of it.
Obviously the junglers and supports joining the mid laners, and perhaps a little bit of kind of, you know, impatience almost coming out from the side of Mad Lions. I feel like that engage bot side wasn't really the most secure, like you said. Very easy to use a Dark Passage. As I say that though, Sharp does get an Impale, but they do get the Widow's Bright off of him straight away. But there's the flashy in Hatrix and Orome, and everybody was able to join that party with Ashe's Enchanted Arrow just coming in off the side, and that's another kill for Spliced Vipers, another small advantage.
That was an absolute dog pile into Falco right there. First getting pulled by Sharp, flash, Rune Prison by Hatrix, and then charged in the backside by Orome. This is much more of what we wanted to see out of Splice Vipers, using their team comp and using the fact that they have pretty good engage and pretty good picks to actually look for advantages in this early game, to not just sit back and fall behind very slowly and then bleed out to a team that's very good at punishing when they get a lead in the Mad Lions.
And apart from that flash from Hatrix, they didn't really have to expend much else for it. But Mountain Drake now available, no real pressure from the Skarner as he had to go back up to the top side to clear his jungle, and gotta give props to Blue Resort. He's been on point with these dragons so far this game.
And Blue Resort is often given a champion that is very good at taking away dragons early on into the game, even without too much help. Olaf in this case when he did it before with Falco. Now he's going to get a little bit more help, obviously, with the Samus and the Vayne, but still 2 dragons over to Mad Lions. As far as the impact of this game goes, I don't think it's a massive deal. The thing is, we have to be careful now for Splice. We saw them lose a 20-minute Baron last game. They're not getting smashed in the early game, so it's probably not going to happen in this one quite the same way. But whenever there's a Vayne on the enemy team, you have to respect the fact that Baron dies exceedingly fast. Now you've added a Mountain Dragon on top of that. You just got to be more aware that that can go down very quickly.
And we saw it last game as well. 20 minutes on spawn, right. They just immediately went for it. Splice Vipers could do nothing about it, and you feel like they will be feeling that one again. But I kind of have to call out, you know, like this kind of trade-off again. Like normally when you see the Dragon going down around 10 minutes, it's usually traded for a Rift Herald. We didn't actually see that this time, and with Mad able to make the quicker rotation, they're the ones that pick up both objectives.
We'll see. We're looking like Sharp is posturing towards the bot side of the map here. They kind of want to dive bot lane, but Orome is also, Yopper, sorry, is also hovering about. It looks like that is, well, Orome might be here to defend this tower. He knows, right? Like, he has a spidey sense tingling. that he might be getting dove here.
He's definitely thinking, if my jungler is very visible topside, their jungler is probably bot. So again, it's going to be kind of like a mini race for the first turret, but with the Rift Herald's help and with Blue Resort, you got to feel like Mad Lion's going to be the ones to get the gold.
There's 2 people down bot side for Splice Vipers. They do not have to invest the Rift Herald. So as far as what both teams are using here to achieve this, it's a bit of a base race for the first bar tower here, and I think it's going to go over to Mad Lions.
Yep, a lot of gold there into the pockets of those 3 as the Rift Herald now kind of go get another charge off. They're actually rotating, if you look on the minimap, they're rotating Jarvan to mid and then rotating Zoe to that top side. So Pretty is available here if they look for the guide. They are looking for more turrets, and this could be, again, another 2 turrets on the top side very, very early for Mad Lions.
Ooh, I think Splice Vipers kind of dropped the ball on this one. I don't think they were expecting Mad Lions to go for that second wave push. Else, Prime would have recalled to be here in position for it. A good rotation for the Mad Lions. Hatrix is getting a little bit hypey here.
Hatrix trying to get something, but Blue Resort does get the smite down, steals that big chicken. And what started, you may get kills, you may get positive numbers from that, but at the end of the day, if your kills don't lead to objectives, they're not that much use to you.
And this is the thing, right? Splice Vipers, we talked about it. The early game before wasn't so good. They lost in 24 minutes. We needed to see a change for that. They have had a better early game, but still, they're bleeding objectives, as you say, and if they lose this game, they're out of the EU Masters. So a lot of pressure on the line here.
A lot of pressure. You are the sister team to the LEC Splice. A lot of expectations came in with this team as well. A lot of people putting them alongside Rogue. We saw what happened to them. Sadly, they did have to fall. And again, another similar situation where you may get a lot of kills, but if you don't lead them to objectives, there's no point.
At this point in the game, though, we're not looking at Splice Vipers and ringing any kind of alarm bells. They have amazing pick. All they need to do is find that one Ashe arrow, find that one person out of position, that flash Skarner ulti maybe, and then they can find an objective, turn it into something.
We'll see exactly what to do. And I wanted to ask you as well, Mad Lions had a little bit of a shakier early game, but they've kind of brought it back with the towers. What is their next move, and what's Splice's next move? Because we're kind of seeing the map open up a little bit more.
I still think it's going to happen around these picks. Both these team comps want to do that. Splice, obviously I just mentioned it right now, right? You have the Ashe, you have the Skarner, you can make these plays happen, and Mad Lions know this, right? And so Mad Lions will be positioning for the, to kind of deny Splice the ability to do that. But you never know. I mean, I think what's been great about the games today, depending on your perspective, what I think has been great about these games today is they've been a little bit unpredictable, and just the execution of the teams has been kind of hard to analyze at times. And I think that perhaps some questionable decisions have been thrown down here and there, but it does mean that team comps like this find more avenues to work, more windows of opportunity, and that means we get more fights.
Oh, there's the arrow. It does land, but the QSS has been picked up by Samix. So that is a complete and utter flop there for that engage. So a big cooldown for both sides down. No QSS for that Vayne, but they are going to drop down, try and keep him up, but not able to knock out the Rise. So Prime is able to get out of that one safely. They're fighting over this Dragon side. Even though it's still only a Cloud Drake, you can see both sides do not want to give up anything else.
Yeah, Prime's going to have to buy Hatrix a beer after that one. That was very nice. Drops down the party potty, walks out. Party potty? Yeah, whatever. Walks out of it.
The porta potty.
Wow. Gives Prime a free ticket out of there. Both these teams, very good at catching people out of position. What I like about the way Mad Lions have drafted as well is, you know what? They're going for it.
I'll have to stop you right there, as now we see Hatrix with no ult, now no flash, no way out, stunned up, taken down. Samix able to get himself a kill.
Look at the top side here, though. Sharp is going for the dive onto Yoppa.
They're trying to do it. They have no more minions. We're going to see Yoppa and Sharp not go head-to-head. Sharp has to back away. They did not have the minion wave.
I feel like they maybe gave him a little bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card right there. You saw that Prime and Freeze were also moving towards the top side of the map right there. Decided against it, perhaps a little bit of hesitation, uncertainty on whether or not they can make that play happen. Either way, Mad Lions find themselves their first kill of the game onto Hatrix. There it is. We said it. Hatrix. He's the man. He's the guy you keep your eye on. He got that solo kill earlier on into the game, and now he's kind of letting the side down a little bit. He's an Inter, look at that.
Yeah, 1-1-1, how dare you.
Dirty.
But the positives coming out from this from Splice Vipers as well. Last game, we saw them giving up objectives and giving up kills without any reply. This time, they do reply in that top side. They pick up that turret. They get a little bit of extra gold going. Yes, they lose a Cloud Drake, but it's not really going to be the biggest of deals for them overall. And right now, Mad, they're still technically behind. The gold is very negligible, though, at this point in time, as, you know, it's not really going to mean much until later in the fights.
Mad Lions at this point are going to be very happy with the position that they're in. I do know that Aranea, the coach of Mad Lions, is always mad about the way their team is playing. I talked to him after one of their almost perfect games, and he was upset they didn't end fast. So we'll see. They're going in on this one, though.
That is a tough boss that I've ever heard of. Falco does respond, though, with box for the Glacial Fisher, but Prime, you just got out with a get out of jail free card and you go straight back in. I feel like that was a bit of a miscommunication because he threw the Dark Passage out for Sharp to take.
This is what happens when a immovable object meets an unstoppable force. Two pick comps that want to do similar things. The Zoe bubbles, the Thresh hooks, whatever it is, things are flying down and kills going. Mad Lions are going to pick up the first tier tower in this mid lane, open up the map for them to make some more plays.
That mid lane turret we always talk about is so important for how you're able to just open up the rest of the map. Now you have to ward your own jungle sides, and as I say that, Yappa. Oh, actually, it's not even Yappa. Sharp goes straight in. They do get Falco to go golden for a second. He flashes away and gets to stand behind me. He survives.
Cheeky. All right, what a survival play right there. I mean, two players just completely dipped. They did not want to tank that Enchanted Crystal Arrow. Falco walks away from that one. Man, this game, you really have to look towards the cooldowns of these champions here, because whenever the Ashe ult is up, and the Skarner ulti as well. Oh, there's a Thresh hook.
There's a Thresh hook onto Yappa. He gets flayed out of it, and Hatrix picks himself up another kill. Now priority for this mid lane is for the side of Splice Vipers. He goes in with the onslaught of Shadows, not really going to get anyone out of this one. Zoe and Vayne still alive, but actually, as I say that, Vayne is on the bot side. Vayne's just split pushing.
Vayne's just having a grand old time here in the bot side. This is how Samix avoids dying.
Yeah, that's literally why he's able to have a perfect KDA in the group stage.
That was perfectly played by Prime right there. So he lands the initial hook, which is great, but then he doesn't flay straight away. You often see Threshers do that in solo queue. You land the hook, and then you combo it with the flay. That's your CC chain. Bam, you get the kill. In this scenario, Yoppa tries to flag and drag out of there, but because Prime did not flay straight away, saved it, bore that cancel, you're able to pick up your upper backside here. So exactly as I just described, you land the hook and you wait, and then you flay. That then secures you that kill, and then when you have like 5 members strong pushing down the mid lane, they have now answered Mad Lions' first tier tower with their own.
4 towers to 3 in favor of the Mad Lions. They're still behind by about, actually a little less than 1,000 gold. If we have a quick look at the golds here, it's pretty even. There's 1,000 in favor of Hecarim in the top side. It's almost equal for that in the jungle, though, for Olaf on the opposite side. Mid laners, a little bit of a difference there between Ryze and Zoe, but nothing too crazy. And then, of course, the AD carries almost bang even as we hit to the 20-minute mark. And now things start to, like we said, the mid lane has been opened up. Where's the next move for Mad? Because they're the ones who have been a little bit, have been a little bit more proactive. And where do they move now to try and continue with this little bit of a surgence?
Mad Lions have been very good at controlling neutral objectives in the E-Masters so far. And even when it feels like they shouldn't be able to get stuff, they just find a way to do it. I feel like this is, honestly, a lot of it is down to the coaching staff behind this team that is just very good at analyzing their games and then installing that kind of confidence into the squad. And for me, I'm always going to be looking around the Baron, because this is where this is like a make or break for the early game, and Mad Lions are such a good early game team, and Splice are not.
Oh, there is the Enchanted Crystalline Arrow going in. The Glacial Fisher, but Zoe has nowhere to go. They're trying to just burn up a lot of this time now. Olaf forced to use his ultimate. On top of that, the Thresh Hook is not going to hit. Arome is there just in case. Jarvan hasn't even rotated up yet, and it's another pick for the pick comp of Splice Vipers.
There it is. Freeze hitting another arrow, finding a kill right there. And this is it. This is the point I was going to make is you group up as a unit, you sweet vision, you force a pick comp to kind of face check you, and then you can't use the Ashe arrow. You don't know what you're firing at. You're firing it into Fog of War. Splice obviously aren't going to want to lose a Baron, so they have to face check, and then bam, you get your advantage. That doesn't work when you just tank an Ashe arrow in the mid lane and die anyway. So Splice is going to pick up their first dragon of the game. Not bad stuff.
Yep, not a bad pick there as well, and shows the power that, you know, the QSS has for both of these sides. Cleanse also being on cooldown as well doesn't help for the side of Pretty, but you know, that QSS, that Cleanse, that could be the difference between these team fights, and it's those little tiny margins. And as I say that, though, we may see another early Baron take. They have the 2-item spike on Vayne.
And they have the Mountain Dragon. It doesn't look like Splice Vipers have any idea. Splice, come on.
Splice, now they will. They'll see it, but it's already down to half HP. Sharp needs to start channeling his Predator and needs to get in there. Yoppa's just going to play Bouncer, and that is going to be another super early and easy Baron for the side of Mad Lions.
That is a cardinal sin, unforgivable by Splice Vipers. You're not even behind in this early game, and you give up a 22-minute Baron. Like, they got burned by that just one game ago. And when I was talking about how Mad Lions always find a way to do this, and then they deny vision and all that malarkey, honestly, I didn't think I'd see it. I just said it. But they just did it again.
Now your analysis is 100% correct, but you got to feel like, you know, if it was like that the first game with a lead, I think Mad Lions would kind of went, well, it's probably going to be the exact same again. And lo and behold, they have got themselves another Baron. Like you said, they have got the Mountain Drake alongside that, so it was just so quick. And now these turrets are really going to start falling.
But the issue is, as well, is that you're playing versus a Zoe. Like, it's really irritating to hold sieges against Zoe, which just throws out these paddle stars and just perma-harasses you. And that's difficult to deal with. It hurts.
As he does land a triple bubble. Bubble even, not bubble.
Is that Irish?
Anyway, yeah. But, we're going to see now the Rise forced to cleanse out. Flashes straight in, but the TP has been committed. Now we're going to see the rest of Splice Vipers trying to disengage, trying to run away, but Hatrix is taken down with the Baron buff up and the majority of your wave cleared down. They need to try and stall out for Rise to get back up.
And this is it now. Baron buff is alive. They're barreling down the mid lane as 5 members. Without Hatrix here, I'm not sure that Splice Vipers can defend this inhibitor.
They have Orome off to the side here, as you can see on your map. We're going to see if they go for one last-ditch effort. Maybe just give up this inhibitor. It's not the end of the world, but it is, again, another advantage. And Mad Lions, despite the early kills going over to Splice Vipers, despite losing the early tempo, they look clean.
Mad Lions just always find a way to make it happen. If Mad Lions win this game, they will go through to the quarterfinals, semi-finals.
You did it, you did a hit brain.
Yep. God damn it, Jake. They'll go through to the semi-finals, the live portion of the E-Masters here in Leicester at the Haymarket Theatre for the 3rd time in a row. They did it in 2018 spring, 2018 summer, and now poised to do it in 2019 spring as well. And Splice Vipers, they want to avoid the sweep. They went 3-0 against them in the playoffs, so they want to go 0-2 against them here in EU Masters, where it really matters.
Yeah, and like you said, like Mad Lions storied in EU Masters history already, despite we're only on the 3rd iteration of this tournament. And you know, it's bittersweet for Superliga Orange fans because they get to see one team do so damn well and the other one is just floundering really under the pressure. And Splice Vipers, they need to bite back. They still have opportunities in this game. They just need to find them.
The game is still pretty even as far as goal totals and overall kind of game plan is concerned. The magic of having a pick comp like Splice have is all you got to do is find that window. If you find that, you can catch people out of position. It happens to the best of the players. It will happen here as well. You just have to find it, and a lot of that comes from patience. Now the easy game is on Splice, so all they have to do is defend, catch waves, and wait for Mad Lions to make that mistake. These towers right here, these inner towers, aren't that important. Just try and save as many inhibs as you can.
They will just give this one up for free. As you see, Mad Lions just going in as a 5-man unit. Baron buff has just worn off. But now, Splice Vipers, you need to fight soon. They have got Hatrix away from the rest of the team, though, so you need to be very, very careful. Yoppa jumps in. There's the Glacial Fissure. They're just going to try and jump in with the Cataclysm as well. There's the Onslaught of Shadows as the Cataclysm is forced down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. This is a 4v3, though, at the moment. They don't really have the numbers. Now Hatrix has joined in. That's a lot of low health bars, and they're going to try and get anything off of this, but there's so much disengage. They can't get on top of them, and it ends up being a 2-for-1 in favor of Mad Lions.
And Sandmax was untouched in the majority of that fight right there. Splice Vipers weren't able to get in on top of him. The Mad Lions are very good at pulling the trigger, it seems. They saw Thresh lands the hook and was like, you know what? You think you've caught us? How about we catch you? They jump in, dogpile on top of him. Splice. They hold on. That's the important thing. It's 1 kill for 2, but you don't lose your tower, you don't lose your inhib. As far as it goes, Splice are okay with that.
And it is only 1,000 gold lead for Mad right now. Like, it is pretty much nothing as we have a quick look at how this fight went on.
Yoppa just jumps in the middle right there, and it's just like, this Cataclysm just chucks these people in the middle of the fight. And if you look at Samux on the left side of the screen, he's just right-clicking, 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 right-clicking. And it just does a ridiculous amount of damage. Like, he just basically, it's too much damage to leave him unattended in a team fight like that. And by the time Hatrix gets in, Mad Lions make the call to disengage. But like I said, you know, as far as Splice is concerned, because I want to try and look at it a bit more from their perspective, because it looks like they're just on the back foot here, which is kind of true, but it's not over. Baron is spawning soon, but it is not over yet. I hope Splice know that Baron spawns in 40 seconds. They don't seem to be aware that this thing exists, but please be aware that it exists, Splice.
They added a timer a long time ago, so you have no excuses anymore, Splice. But that's what I wanted to talk to you about as well, is that what is the next move for Splice? You're now pinned into your base with these super minions from the mid lane. You haven't really got any avenues of pick, because there's a lot of QSSs, a lot of defense being put up, especially with the Unbreakable from Braum. What's your move? Well,
that's the difficulty, is there's one sash on the side of Vayne, but you still have a pick comp. You still need to try and make it work somehow.
We see, there is the initial pick. They get a lot of damage onto this Jarvan. He's down immediately. Yoppa is dead. Prime taking so low. He will fall as well. Onslaught of Shadows away from this fight as Hatrix is trying to use Sharp as a little bit of a body block to get this damage down. Hatrix has not been touched as of yet.
1 for 1 at the end of that one. Yoppa is arguably the tankiest person on Mad Lions, and he still gets pushed out of that fight, and they're able to take him down pretty much in a 5v5. I wouldn't even call that a pick. They just focused him and killed him.
Yep.
But they threw everything, including the kitchen sink, at him. Oh, that's just going to be a checkout for some vision. They're not going to find it. Oh, the minion!
That was the biggest bait ever, because the minion got on it, and they were like, he went on it! And they was like, no, never mind. But actually, that could have been a big, huge mistake on the side of Mad Lions. As now Splice trying to get this one. Now, Orome is coming in from base on the TP. They get a lot of damage there. The Olaf is down. And now Splice can look for priority in this mid.
And Splice really need to make a lot out of this pick right here. This is their opportunity to get back into this game. They get a tower. Do they decide to turn for a little bit more?
30 seconds left on this Olaf. They may look for it, but Sharp is so low. They need him to regen as much health as possible before really going for this one. They're just going to clear the vision, get the Spire, and really just try and reset this Baron side.
If that Ashe ulti was a little bit lower on its cooldown and that was up, maybe Splice Vipers go to bait that Baron turn with the Ashe ult and get some more kills. But looks like at the end of the day, that's just going to be that 1 kill. But signs of life for Splice Vipers here, who are trying to keep their E-Masters dreams alive. They did not want to go out of this game, out of this series, without putting up a fight, and they're certainly doing so here in game number 2.
Yeah, it's very, very close. A completely different beast of a game from game 1, as Mad Lions not as comfortable, not as straightforward as just pushing in against it all, you know, scaling back. Or bot even, excuse me, as I say that though.
Ooh, this is double mountain as well, remember,
they
for
can
Mad Lions
shred
now.
this.
Yeah, Splice need to be very diligent about what can go down here.
Splice have got priority now in this mid side. There's the pick coming in. They're going to land it onto the Zoe, who's forced to cleanse immediately. But there's Sharp jumping in with the Impale. Now the fight ensues as everyone just starts to throw down every single ultimate. Yoppa is not going to go down, but it is going to be the Heck Rock now as Samix is just raining down on the back line. He's forced to back away, though, as he's used the QSS. Hatrix is still alive. Hatrix is still healthy, as is Freeze. And they will be able to get some more kills off of this. And that's going to be an initial 2-for-2 trade, equal for both sides.
2 for 2, you might say it's equal in this one. As far as Splice is concerned, they'll consider this one a win. They're going to keep going here, put a little bit of pressure down. Samux in these team fights, he hasn't died in this game. He is the big guy you put some focus onto here. If you watch him in these fights, when he's able to just right-click and just barrel into Splice, he does so much damage. And Mad look like they're going to win the fight. But then Hatrix, it's the boy. He does so much damage too.
I was going to say, like, and you can see that this has gone from like, no, we're not actually going to go for pick comp anymore. We're just going to go for straight up two at the front, 3 in the back, 5v5 team fighting. It is very much
a win or lose situation, but they've started with the Baron. There's the TP as well. They need to back away from this, I feel. They cannot go now that they know that Splice Vipers know what's going on.
If Mad want to sneak this one, they need Samex to do it. He was not a part of that initial play right there. But again, it's the Mad Lions thing to do, right? Just try and sneak for that neutral objective. Really the tale of two carries in this fight right here.
Let's bring it back in as a kind of, you know, this game is getting incredibly tense. Splice Vipers, they know they can't go for the Baron. They know Mad can't go for the Baron. What is the next play for Splice? Where do they look for the opportunities? Do they keep going for 5v5s, or do they just try and catch someone out?
This game is looking pretty good for Splice. You know, I think as it goes on here, Hatrix is doing more and more damage. Freeze as well becomes more of that kind of crit right-click champion, so he can start matching some of the damage that Samex is able to put out. I think as long as you're Splice, if you can kill Samex, you will win team fights, just straight up. He is the biggest member, the biggest threat for your win here.
Now Splice have got an idea with the hawk shot. Sharp is around. They're doing it so fast, but they need to be careful of the pick composition coming in. Prime going to land the hook on the backside of that as well. Gets the play. Glacial Fissure is used, but there is the first kill. Dioppa has gone down. They're going to trade top laner for top laner. Samex still pumping out the damage, but like we talked about, Freeze and Hatrix are still alive. They trade 1 for 1. No one gets the Baron, and we're back at a stalemate.
Yeah, this is the issue though. When you have that one main carry on your side, Mad Lions need to be so careful. As long as Samex can free a hit, they're fine, they're confident, they'll move forward. But as soon as it looks like Splice might be the ones to hit Samex, they have to back away, they have to disengage. Whoever tanks this Ash Arrow just instantly dies. That's the thing, they have so many forms of CC on their team to follow up on that Enchanting Crystal Arrow. Now, Yopper is going for a Guardian Aim. Oh my goodness, they're going for it again. Mad Lions!
They're going to go for it. Third time's the charm, but no one from Splice has responded to it as of yet. Sharp was in the base. They can't really go for it. 4,000 health now on the Baron. They can't really look for anything else here. They try go for the hook, but it's just too quick. That double mountain with the amount of on-hit from Vayne means it's a second Baron for the side of Mad Lions.
Splice Vipers are being sent to bed with no dinner. They've been very naughty boys. This is the third Baron in a row that has gone down when it really shouldn't have. We saw it once in that first game. It was a death knell for them. In this second game, they were ahead in the early and still lost a 20-minute Baron. And right here, oh, Splice making that play. They're sneaking around.
But the thing is there is no real reason for anyone on Mad to go through this jungle. And now Splice have realized that they're going to have to back away, maybe look for something in this mid lane.
Yeah, but...
Oh, Falco! Ooh, I'm getting a little bit too hyped there.
I mean, it's a hype game, right? Like, this is the thing. When both these teams are so good at picking people out of position, especially this Splice lineup, if someone is slightly out of position, you just catch them.
Yeah, TP invested there, Mad. Arome able to use the Blast Cone, though, gets himself out of dodge. Could have been a bit of a hairy situation, but nothing else lost from there. But longer and longer we go into this game. This gold is dead even. Yes, you have an extra cloud and a mountain on the side of Mad, but it doesn't mean as much now that you have one to answer for on the side of Splice. And Splice, do they have the bite back? Do they have enough in the tank to really hold off the second Baron?
This game is a really interesting one to look at, because this is what happens when Arome and Yoppa pick champions that are less split push champions and more grouping champions. Yoppa now has completed his stone plate. So if he eats an Ash Arrow, it should be a lot better for Mad Lions as they take away this mid inhibitor for a second time this game.
Yeah, mid goes down, so that's going to be super minions flooding into there. Now Mad forcing their priority onto this top side. Still have about 2 minutes left on this Baron push. Let's see if they can get anything from this as well. But the problem is for Mad, they are very short range, very hard for them to take down turrets.
When you have a Baron buff and you have Zoe throwing paddle stars over the wall, I mean, this is what it comes down to, right? Can you find targets to chunk them out? Can you make this happen just a little bit, an inch at a time? Hatrix is looking for the flank with the party portal. I can smell it.
Yeah, see if he can go for anything. You see, Hatrix knows that he's the one who has to try and get this. The hook onto the minion intentional so they can get that cannon out of the way.
Ooh, he has to be careful, though.
Needs to be very careful. There's the hook, though, and there's going to be a lot of health burnt. There's the Cataclysm flash away. Box goes down to try and disengage a little bit. The redemptions are going down as well. Dark Passage, but that's a really good onslaught of shadows. Hatrix is still alive, and so is Freeze. Yoppa will go down. Freeze picks up the first one there. Bluazor is so late, but Hatrix gets caught up by the Condemn. It's a 1-for-0.
Splice Viper has lived to fight another day.
And these fights are just so tense. There's so much damage on both sides right here. The thing is that Yopper jumps in. All the Mad Lions need to do is find people who can frontline to enable Vayne to get out the damage to win these team fights. And Yopper is kind of like that, but not really. If you see this, he jumps in, pops the stone play, but has to immediately flash out of it. It's just a really bad place, really, for Mad Lions to fight here. This onslaught of shadows when everyone's grouped up blows so many sashes that at this point, from this point forward, in this team fight, you now have to play so respectfully there, because you don't have the sashes to bail you out. Hatrix is always a threat in these team fights for Splice.
Big potential fight coming in now. There is an Elder Drake coming up. Mad will want this so badly. 4 Drakes on them at the moment will be a huge buff. Splice cannot give it over for free, and we've seen them give over multiple objectives for free.
The problem with an Elder Dragon, though, is that's the team fighting dragon.
Yep.
That's the one that makes you hit harder, makes your fists bigger, and your feet stompier. And that's the problem, though, when this game is just coming down to these really close 5v5s, like another one right here, BP.
Yeah, Elder Drake goes in. There is the arrow going down. They're going to try and slow this one down as much as they possibly can. Drag it down to a bit. It's going to be the side of Mad Lions who take it. They are trying to just disengage this fight as much as they can. Braum goes down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Skarner is traded for it. Mad just going to back away. Splice happy enough to get one, but they lost the Elder Drake, and that's the big one.
Yeah, Mad Lions now, if they decide to go for this reset, they still have the Elder Dragon ticking and burning on all of their carries, all of the important members of their fights. Splice, this game has already been just like on a knife edge, like the whole time we've been playing this game.
And it's still even gold.
And it's still
dead even.
It's dead even. Just like everything in this game, apart from Barons, that's not been dead even. But the team fights has definitely been very even. And this, you have to think, this Elder Dragon now is the thing that tips it over the edge in the favor of Mad Lions.
I was just going to ask, it's been dead even. Mad Lions have looked like the ones who've had the advantages. They've gotten the Barons. They've gotten the mid lane inhibitor. They've now gotten the Elder Drake. When does it become not enough? When do they have to just pull a trigger and try and look for it? Because in the last few fights, they haven't actually come out on top.
Vayne is not going to get any stronger than she is right now. She's fully built. She is not going to get any more damage. She's not going to become any scarier. But there's still room for Splice to become scarier. Ryze is only on 3.5 items. Ashe is full build, but she's not like the primary carry for this team. So Splice, I feel like, have the advantage in that sense, but I feel like it mostly comes down to execution rather than anything like the items. Because if you just find someone and you catch them, or, you know, Samex just has a team fight where he's not touched or something like that, that's it, you know? This game's over. And I feel like you just have to be so careful with these team fights. This is the 3rd Baron of the game, and now Mad Lions are going to dangle this run at the end of their fishing rod and bait Splice Vipers in.
They have no way of getting on top of this, but they are going to try and fight it anyway. Unbreakable used in the QSS. There's the Baron going down straight away. Braum, Glacial Fissure has been used. Onslaught of Shadows, but the Skarner has gone down. Yoppa drops again. Freeze trying to do as much as he can with Hatrix. They're trying to kite this fight away. Samix, though, gets on top of Freeze, who takes a huge chunk. A lot of low health bars now on the side of Mad Lions, but they've got the burst. They've got the damage. Pretty nearly taking down Prime, but Hatrix is looking for blood. Hatrix is looking for damage. He gets another one. He's going to use the Realm Warp. Samix is going to try and beat him too, and he comes out of it with sub HP. And he's on this as well. Hatrix is going to go down, though, eventually. I say that, though. He's not actually dead just yet. Here's the TP shut down. And that is what you have to say is the end of the game. Freeze, I say that though, but Freeze is doing a lot of damage. He gets the double kill. Samix able to clean it up. The shutdown, and now he's going to barrel down this mid lane. He's got 30 seconds till Thresh. He actually might not be able to end because Arome's back up.
He does have the Baron buff, but BP, what a team fight. What even happened there? The whole reason they won that was because Samix recalled and teleported back in. Who said teleport was a bad team fight to summon the spell? Not the Mad Lions. Oh, they're going to go for this inhibitor.
They're going to try and go for it, but I don't think they can do it either.
Ooh, we'll see.
This is so close. They're trying to invest everything to it. It's 3v2 with the Baron buff as well. Sharp going to try and go in on top of this as well. Arome has popped up his Q, just trying to keep them away. They will get this first turret down. That is the first Nexus dropping, but They realize they cannot end the game. They get one turret back away, reset. Mad Lions, though, now feeling like they're in control.
Yeah, the 42-minute slugfest continues. You know, I would say that because we reached the 30-minute mark and anything past that, you have to give the advantage to Splice Vipers. Because this is just the way Splice is, but not in this game apparently. So Mad Lions here use this Baron Nashor as a bait. They already have the Elder Dragon, and we were saying how this would tilt the fight in Mad Lions' favor. So whereas it starts kind of standard as we've seen all of the fights in this game so far, Samus does so much damage right here. Look at that, 2 hits right there. Freeze is almost dead straight away. And this is the part where Hatch goes Super Saiyan, decides, you know what, boys? Stand aside, I'm gonna 1v4 and just run at everyone. Gets mega hypey, brings down Braum and almost brings down Samax here as well. But this is like a whole game of inches right here. Everyone's on 1 hit. Even though the health bars for Splice look a lot lower, like everyone's, you know, like 10 health for Splice and maybe like 100, 200 for Mad Lions, everyone here is like 1 hit. We're at that point where you can lose a third, a quarter of your health bar in one go. And just look how fast this is. It's just, that was like 1 or 2 attacks as well into Samus. It's like, it's so crazy how close this game is. All of these fights are coming down to like a knife's edge.
We are hitting critical mass on a lot of these builds as well. We're seeing almost everybody, including the junglers, picking up those final few items. You can feel Mad Lions. They know that it's on the cards for them. They know they can do this. You just need one more good team fight, and you got to give props to Samax right now. He's actually going to be the one who's caught there. There's the QSSU. Sharp just flash over the wall to try and get some more of an engage. Glacial Fisher good as a disengage, and Samax is ranting wild. Samax has got the damage. The box has been dropped. Prime will be the next one to fall. There's the onslaught of shadows to get the resurrection out, but I don't think they've got enough. They kept enough in the tank on the side of Splice Vipers. As I say that though, Hatrix is going in with Freeze, but Yappa tries to jump in on top of it as well. It's going to be a really close fight. It's Freeze versus the world, but I don't think he's got enough in him. I don't think he can do it. He won't be able to. A 10-0-8 Vayne, and Mad Lions 2-0 Splice Vipers.
We will be seeing the Lions again at the live finals in European
They always do it.
Masters.
They always do it.
3rd time in a row. What a game that one was. I mean, when I came to this game with my prep, I was like, you know what? If this isn't, if these games are early, Mad Lions will win. If Splice don't find a way to stall the game out, Mad Lions will win. That was like a 45-minute game.
Yep.
What?
Mad Lions took the late game to the late game kings.
Yep.
And dethroned them. Honestly, dethroned them. And Samax, my God, Samax, like some of those plays, like, he was just not going to die. He refused to die in that game.
Those team fights were just ridiculously close. Each one was like 1 person going down on either side, which is just the front line, the person who went in first, right? But you have to give a lot of credit. I think there's a load of pressure on Samax this game because he was like the main primary character. I know Pritzy was playing that Zoe, but as far as these team fights were concerned, it was all coming down to Samax. Keep your eyes on that guy. And he pulled through. He had a really good game. He didn't die once. That was not a game I was expecting to see out this series, I'll be honest with you.
No, especially considering how the first one went as well. But, you know, commiserations to Splice Vipers now. They are out of the tournament, but they did not play badly in that one game either. Like, I know I want to mention first one because it was a little bit of a stomp, but the second one, like Hatrix and Freeze, I feel like we're like that close to changing some of the results of those fights from a you know, complete ace on their side to literally flipping them. And it's unfortunate, but you know, someone's got to go.
Yeah, I mean, in these late game team fights, that's exactly what it is. Like, especially when you have things like life steal coming through, which make it look, you know, you can heal up. 1 or 2 hits different in those team fights definitely would have changed that game. And as you say, commiserations to Splice Vipers. The #1 Spanish seed will not be advancing any further, but Mad Lions have now extended their win streak to 9 games here in the European Masters.
Good time to hit a win streak, if I do say so myself. But we're going to send it back over to Ender on the analyst desk to break down that series.
Thank you very much, BP. The Mad Lions look on fire. They continue to find their form here in European Masters, and now they're going into the semifinals looking to reclaim their title.
Yes, they are. That was a great game. That was a really good game, to be fair.
It was a fun one to watch.
It was. We were having a lot of fun downstairs watching the game while the casters were watching, casting it. Man, that was fun.
Look, those were some crazy team fights. We're all down here watching on the TV, watching what's going on, and losing our minds because it seemed like they could go both ways so many different times. I'd actually really like to bring up some of those replays now to try and break them down because you got a lot of stuff to work with when you have a game that drags on that long.
Yeah, that's a lot of ways to put it. But let's have a look at this one. Okay, so they decide to walk forward. Freeze actually starts putting down damage, so first time this game. But anyway, continues walking forward on the Ashe, and then actually they're forced to back off constantly. Look, the Ashe is putting down no damage, then walks forward again. Samuk's almost 2 shots Freeze out of the fight. And then, oh no, this is this one. This one. So pretty. You're hurting me. Hatrix being the one player in Splice that I can say actually played well consistently. So let's watch that. So you see Hatrix almost gets choked out, right?
This is the second one to miss.
Forward, flashes forward, tries to kill, gets a free kill, throws that off the summoner.
Are you guys all right? What is going on here?
Dies. And then Freeze goes forward, Lure Sword cancels the feckin' sleep.
All right.
And then goes ahead.
Oh, this is good.
That was a 9-kill team fight. Samix is the only player to survive. I think my analyst desk just died watching that because literally just one tiny change there and it goes the complete opposite direction. It really was, a game that was so neck and neck for so long.
And I think that's what made it really fun, actually, was the fact that it wasn't just a one-sided stomp like we had in Game 1. Game 2, as hilarious as some of those fights were for Tyke, it was actually very explosive and back and forth. And a lot of the time, I didn't know who was going to come out of that.
What I will say is Splice did actually manage to stall to late game, which is what they wanted to do originally in that Game 1 as well. They were not given the opportunity to. In Game 2, we did say coming out of the analyst desk, they drafted much better comp, much better lanes that got them towards that solid portion. There were a lot of weird executions, which you talked about, but also then it was just real toss-up. We were actually sitting backstage and going, they have the range advantage. We're expecting them to win these fights. And I feel like Hatrix did a great job. Really felt like Freeze was very scared to play forward, and also the front lines were not coordinated in those engages at all for Splice.
Yeah, I honestly feel like if they just took back that last engage, maybe, had a little bit more planning going into it, we would still be in that game because as much as Mad Lions had going for them, 4 Drakes, an Elder Dragon, 2 or 3 Barons over the course of that game, it was still very hard to close until on their base's door, Splice forced the engage that would ultimately lose them the game. Now, I think Splice over the course of this tournament have played rather well. We saw them in the group stage. They fell to SK Prime, but all in all, this was a solid performance from the team, although I think coming in as Spain's #1, they would have obviously loved to go further.
The one thing I'll say is that, again, Super League Orange can be pretty happy that Mad Lions look like they have kind of recovered from their domestic issues with Splice. They're much more comfortable actually closing out games when they do get that lead. And this is a really good place for them to be going forward up against someone like Misfits that are also on a big resurgence.
I think the exciting thing for me is this means that the Mad Lions, the defending champions of the European Masters, make it to the live stage of the tournament. Because I feel that'd be so heartbreaking to have one of the quite a prestigious team within this tournament not even making it here to Leicester. So I'm really excited to see them as they're going to be taking on Misfits in the first semi-finals. Oh man, that's going to be such a good game. This is 2 play-in teams going toe-to-toe.
And the big thing as well is that that's another LEC sister team knocked out by Mad Lions and continuing their undefeated run. Really interested to see going into these semifinals if they could go up against another LEC sister team and remove them from play.
Yeah, that's going to be very exciting to see happen. Of course, tomorrow we have more games coming on up. SK Gaming Prime versus Team LDLC. That's obviously a super, super hype matchup, seeing the team from the DACH region go up against the French side. And then the final game on that day, Fnatic Rising going up against Ventus Esports, who played yesterday in a tiebreaker match just to get here to challenge the Fnatic team.
I mean, it's going to be a hard game for Ventus, but obviously that first game of the day, SK versus LDLC, is going to be the one I'm really excited to watch, purely off the back that Germany might just be knocked out right here. France could get 2 representatives in the live section of the tournament.
On the other side, you do the potential to kind of get revenge as SK for the region. And of course, both these teams being early game focused means that it will be an absolutely explosive match we are expecting.
Yeah, it's going to be a great one. Let's go ahead and pull up our predictions now. How'd things go? Looks like there were 2-1 Misfits here. Tig, you nailed that one. And then what else we got? The 2-0 Mad Lions came through for me. And you and Foxtrot. So I think me and Foxtrot are still tied. Actually, no, he missed the big.
Yeah, he
He
got
missed
way
the
off
big.
of that
So
one.
I nailed it. I'm
nicely
soul
done.
number 1.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm fairly
At
certain
least
you
you're
get,
humble about it.
if you get, I'm fairly certain the way it works is if we get the score perfect, we get extra points.
Right,
Yes.
so getting the correct team prediction is worth 2 points. Getting the correct amount of games, so 2-0 or 2-1, gives you an extra point on top there. So it's definitely weighted more, so getting the right team is more worth overall. And you guys are going to have to catch up a little bit in the coming days.
I at least got to recover off that 2-1, if I'm honest, because those groups did not look great for me. I was a little bit behind, so happy to see myself stand up here. Now that we have seen the teams, I just needed a little time to, get used to seeing the teams, and then I could predict the winners easily.
Yeah,
Surely.
I mean, I want to take a second to talk about sort of the level of games today, because I think it was very exciting. Our first series went all 3 games. This last one here was neck and neck in that last game, especially. How do you feel about the overall quality of these teams that we're pushing into the semifinals?
I think the ones that go through to our live stage are really strong. I really liked seeing that Misfits managed to recover shaky form in the play-ins and have since looked really solid. I think they've really nailed down the 1-3-1. So yes, you can be called out there, but so far teams knowing that have not been able to respond. So I really liked that coming out from Misfits.
Yeah, that's going to be great. We'll, of course, be looking forward to those teams up in the live stages next week. There are tickets you can pick up to go ahead and see that live at the Haymarket Theater. But for now, from me, the rest of the crew here on the team, and from PaySafeCard, where are they? They're up there. Yeah, they're out of the shot right now. But from them, too, thank you so much for watching, and have a good night.
Bounce out to 3,000, Selfmade jumps in, Selfmade gets it, and Mad Lions have bitten back.